big dialogues about how Indian products can enter into the Chinese market. As we know right now, or at present, most of the products flooded from China into the Indian market. So India definitely have a big opportunity to have a trade deal with China in a different way and put its own products into the Chinese market, like as Modi's government has been saying, Make in India program. So India has a good chance. Definitely, we are a big pharma industry, pharma hub, and also IT industry, and also we have about many other products that can come into Chinese market. So as I feel here in China, definitely India is cautious to have a relationship with China, but we have to look into our own interest as well, because our economy and our robust growth is also very important.
Right. Mr. Pandey, stay with us. We are looking at the larger ramifications of Donald Trump's latest statements. Aditya Rajkol is here with us. Aditya, help us understand the big takeaways from the MEA press conference today, the briefing, that important briefing in which the spokesperson was asked different questions, especially on Quad, which is going to happen. And of course, all eyes are also on the leaders who are supposed to attend this summit. And also, more importantly, how is the MEA reacting to Donald Trump's statements?
Well, you know, the MEA spokesperson Ranveer Jaiswal said that he will not react to the latest post of Donald Trump. Of course, the MEA is giving a very calculated strategic response, and a very stark, difference between the Indian and the American diplomacy, Vasudha, is that the Americans have been very brash. They have been very undiplomatic. The language that is being used is not respectful. It's not the diplomatic protocol, really. But on the other hand, India is keeping its cool. India is responding in a more pragmatic, diplomatic and understanding manner. It doesn't want to lose its cool. It doesn't want to act in a very retaliatory fashion. It says that we will stand our ground. Our national policy, our foreign policy is decided at the very highest level by the government of India, and that's what will remain. We are not going to have a hot and cold approach, a different approach in the morning, and by night change it, just like Trump has been, or the Trump administration, where there is clearly a division. There is a camp within the Trump administration that is pro-India, wants this to be resolved, admits that India is a very strategic, important ally in this particular region, and wants to resolve this crisis as soon as possible. But there are others who blindly want to come with the diktats that Trump has to offer and do not want any kind of consensus. And that's why we see Pakistan and US now stabilizing their relationship. Imagine a country responsible for the Mumbai 26/11 attacks, responsible for the killings of Americans, is now at the high table having lunch with Trump. On the other hand, MEA spokesperson very much clear that we reject the statements from Navarro.
Right.
At the same time, the trade
So
negotiations.
you're talking about Peter Navarro. Let's also listen in to his latest statements.
I don't understand why he's getting to bed with Putin and Xi Jinping when he's the biggest democracy in the world. So I would just simply say to the Indian people, please understand what's going on here. You got Brahmins profiteering at the expense of the Indian people. We need that to stop. Prior to the Russian invasion of Ukraine in February of 2022, you know how much oil India bought from Russia? Just about zip, pretty close to zero, Dave. And then when Russia invades, they got to figure out a way to backdoor it. So India quickly transformed itself into basically a Kremlin laundromat for their oil. Everybody in America loses because of what India is doing. The consumers and businesses and everything lose, and workers lose because India's high tariffs cost us jobs and factories and income and higher wages. And then the taxpayers lose because we got to fund Modi's war, okay? The road to peace runs at least partly right through New Delhi.
War?
I mean Modi's war. What is the net impact on the Americans because of our trade with India? Well, let's think about it. They have higher tariffs. There are Maharaja tariffs, higher non-tariff barriers. We run a massive trade deficit with them, so that hurts American workers, hurts American businesses. I don't understand why he's getting to bed with Putin and Xi Jinping.
Let's also bring in Michael Feller, who's a co-founder of Chief Strategist, Geopolitical Strategy. Thank you, Mr. Feller, for joining us on NDTV. Mr. Feller, how do you look at Donald Trump's latest statement saying that the US seems to have lost India and Russia to China. Is this an acknowledgement of China's capabilities to send out the right kind of diplomatic message after the SCO, or what do you read into the statement?
Look, with Donald Trump, it's hard to know what's a tantrum and what's a genuine policy. I would lean towards the former, and I suspect that once some more sensible advisors like Marco Rubio get into the president's ear, he'll change his tune. The thing is, I think this is more a reaction of shock, maybe, that Narendra Modi hasn't bent the knee and kissed the ring, unlike other leaders. And Trump has been more rattled by that than the images out of Beijing.
Right. We also have Professor Shrikant Kondapalli joining us as a strategic affairs expert. Professor Kondapalli, what are your views on Donald Trump's statements today, saying that India and Russia seems to have been lost to China? Is this also in some ways acknowledgement of the US's failure to get India on its side? Is it an acknowledgement that India has refused to sort of budge to any compromise that US might have been expecting?
President Trump, because the Indian side has announced that 3 red lines, one in terms of the agriculture and milk products, are a no-way go in terms of the US-India trade relations. Secondly, strategic autonomy, and also about the import of energy from Russia. So on these 3, there have been an Indian position, and I do not think that Prime Minister Modi's visit to Tianjin to attend the Shanghai Cooperation Organization has moved India into the Chinese lap. When you look at the interactions at Tianjin, the SCO declaration, the Prime Minister's direct talks with President Xi Jinping for 50 minutes, as well as Prime Minister's statement in this regard. You look at this, I do not think India has joined any camp. And hence there is a room for maneuverability between United States and India.
Right. Thank you, Professor Kondapalli, for joining us. Also requesting all guests to stay with us. It's time for a short break. We'll be back in just a bit.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
We see the problems, but you as a social entrepreneur see the solutions. You are not just creating solution, you are creating a future where everyone has a chance to thrive. For the change makers, the innovators, the ones building a better world, one solution at a time. The Adani Green Talk Social Impact Awards are created for you. Green Talk Social Impact Awards 2025, coming soon.
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है। सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं। लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं। एनडीटीवी इंडिया पर
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. Stop. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years. Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
We see the problems, but you as a social entrepreneur see the solutions. You are not just creating solution, you are creating a future where everyone has a chance to thrive. For the change makers, the innovators, the ones building a better world, one solution at a time.
What seems settled for me is unfinished.
India and Russia to China. This is Donald Trump's latest post on social media. We'll be tracking the ramifications of the statement on India and other countries. We'll be back after this break.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily lives. We aren't talking about time travel yet.
Gadgets tested under extreme conditions.
But why? I review tech for people like you and me. You know what? Let me take it from here.
All right.
Tech isn't that complicated. In fact, it's about making our lives simpler, better, and more fun. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
We see the problems, but you as a social entrepreneur see the solutions. You are not just creating solution, you are creating a future where everyone has a chance to thrive. For the change makers, the innovators, the ones building a better world, one solution at a time. The Adani Green Talk Social Impact Awards are created for you. Green Talk Social Impact Awards 2025, coming soon.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Now the battle for Tamil Nadu. US President Donald Trump's latest posts on social media. Looks like we have lost India, Russia to deepest, darkest China. That's the latest post by Donald Trump. What are the ramifications of this? Now, MEA in its weekly presser has said that it will not comment on this particular statement, but the MEA spokesperson, Randeep Jaiswal, has however said that India continues to engage the United States of America on important trade negotiations. He has also said that Quad remains a significant forum for nations with shared interest. We'll track all of that on the other side of this break.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है। सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं। लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं। एनडीटीवी इंडिया पर।
Other opposition parties. They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India.
US President Donald Trump rattled by the Troika meet at the SCO. Donald Trump says we have lost India to deep, dark China. NDTV's Save Abhijot campaign garners traction after actor Sonu Sood, Punjab Chief Minister, has now extended support. The biggest defense boost for India after Operation Sindoor. Big defense upgrade. India now eyes hypersonic weapons. The Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar reacts to the viral phone call. Ajit Pawar is on the back foot amid the backlash. He said that he had no intention to interfere. The Bihar BD war escalates after deleting the post. Kerala Congress's mock apology. BJP, in the meanwhile, says that the Congress has insulted Bihar. Mumbai police issue lookout notice against Shilpa Shetty and her husband Raj Kundra. Fraud case has been filed against actor Shilpa Shetty and her husband. The duo have been accused of embezzling rupees 60 crores. Well, a big NDTV campaign impact. NDTV's Reet Kaur Sahni, she had highlighted the plight of this 8-year-old Abhijot who suffers from kidney ailment. There were delays in the treatment due to floods. The family was unable to reach the hospital. In fact, Abhijot needs urgent treatment now. The NDTV's Save Abhijot campaign now gains support not just from actor Sonu Sood but from the Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann himself. In fact, the Punjab Chief Minister has said that the government will provide all help and that he won't let anyone be deprived. Remember, the entire north of India is grappling with severe floods crisis, particularly in Punjab, where heavy rainfall and swollen rivers have caused widespread devastation. And there is this family, the family of Abhijot, who had spoken to NDTV's Reet Kaur Sahni and shared their plight. In fact, a big NDTV impact now. The Punjab Chief Minister has come out and said that the government will provide all help. All right, we are currently joined by Dr. Barbir Singh, the Punjab Health Minister. Sir, welcome to NDTV. We've heard from the Punjab Chief Minister that there is going to be help for this little kid, Abhijot. What kind of help are we looking at?
All kind of help. We will reach out to the family and bring the child to the hospital, do all the tests and treat him. And as a doctor, this is a condition which is both treatable as well as curable. So the child will lead a normal life and the government will bear all the expenses. So we have the mobile medical teams and ambulances also, and if not, then we have the boat ambulances also. So we will reach out to the family, bring them to the hospital, base hospital, and then if need we take him to the medical college. And we will get him the best possible treatment and make sure that the child leads a normal life. The Honorable Chief Minister has already told me to provide all possible help.
Dr. Singh, it's a dire situation, especially in the rural and flood-affected areas in Punjab. What steps are being taken to upgrade the immediate healthcare infrastructure in those areas?
That is very important question. Right now, you see, this is our top priority. So we have a very elaborate emergency response system which has 323 mobile medical teams. That's from the government sector. And now we have been joined by Indian Medical Association and various NGOs and charitable hospitals. So they have given us another 250 ambulances. We had our 174 ambulances already in operation. So then we have the rapid response teams, more than 350 rapid response team, which is being managed by a paramedic. So they go to the periphery and then you see if the patient needs that consultation of a doctor, then the mobile team takes over and we have the baseline hospital I mean, maybe in a school, maybe in any other government building, which is the last spot which can be reached by the ambulance. We have the base hospitals, then we have our own hospital, district hospital and sub-division hospitals, which are working 24/7. And there is overwhelming response from the private sector as well. Even the private medical colleges, they have given us specialists, and there is no dearth of medicines. There are a lot of, you see, there are 2-3 concerns. One is the snake bites, and other is dog bite, and in addition to that, vector-borne and waterborne diseases. So we are giving chlorine tablets. All the ASHA workers, that 20,000 odd. Hello.
Yes, we can
audible?
hear you. Yes, Dr. Singh, please go ahead.
More than 20,000 ASHA workers, they have been given the first aid kit, which has the ORS and the common painkillers and all these, about 15-20 medicines. Then we have the rapid response teams, which has about 60 medicines. Then we have the mobile medical teams, which have more than 100 medicines. So base hospital has all the medicines, and
especially the medicines. Dr. Singh, you speak about the medical supplies. The big concern at this point of time is the availability of essential medicines and the healthcare equipment, especially in the hospitals and the healthcare centers. How is the government ensuring the availability of all of that?
We already have the essential drug list, which is 350 medicines. So all medicines are available in our sub-division hospitals, CSCs and district hospitals. And surgeons, even specialists are available in district hospitals 24/7 and by rotation in sub-division hospitals and on call in community health centers. So we have the, universal availability of drugs. Already this was introduced on 26th January 2024. So medicines are available, manpower is available. So we have elaborate emergency response system. So we are trying to reach out each and every family, including medical emergencies.
All right.
And particularly...
All right, Dr. Barbir Singh there, thank you very much for speaking with NDTV, taking note of our campaign and reaching out to the family as well. Well, there has been a sharp reaction from the US President Donald Trump. In fact, Donald Trump, he's rattled by the Troika meet at the SCO. As Prime Minister Modi, he sat down with Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin. Donald Trump, he has lashed out, declaring that the United States has lost India and Russia to deep, dark China. These are his words. The US President, he went further, sarcastically wishing the trio a long future together. Donald Trump's swipe comes right after that handshake at the SCO summit, raising big questions on the geopolitics, alliances, and the future of India-US ties. In fact, let's listen in to some of the reactions.
Regarding the post, I have no comments to offer on this post at this point.
All right, we also have Vishnu Shom here in the studio. Vishnu, for years, Donald Trump, he has dismissed China's rise. But with this particular remark, he almost admits Beijing as an equal. Should we read it like that?
No, I think our worry over here is what it means for India. I mean, here's a US president who goes on a rant every second day, it appears, against India. India is clearly in his crosshairs. And I think that reaction from the External Affairs Ministry spokesperson saying that he doesn't have any reaction to this right now is indicative of what New Delhi sees this to be and how New Delhi is now reacting. And that reaction is essentially not to react. And I think there is far too much which has been done in the India-US strategic relationship for India to fall into that trap of reacting to everything Donald Trump says. And those statements by Trump and this latest tweet social media post is bizarre because it reeks of hypocrisy. On the one hand, America is looking to get into a trade deal with China. On the other hand, he has a problem about India falling into China's hands. He, on the one hand, intends to increase the number of sanctions he has on Russia. On the same time, he says that Russia is falling into China's hands. The fact of the matter is that of late, the US hasn't been very friendly with India. They've slapped us with 50% sanctions. There are diplomats on both sides in India and in the United States who are absolutely aghast at what he's done.
Yep.
What sense is there for Donald Trump to have done this? Well, only he knows. But for now, I suppose New Delhi is in a wait-and-watch mode. I think they would want to tide over this and not get into too much saying that, oh, the relationship is over or it's going to be over. Those are questions for us to ask. Perhaps there are wiser people or mandarins in New Delhi.
We also have Aditya Rajkol joining us from the newsroom here. Aditya, if Trump says that America has lost India and Russia to China, isn't that really an admission that Washington is losing allies while India is actually strengthening its own strategic space?
Well, that's right. That wouldn't really have been the intention, but it came out as not only an admission of the fact that China is as equal a global power as the United States, but also that increasingly with the kind of policy the Trump administration has had over the last 6 months, close allies, strategic partners for decades together are now, leaving. And that's the case with New Delhi as well. New Delhi may not have left, but at this moment, New Delhi is keeping cards close to its chest. There are negotiations that are happening, and India does not want to act as retaliatory. As Vishnu also pointed out, that Ranveer Jaiswal's commentary from the press conference minutes ago is reflective of the fact, the stance that New Delhi has taken, which is that we don't want to retaliate. We don't want to get into this spat with Washington DC or with Trump on a diplomatic level. We've had good relations, we've had people-to-people contact, we had a very robust 2+2 dialogue and strategic global partnership. So we don't want to compromise on that. We want a solution as early as possible through diplomatic channels, through negotiations, and through diplomacy to play out. But what has happened is that after a very successful SCO summit and Prime Minister Modi's visit to Tianjin, we've seen the huddle pictures between, of course, Modi, Xi Jinping, and Putin. That has not gone too well with Trump again. He wants India in his camp. He thought perhaps that with a little bit of pressure, with a little bit of bullying, India will surrender or be subjugated. That's clearly not going to happen. This is India of 2025 that we are talking about, and India has strategic autonomy. India has its own positions on global issues, and yes, if you come on the dialogue table, well and good. If you don't, we will stick to our position. That's the word from New Delhi.
Absolutely. In fact, we are also currently joined by Mr. Anil Pandey. He's a reporter from the China Radio International. We also have Mr. Michael Feller, the co-founder, chief strategist, geopolitical strategy. I also have Mr. Brahma Chalani. Gentlemen, welcome to this discussion. And what I want to understand from you, Mr. Michael Feller, is from India's perspective, isn't engaging both Russia and China in the SCO exactly the right thing to do, keeping all options open instead of being boxed into one camp?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it also reflects long-standing policy. This isn't the first time Mr. Modi has been to an SCO meeting. It just so happens to be in China this year. And we didn't see any new commitments made by the Prime Minister. So I think he's just exercising a long-standing policy of multi-alignment here. The only difference this time around is that we have someone who looks completely unhinged in the White House and takes everything seemingly personally.
Yeah. Mr. Anil Pandey, does Trump's reaction, how do you look at his reaction? Does it reveal more about US insecurity about its India's foreign policy, which is about balance? Because it has been very clear, India has been very clear that it is about balance and not alignment.
Yeah, as we know that India has been very cautious about that. As we know that India and America's relations have been very strong since last 2-3 decades. So we cannot say just the relations have fallen apart. But definitely what Donald Trump, US President, has just tweeted about that we have lost to Russia, India, and to China. So it seems like he's in desperation. He definitely feels that India is going on the other side, or which he doesn't want. Definitely, as we have heard from the American experts time and again, that they feel China is a big threat to America, not India. So in this regard, we have to understand what we have seen during the SCO summit when Chinese President, Indian Prime Minister, and Vladimir Putin were all together. So that's kind of message what they have given during the SCO meeting here in Tianjin. So it seems that Trump is trying to give a message that he is trying to come close to India, but India is not going to compromise on its her national interest. Like India is not going to stop purchasing Russian oil. Like we have heard and we have seen how his advisor Peter Navarro has tweeted. He said Indian Brahmins have been profiteering from the Russian oil. So it's like a bizarre kind of statement that Trump administration has been given. So this is not going well with India. And now Donald Trump has some time back has tweeted. So definitely it's a big message to the world that Trump definitely has lost some ground and he's trying to recover and he's in a big pressure situation now.
Dr. Brahmachalani, shouldn't India look at this statement from the US president as a validation that even Trump acknowledges that New Delhi matters so much that America feels, as he says in that post, rattled when Modi meets Xi Jinping and Putin?
First, look at his words, choice of words, deepest, darkest China. That's the country to which Trump has been making overtures. His conciliatory approach toward China is aimed at arranging a summit meeting with Xi Jinping later this year. But his latest social media post is part of Trump's pressure tactics, his effort to build up pressure on New Delhi. He has done two things. First, he has let loose his 3 attack dogs on India. Peter Navarro was one of them, other being the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, and the third guy is Trump's own top economic advisor, Hassett. Now, these 3 have been frequently attacking India, but those attacks have actually only hardened public opinion in India. In fact, these attack dogs are doing a great job in turning public opinion in India against the US, because that's not the intent of the White House, but by letting loose these attack dogs, Trump is doing the opposite. He's hardening Indian public opinion gratuitously. And the second thing about Trump's tactics is that he is seeking to, while keeping the relationship with Modi intact, and all his attack dogs keep referring to Modi as terrific, great leader, etc., he is at the same time mounting pressure on New Delhi in the hope that New Delhi will wilt. That is the aim of his pressure tactics. In fact, it has nothing to do with Russian oil, because this entire campaign against India has little to do with Russian oil and everything to do with getting New Delhi to accept a one-sided trade deal. He wants a trade deal on his terms. And the trade deal that he wants is not just about trade. It's about constricting India's foreign policy and strategic options, something that India will never accept.
Yeah, absolutely. Because on one hand, Donald Trump keeps reiterating that India is fueling the Ukraine war. There is China, there are other European nations who are buying resources from Russia, and Donald Trump really doesn't have anything to say about it. What I want to understand from you, Mr. Michael Feller, is when Donald Trump openly says that America has lost India to China, what I think about it is, hasn't India actually gained by showing it won't be dictated to any power?
I think so, and what shows to work with Donald Trump is strength, not weakness. And certainly a few months ago, we saw this same pattern of behaviour targeted at China, and then China seemed to have earned his respect, and now he's on a seeming charm offensive. Likewise with Russia. So, if I were advising the Indian government, which I'm not, of course, but if I were, I would be advising them to do exactly what they're doing. And I think they're, they have some tariffs on board, but India has diverse markets, and I dare say these tariffs will be temporary.
Mr. Anil Pandey, if Washington is rattled, like Donald Trump says, by a meeting, does that mean, and especially that meeting when it involves India in that particular scenario, does that mean India's role as a swing power is stronger than ever? Mr. Pandey, I think you are on mute, sir.
Know that definitely India is a very big power, global power, is the largest democracy in the world, and also most populous nation on the earth. Definitely, we have seen during the SCO meeting when China invited even Prime Minister Modi, although all the other leaders were present, we have seen how important India is for China, as we understand. Because here, when I talk with the experts, they definitely know that if India and America are together, they are very powerful. But if India goes to the Russia and China, and that's then US is not gonna do something big, So that's the problem. That's why America doesn't want India goes to the China's pocket or even to the Russian oil thing. That's why American leaders and even Peter Navarro, even Trump has been tweeting again and again, and he's trying to make India pressurized, but it's not happening right now. As we have seen, India is not 1947's India; it's 2025's India. So definitely the time had changed. So Trump should have to understand that the way China has done 2 months ago, he has slapped over 200% tariffs on China, but now it's toned down on China.
Yeah. What I can say at this point of time is, in a way, this is Donald Trump's frustration, and it is unintended compliment that India's diplomacy is actually strong enough to unsettle the United States of America. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us and being a part of this discussion. Meanwhile, the Ministry of External Affairs has also reacted on Donald Trump's aide, Mr. Peter Navarro's racist jibes at India, the MEA. It has strongly rejected Mr. Navarro's comments. In fact, listen in to what Mr. Navarro had said over the course of the past few weeks and MEA's reaction today.
I don't understand why he's getting to bed with Putin and Xi Jinping when he's the biggest democracy in the world. So I would just simply say to the Indian people, please understand what's going on here. You got Brahmins profiteering at the expense of the Indian people. We need that to stop. Prior to the Russian invasion of Ukraine in February of 2022, you know how much oil India bought from Russia? Just about zip, pretty close to zero, Dave. And then when Russia invades, they got to figure out a way to backdoor it. So India quickly transformed itself into basically a Kremlin laundromat for their oil. Everybody in America loses because of what India is doing. The consumers and businesses and everything lose, and workers lose because India's high tariffs cost us jobs and factories and income and higher wages. And then the taxpayers lose because we got to fund Modi's war, okay? The road to peace runs at least partly right through New Delhi. I mean Modi's war. What is the net impact on the Americans because of our trade with India? Well, let's think about it. They have higher tariffs. There are Maharaja tariffs, higher non-tariff barriers. We run a massive trade deficit with them. So that hurts American workers, hurts American businesses.
We have seen the inaccurate and misleading statements made by Mr. Navarro, and obviously we reject them.
All right. We are also joined by Mr. Berzin Wagmar from the University of London. Mr. Wagmar, you heard what Mr. Peter Navarro has been saying over the past couple of weeks with respect to India and India's trade policies, India's diplomatic relations with the US, with other countries. We've heard what the Ministry of External Affairs spokesperson, Mr. Randir Jaiswal, has said. What I want to understand from you at this point of time, after whatever that has transpired, after what Mr. Donald Trump has now said, should India actually welcome this moment as a proof that the entire world, it sees New Delhi as central to global power equations and not as a junior partner to anyone?
Up to an extent, yes. Up to an extent, I repeat, yes, India does matter. It is not the India of the 1980s and early 1990s. That is a given. As a historian, I would put that and make a restatement of the obvious. But I want to come in on the Indian Foreign Office. And it is absolutely commendable and measured in its approach, and has been so for the last 3 to 4 weeks, despite these seesaw comments and swings from Washington towards New Delhi. In that, although the Indian media tends to be, shall we say, a bit hyper-nationalist, and people are disgruntled for the most obvious of reasons, I can understand that. But the Indian Foreign Office has not slapped reciprocal tariffs. They have not personally attacked Mr. Trump, and they have just kept a measured, contained approach, which is admirable, because that is the only way to steer through this problem. And let me also hasten to add this. Take Mr. Trump seriously, but never literally. This is a man who does business by tweets. This is a capricious, thin-skinned, petty-minded man. I wouldn't set much store by what he says tomorrow or today, and in the next hour he changes his mind on a dime. So for him to say in a sullen attitude and sulk almost like a teenager that we have lost India to deepest, darkest Russia and China strains credulity. If it's anything, under Mr. Trump, come January onwards, with the new administration in place, US, Russian import-exports kicked up on pharmaceuticals and fertilizers, among a host of other products.
Mr. Wagmar,
And
all I can say at this point of time is that every day is a mystery when it comes to Mr. Donald Trump. Thank you very much for joining us with your comments on the show. Meanwhile, the US President Donald Trump, he hosted a high-powered group of tech executives at the White House on Thursday as he showcased research on artificial intelligence and also boasted of investments that companies are making around the United States. The guest list, in fact, included the Microsoft co-founder, Mr. Bill Gates, Apple CEO Tim Cook, Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg, and a dozen other executives from the biggest artificial intelligence and tech firms, according to the White House.
It was billed as the most powerful dinner in tech.
Thanks for hosting this. This is quite a group to get together.
Biden was the one that prosecuted that lawsuit.
Look. Inside the White House, President Donald Trump breaking bread with the elites of Silicon Valley. Meta's Mark Zuckerberg, Apple's Tim Cook, Microsoft's Satya Nadella, even AI rivals like OpenAI's Sam Altman and Google's Sergey Brin showed up.
How much money will you be investing?
$600 billion.
$600 billion. All right. It's a lot of jobs.
We're very proud to do it.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
But amid the clink of crystal and curated talking points, one name was missing. Elon Musk, the man behind Tesla, SpaceX, and one of the biggest voices in AI and politics, was nowhere to be seen. So did Musk ditch the invite, or was he never even on the list? Musk says he was invited but could not make it. In his words, a rep will attend. But a senior White House official told reporters that he wasn't invited to begin with. Musk's absence comes on the heels of reigniting his feud with Trump after publicly opposing Trump's signature infrastructure plan, the same one that cut EV tax breaks and directly hit Tesla's bottom line.
A new Gallup poll says that Elon Musk is the most unpopular public figure in the country right now. I'm wondering, do you miss having him around the White House, or is that poll accurate?
I don't know if the poll's accurate. I think he's a good person. I think he had a bad moment, really bad moment, but he's a good person. I believe that.
Their alliance one looked unbreakable. Musk even helped Trump's Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE. But the bromance cracked earlier this year over spending, tax credits, and power plays. Whether this was a deliberate snap or a strategic skip, Elon Musk's empty seat may speak louder than anything said at the table. One thing is clear, the politics of the tech bros is getting personal. Arjun Samar Mahindran for NDTV World.
Well, the big tech is betting big on America, from Apple to Meta, IBM to TSMC, and even a mega AI venture called Project Stargate. The investment numbers, these are staggering. We are talking hundreds of billions of dollars being poured into the United States manufacturing, quantum computing, and next generation AI chips. Let's in fact break down the biggest commitments and what they actually mean for jobs, for innovation, and more importantly, for America's tech edge. Starting with Apple. They have in fact committed a $600 billion manufacturing. They also plan to hire over 20,000 people from the United States. Let's go across to Meta then. Mark Zuckerberg, he has pledged $600 billion through 2028. Then comes the TSMC, $165 billion for chip manufacturing expansion. In fact, 3 new fabrication plants, R&D center that have been planned in Arizona. Then comes the IBM, $150 billion that has been pledged over the next 5 years. $30 billion out of those 150 will be in quantum computing manufacturing. Now, Project Stargate, a joint OpenAI Oracle SoftBank venture, it has pledged up to $500 billion in order to build AI data centers. And last but not the least, NVIDIA, who have pledged $500 billion to manufacture AI chips. All of this inside America. Now, from AI data centers to chip fabs and quantum labs, big tech's trillion-dollar bet, it is quite clear. The future of innovation will be built in America. The question now is who gains the upper hand in this global tech race. In fact, the US President, Donald Trump, he in fact joked with Facebook founder and the Meta CEO, Mark Zuckerberg, after a reporter in fact asked the two about free speech concerns during a White House event with tech leaders. Listen in.
Mr. President, you'll be heading to the UK in a few weeks. Yesterday, Nigel Farage was on Capitol Hill. He really was talking a lot about pushing back on censorship online. He was asking politicians like yourself, some of the people in this room, to really push back on that. How concerning is that to you? And Mr. Zuckerberg, if you don't mind answering, how concerning is that to you, the lack of freedom of speech online in the UK?
You didn't think you'd get that question. He's looking at me saying, how the hell? He's saying, how did I get that question? If you'd like to answer, free speech.
Sorry, actually I wasn't paying attention. But
There seems to be a crackdown. The British government seems to be cracking down on social media posts, people being arrested for tweets, social posts. Just wondering how concerning that is to you, Mr. President, and Mr. Zuckerberg.
This is the beginning of your political career.
No, it's not.
Well, Mark Zuckerberg very clearly stating his intentions as far as politics is concerned. Time now for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
The defender of Ladakh, India's high-altitude warrior. Meet the Zorawar.
We are on a piece of incredible Indian engineering. This compares with the best in the world. It's probably better than any light tank that's ever been built. Vishnu and I are on the Zorawar right before it goes into the hands of the Indian Army.
The first journalists on board India's new light tank, built in India for the world, an NDTV exclusive.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'm the medical officer of this unit, sir.
Good afternoon. So nice to meet you.
Thank you, sir. Same
Hello,
this side, sir.
So this is the firing range.
Yes, sir. This is our firing range, sir.
You handle weapons, right?
I've handled weapons. Yeah, हम लोग एक तो shooting में we get to handle
Yes,
weapons.
yes.
They are not real guns, but they are very similar. So the functioning of it is very similar.
आपने training वगैरह?
मैंने training भी ली है और I own a weapon also, licensed weapon. So I've shot in firing ranges in Mumbai and all. I'm a member also there.
वाह मैम हम ये क्या गन देख रहे हैं?
ये इंसास राइफल है सर.
So this is Indian made?
Yes sir.
Wow.
And we'll be firing from sir AK-203.
Okay.
That is Indian made.
That
sir.
is also Indian
Yes
made.
sir.
Can I look at the bullets?
Yes sir, sure sir. This is the bullet of insas sir. The bullet will be different for the AK-203 sir.
So I can fire this?
Yes sir.
But somebody needs to guide me.
जो लिम्बर आपके आदेश पर आप लाइन पोजीशन लेंगे.
अच्छा.
और इसके बाद इसको यहाँ पर आप
सपोर्ट लेंगे.
करेक्ट. लिम्बर में आप लाइन पोजीशन और बाट और खंडे का मिलाप रखते हुए और आप फोर हैंड ग्रिप पर पकड़ते हुए सीज का अलाइनमेंट करें. बर की आदेश पर आप मैगजीन वेट के अंदर पर घुसाना है.
ओके. आगे सर. हाँ चलिए.
फायर लाइन ऑफ. हाँ लिम्बर ऑफ. फायर भर. चलो सामने टारगेट. अपना टाइम पर 5 राउंड फायर.
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years. Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily lives. We aren't talking about time travel yet.
Gadgets tested under extreme conditions.
But why? I review tech for people like you and me. You know what? Let me take it from here.
All right.
Tech isn't that complicated. In fact, it's about making our lives simpler, better, and more fun. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger. This is a mass gathering.
My birthday gift to Papa. ये उनके पापा की पहली गाड़ी एक गराज में पड़ी थी दार्जिलिंग में. फिर 3 मैकेनिक, पेंटिंग, पॉलिशिंग. जब इसे फाइनली घर लाया ना, तब लगा लाइफ में ग्रो किया है. ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है.
Well, the Kerala Congress sparked outrage with a derogatory post equating Bihar to BD in a crude jibe at a GST tax cut on BD leaves. Their slogan, B for Bihar, B for BD. It drew sharp criticism for insulting Bihar's identity. In fact, facing backlash, the Congress issued a half-hearted apology, claiming the post was twisted And merely a critique of Prime Minister Modi's poll gimmick. The BJP, in the meanwhile, it has slammed the remark as a shameful slur, accusing Congress of disrespecting Bihar and its people.
This is the negative thinking of the Congress, which we have seen over many decades now. In fact, this has started manifesting itself in their day-to-day affairs. The frustration that they are losing public support, the frustration that the Gandhi family is no more liked by the people of India, is reflecting in their actions. I think it is condemnable that the Congress sought to insult the people of Bihar. First they insulted Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother. Then now they have insulted the people of Bihar. I don't know who they will insult tomorrow. You also all be careful. They will start attacking the media.
बिहार की पहचान बीड़ी और बिहार से है। अरे बिहार बुद्धिमान बिहार है। तेजस्वी यादव जी गेंद आपके पाले में है। क्या बिहार बीड़ी का पर्याय है? हिम्मत है तो केवल उम्मीदवार बनने के लिए राजनीति में चरण पादुका मत धोइए। सच यह है कि बिहारी स्वाभिमान से जीता है और बिहार आत्मसम्मान के लिए जाना जाता है।
भी स्टेट को, किसी भी स्टेट के वासियों को किसी इस तरह की चीज़ से तुलना करना नहीं चाहिए। मैंने तो वो ट्वीट नहीं देखा है किस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में क्या किए हैं। अगर ऐसा किए हैं तो हम लोग कहेंगे कि उनको वापस लें, क्योंकि इस तरीके का किसी भी स्टेट के लोगों के साथ हम लोग बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे।
All right, Tejasvi Yadav, he has now reacted to this entire controversy. He in fact says, and I quote, "It was a wrong tweet. We do not support this particular stand by the Kerala Congress." Remember, as I mentioned earlier, the Kerala Congress had equated Bihar with BD, and that has triggered a political storm with many opposition leaders, many leaders in Bihar. They had claimed that this was in fact a shameful slur, accusing the Congress of disrespecting Bihar and its people. And now the RJD's Tejasvi Yadav, he has reacted, and he says that it was a wrong tweet. We do not support it.
कांग्रेस सफाई दे रही है, कह रही है कि हैक कर गया था आईडी, इसीलिए
नहीं, अब जो भी है ये गलत ट्वीट था, इसका हम लोग समर्थन नहीं करते।
महमूद मदनी कह रहे हैं कि हम लोग बात करेंगे आरएसएस से ज्ञान कांग्रेस।
All right, so the Battle of Bihar, it is intensifying. Kerala Congress first equating Bihar with BD in that particular post. They have now taken down that post, but they also issued a mock apology. Many of the BJP leaders, they have taken this opportunity to attack both the Congress as well as Tejasvi Yadav, asking questions to Tejasvi Yadav as to whether he supports, he's in there only for the seat. In fact, let's listen in to the same reaction.
कांग्रेस सफाई दे रही है, कह रही है कि हैक कर गया था आईडी, इसीलिए
नहीं, अब जो भी है ये गलत ट्वीट था, इसका हम लोग समर्थन नहीं करते।
महमूद मदनी कह रहे हैं कि हम लोग बात करेंगे आरएसएस से ज्ञान कांग्रेस सफाई दे रही है, कह रही है कि हैक कर गया था आईडी, इसीलिए
नहीं, अब जो भी है ये गलत ट्वीट था, इसका हम लोग समर्थन नहीं करते।
महमूद मदनी कह रहे हैं कि हम लोग बात करेंगे आरएसएस से।
All right, my colleague Prabhakar Kumar joins us to get us more on this. Prabhakar, take us through this reaction from Tejasvi Yadav. He very openly says that he doesn't really support the kind of statement that has been made. But how should we look at it in the larger context?
So you have to remember that this is a Bihar election. Bihar is a poll-bound state, and 1 month down the line, you will have the polls, the campaign would start. So Tejasvi Yadav, or any Congress leader from Bihar, would not take here, they would certainly be denouncing it, they would be critical of it, and they can't actually support this. And this is a very poorly timed post by the Kerala Congress. They know very well that there is an election happening in Bihar. Their top leader, Rahul Gandhi, was here on a yatra, 15-day yatra in Bihar, and he had been actually extensive traveling across the state of Bihar, trying to woo people on various issues, including SIR. And now their Kerala unit actually goes on to tweet like this. So somebody who actually has posted this on their X account should certainly be taken to task. As I told you, it's a very poorly timed reaction from the Kerala Congress. And also, the NDA did not let this opportunity go. So they lapped this up. So you are seeing the various reactions coming from the NDA leaders, not only in Patna, but also in Delhi. And they're rightly doing so, because they know that this one slip from the Congress would actually mean an opportunity for them, mean a political edge for them. So they would try to encash it. They will try to escalate this issue even further.
Prabhakar Kumar there. Thank you very much for getting us all those details. In a controversial move, the Karnataka State Cabinet has approved the withdrawal of 60 criminal cases filed against various groups. Among the most high-profile withdrawals is the 2019 case against supporters of Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar, who were booked for stone pelting on buses and government offices. Now, despite the political weight behind the decision, it is learnt that the Cabinet acted against the advice of key departments.
We have withdrawn cases of BJP supporters. We have withdrawn cases of Kannada Chilvali people. We have withdrawn cases of water agitators. We have withdrawn cases of various agitators. So when I was being arrested to the ED, and then all the BJP government at that point of time had filed to fall cases on my followers. Of course, I have written, and various BJP leaders also have written. They have filed a false case. Then after filing the fall case, the Supreme Court has cleared my case. But naturally, when they saw that it is a false cases, and the government had powers, and we have withdrawn it.
All right, my colleague Deepak Bopanna joins us to get us more on this developing story. Deepak, although the Deputy Chief Minister, he very clearly mentions in that bite that it is also the BJP supporters that have withdrawn the cases, of them. But this pretty high-profile withdrawal of the 2019 case, that is something that is going to be a sticking point going further.
Yes, last time when they withdrew 43 cases, the 2022 Hubli riots case was a big talking point, because, you know, you have policemen who work round the clock, you see them struggle, and then when you have people go attack policemen, police vehicles, police stations, and then eventually the government, for whatever reasons they seem, to justify their move, go ahead and withdraw these cases. So doesn't it affect the morale of the policemen is a question that, many are raising right now. The BJP politically is also saying that this is another form of appeasement that's being carried out, and also the cases being withdrawn against Congress workers who are protesting. It is a downward trend is the charge that's coming in, but the Congress led by the Deputy Chief Minister says that even requests have come in from the BJP, and government after government have been doing this, and the state government is justified in its action. But really the question now that lies is whether it will stand the test of the courts, because last time when they had gone ahead and withdrawn cases, it was challenged in the High Court. The High Court came down quite heavily on the state government. So this time that's another big possibility, but even then they've gone ahead with it anyway.
What is the kind of reaction that we should expect, especially from the opposition there in the state now?
Well, the opposition is coming down quite heavily. They're saying that on one hand it's appeasement, on the other hand, they're doing it for the sake of convenience of their party workers, and it is a bad trend that they're setting is a charge. But on the counter, of course, the Congress has claimed that this is something that even has been done during the time of the BJP government here in Karnataka, and sometimes there have been open, candid statements that have been made that we will withdraw cases, especially of right-wing groups that has come to the limelight in the past. So it's again politicking that's going on between the BJP and the Congress over the withdrawal of the cases as well.
Deepak Bopanna there. Thank you very much for getting us all those details. And Tesla has finally driven into India, making Mumbai the launch pad for Elon Musk's electric dream. Transport Minister Mr. Pratap Sarnaik, He received India's very first Tesla Model Y at the newly opened Tesla Experience Center in BKC. Priced between 60 to 68 lakh rupees, the Model Y comes into two variants, long-range rear-wheel drive and long-range all-wheel drive, offering a range of more than 500 kilometers on a single charge. Tesla's arrival, it is a landmark moment for India's EV story.
After years of speculations and negotiations, the wait is finally over. Tesla has now officially rolled into India, making Mumbai the gateway for Elon Musk's electric dream. Today marks the delivery of the Model Y to Transport Minister Pratap Sarnaik, who will be soon receiving the very first order, like you see besides me. And this is the showroom of Tesla that was recently inaugurated by the minister, as in the presence of the chief minister and several other dignitaries as well. And today the delivery will be done. And Transport Minister Pratap Sarnaik today will receive his India's first Tesla Model Y at the brand new Tesla Experience Center, which is situated at a total area of 5,000 square feet. And like you see, this is available in two ranges and imported from the Shanghai center. The two Model Y are available in two different models, one being the rear wheel as well as the all-wheel drive. So at this point it is Mr. Sarnaik who will be soon receiving the very first order, and there have been bookings which have already begun by people who want to experience this particular brand new car in Mumbai, and the second center being in Delhi as well. And we are expecting Tesla to perform in India as well, because so far since the last 2 years, this is the car which has been ranked as the #1 selling car across the globe. From Mumbai with video journalist Prahlad, this is Sujata Dwivedi reporting for NDTV.
Time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
US President Donald Trump snipes after Modi, Xi Jinping and Putin meet. Trump says that he have lost India to deep dark China. NDTV's Save Abhijot campaign resonates. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann and actor Sonu Sood extend their support. The biggest defense boost for India after Operation Sindoor, a big defense upgrade. India now eyes hypersonic weapons. NDTV accesses 15-year roadmap. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister reacts to the viral phone call. He is on the back foot amid the backlash. He says that there was no intention to interfere.
Welcome to my unit. So I'll just brief you through the mechanized platform of the Indian Army we have here. So in mechanized, basically we have armored mechanized infantry, these two things. So I'll just take you around the equipment also, and I'll tell you what is the difference between both also.
Okay. So what is the difference between the tank? One is the tank and one is a
BMP.
What is the full form?
It's Boyovoy Machino Picote. It's a Russian term.
Acha, Russian term. Acha.
Yeah. So infantry. Yeah, it's an infantry combat vehicle.
Okay. Similar to tank.
It's similar to tank. The main difference in this is, in tank we have a crew of 3.
Okay.
But in this we also have the stick also. Stick are people, infantry people who can get down, dismount and fight.
Acha.
So that capability also we have in a BMP.
Okay.
So basically here now, this is our training area.
Okay.
In which we'll be showing you how a new driver is being trained. We'll show you the obstacle courses that we have, and we'll show you completely the way it's happening. So first we just, from here you can see we have the number plates over there, 1, 2.
Right.
These are various obstacles.
Okay.
Which the BMP and the tank will also be negotiating.
Okay.
So we have the tank head which will be leading.
Yeah.
Then we have 2 BMPs.
Okay. So does the tank have a steering wheel or levers, or how does it work?
For a tank, it's basically 2 levers we have.
2 levers.
And whereas when it comes to BMP, it is like a steering wheel, but cut steering wheel, like a sports car steering wheel.
Achha.
It's that kind of a steering wheel. It's amphibious. So I'll be showing you that.
Oh, I see.
तो ये अभी हम यहाँ
यहाँ देखेंगे.
अच्छा. Oh, wow. क्या बात है.
From here now, would you like to go on a ride?
Oh, I'd love that. Come.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily lives. We aren't talking about time travel yet.
Gadgets tested under extreme conditions.
But why? I review tech for people like you and me. You know what? Let me take it from here.
All right.
Tech isn't that complicated. In fact, it's about making our lives simpler, better, and more fun. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
If it matters to you, it matters to India. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
We see the problems, but you as a social entrepreneur see the solutions. You are not just creating solution, you are creating a future where everyone has a chance to thrive. For the change makers, the innovators, the ones building a better world, one solution at a time. The Adani Green Talk Social Impact Awards are created for you.
Now, after actor Sonu Sood, the Punjab Chief Minister, he has now reacted to NDTV's campaign and has assured all possible assistance for Abhijot's family. Like I said, actor Sonu Sood, he had earlier spoken with the family of Abhijot. He had assured all the help. Abhijot Singh, this 8-year-old kid from Talwandi in Amritsar, he's battling a severe kidney disorder. Amidst the Punjab's worst floods in decades, his family is completely cut off by the floodwaters, leaving his family stranded and unable to access the life-saving treatment that he receives every 2 months at Chandigarh. That's a 200-kilometer ride from where he stays. And with their entire farmland that has now been submerged, income that is lost, his parents are appealing for help to cover, and that appeal has been heard by the Chief Minister himself, who has said that all help will be given to this young kid. Listen in to what the Chief Minister has said. The Punjab Health Minister has said. We've heard from the Punjab Chief Minister that there is going to be help for this little kid, Abhijot. What kind of help are we looking at?
All kind of help. We will reach out to the family and bring the child to the hospital, do all the tests and treat him. And as a doctor, this is a condition which is both treatable as well as curable. So the child will lead a normal life and government will bear all the expenses. So we have the mobile medical teams and ambulances also, and if not, then we have the boat ambulances also. So we will reach out to the family, bring them to the hospital, base hospital, and then if need we take him to the medical college. And we will get him the best possible treatment and make sure that the child leads a normal life. The Honorable Chief Minister has already told me to provide all possible help.
Dr. Singh, it's a dire situation, especially in the rural and flood-affected areas in Punjab. What steps are being taken to upgrade the immediate healthcare infrastructure in those areas?
That is very important question. Right now, you see, this is our top priority. So we have a very elaborate emergency response system, which has 323 mobile medical teams. That's from the government sector. And now we have been joined by Indian Medical Association and various NGOs and charitable hospitals. So they have given us another 250 ambulances. We had our 174 ambulances already in operation. So then we have the rapid response teams, more than 350 rapid response team, which is being managed by a paramedic. So they go to the periphery and then you see if the patient needs that consultation of a doctor, then the mobile team takes over and we have the baseline hospital. Maybe in a school, maybe in any other government building, which is the last spot which can be reached by the ambulance. We have the base hospitals, then we have our own hospital, district hospital and sub-division hospitals, which are working 24/7. And there is overwhelming response from the private sector as well. Even the private medical colleges, they have given us specialists and there is no dearth of medicines. There are a lot of, there are 2-3 concerns. One is the snake bites, and other is dog bite, and in addition to that, vector-borne and waterborne diseases.
Well, the Punjab government taking note of the NDTV campaign, Save Abhijot. In fact, as I had mentioned, our colleague Reet Kaur Sani, she had highlighted this story. She brought this story to the fore about this 8-year-old kid who's suffering from a serious kidney ailment. Because of the floods, because of the dire situation there in Punjab and in that particular area in Amritsar, there was delay in treatment because of those floods. The family, it was not able to go to the hospital. Abhijot, he suffers from serious kidney ailment. He needs urgent treatment. In fact, this family, they traveled to Chandigarh. They travel to Chandigarh, which is 200 and 250 kilometers from there. And they have to do it regularly, but with their farmland that is submerged, the entire income that is lost, his parents, they were appealing for help in order to cover that cost, the cost of his next medical cycle. His condition, it is worsening without, and it has been worsening, and it is going to be worsening without timely care. But our campaign, NDTV's campaign, Save Abhijot, we tried to highlight this story, and we have been getting reactions from actors, from politicians. In fact, Sonu Sood, as we had mentioned earlier, he had spoken with the family of Abhijot. He had assured all the help. He has in fact posted on his social media this NDTV's report that we had done earlier. He had promised that all help will be given to the family of Abhijot for his treatment. And now the Chief Minister, the Punjab Chief Minister, he has also reacted. He has in fact reacted to NDTV's campaign. He has assured that all possible assistance will be given to Abhijot for his treatment. Remember, this is an 8-year-old boy that we are talking about. Comes from Amritsar, a small village near Amritsar. He is battling a severe kidney disorder. called the nephrotic syndrome amidst the Punjab's worst floods in decades. His entire village, it is completely cut off by flood waters. The entire family, it has been stranded there. And they have been unable to access the life-saving treatment that he, in fact, receives every 2 months in Chandigarh, as I had mentioned earlier. In fact, let's go across to my colleague, Reet Kaur Sani, who broke this story, who got the details about what this family needs. Reet, you're sitting with the family of Abhijot. What is their reaction? Just give us a sense of that.
Right, absolutely, Osama. I'm sitting in Pind Talwandi Rai Dadu, and this is in Ajnala. Like you rightly mentioned, yesterday we'd actually come with Khalsa Aid for Seva over here, and we met Abhijot as well as his family. We know when he first entered, we couldn't quite understand why, he was in a corner. He was not playing like his other siblings, and he was in a lot of pain. He was also crying. In fact, he's right here with me at this point in time. And I'm actually going to go across to his parents and understand for them what this means to them. Of course, like you mentioned, the Chief Minister has also talked about how he's going to give, help to his family. Sonu Sood has come forth, and apart from this, we also have 2 other donors who also are present with me right now. So I'm going to ask his parents, sir, भगवंत मान ने बोला, चीफ मिनिस्टर ने कि वो आपके बेटे की मदद करेंगे. सोनू सूद ने बोला है, 2 लोग आपके घर तक आए हैं जो आपकी मदद करना चाहते हैं. आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं इस पे?
ठीक है मैडम, ये ना 6 साल ਦਾ ਲੜਕਾ ਸੀ ਤੇ 9 ਸਾਲ ਉਮਰ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਇਹਦੀ ਬੱਚੇ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ 3 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਇਲਾਜ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਨੂੰ ਜੀ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ 9-10 ਲੱਖ ਰੁਪਇਆ ਲਾਤਾ ਹੈ. ਮੈਂ ਬੱਚਾ ਇਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਰਹਿੰਦਾ, ਬਸ ਮੰਨ ਕੇ ਚੱਲ 2-4 ਮਹੀਨੇ ਰਹਿੰਦਾ ਇਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਠੀਕ ਠਾਕ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ, ਡੇਢ ਪਾ ਕੇ ਫਿਰ ਇਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ
जी. पर अब देखिए, आपका बिल्कुल उसकी जर्नी बहुत ज़्यादा डिफिकल्ट रही है, पर अब जैसे मान साहब ने बोला वो हेल्प करेंगे, बाकी ये लोग भी आए मदद करने, तो अब आप कैसा फील कर रहे हैं कि आपको फाइनली उसकी जो भी मदद है, जो भी उसका इलाज है, उसमें आपको इतना सपोर्ट मिलेगा सबसे?
हाँ मैडम ठीक है, जी हेल्प है ਸਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੈ ਵੀ ਹੈਲਪ ਬਹੁਤ ਕਰਦੇ CMB ਜੀ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਤੇ ਜੀ ਹੈਲਪ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ. ਬਾਕੀ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਏ ਸਾਡੇ ਘਰ. ਠੀਕ ਜੀ CM ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੀ ਹੈ ਬਾਕੀ जी 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 बिल्कुल ਹਾਂਜੀ ਹਾਂਜੀ
जी. पर आप बेफिक्र रहिए, अब उसको हेल्प आ रही है, उसका जो उसको बीमारी वो बिल्कुल क्योरेबल है, सो वो बिल्कुल ठीक हो जाएगा. अभी इतने लोग आ रहे हैं, उसका बेस्ट से जगह इलाज होगा और कोई आपको परेशानी की बात नहीं है. कुछ आप और कहना चाहेंगे जो व्यूअर्स देख रहे हैं उनके लिए?
नहीं मैडम, ਚੱਕਰ ਇਹ ਜੇ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਇਹਦਾ ਆਪਾਂ ਇਲਾਜ ਕਰਾਉਣਾ ਹੈ. ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਹਾਂਜੀ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਭੈਣਾਂ ਭਰਾਵਾਂ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਰਨੀ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਹੈਲਪ ਬਾਰੇ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ. ਬਾਕੀ ਇਹ ਭਾਵ ਇਹਦਾ ਇਲਾਜ ਕਰਾਈਏ ਕਿ ਚੰਗੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਮਹੀਨਾ ਡੇਢ ਸਹੀ ਰਹਿੰਦਾ, ਬਾਕੀ 6 ਮਹੀਨੇ ਉੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਰਹਿੰਦਾ ਜੀ. ਹਾਂਜੀ ਹਾਂਜੀ
Right, you can hear his father. He's extremely overwhelmed. Earlier, also when I entered, his grandmother just came in and she tightly hugged me. And they all are extremely overwhelmed at this point in time. And you have to understand that there's a lot of emotions that's involved. He said that since the past 3 years the treatment's been going, he's not been going to school. This hampers his daily life. His mother over here, who's always whenever I've seen her in these past 2 days, I've always seen her be very in a very in a course. I mean her. And it's important. Why also? Because like Abhijot, there are many people in Punjab who are affected by the floods. Many of those who have have to understand that there is water out there. People go through this entire area, so we don't even know what is the entire sea of diseases that we are looking at. That and also because he has an existing condition, could God forbid the water exacerbate his condition. So there is not just Abhijot, there are many people like him who need your help, who need your support, and we are NDTV are running a campaign. Luckily it's yielded impact in less than 24 hours, and we have help for Abhijot. Talking about help for Abhijot, like I mentioned earlier, that there are 2 NGOs that have come up to help for Abhijot. One is the Khalsa Aid, with which we came yesterday. There's so present here, and there's also ma'am who is from the Sun Foundation. The Sun Foundation is by Mr. Vikramjit Singh Sahani, who is Rajya Sabha MP. Now I'm going to go to them and understand from them, how did they understand about this entire issue. Of course, the Khalsa Aid came with us, so they knew about the case way before us. They were in fact people who flagged the issue to us. So I'm also going to try and understand what the vision behind is and how exactly they're going to help Abhijot. Yeah, right. So how exactly are you going to help him? And, what is your vision behind this? Because you've really been tirelessly working on the ground. I've been seeing your reports. I've been seeing you. I've personally been with you to several places to help people. How is the condition? How are people who have health problems taking care of, themselves during the floods?
No, first of all, thank you for NDTV for putting this whole report up, and all the viewers. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Hi, everybody. So for our call side, we just don't work on disaster relief. We work on the humanitarian basis for the welfare of human life at the large. So the motto of our mission, the vision is pretty much same, to recognize the whole human race as one, and the welfare of all sarbat da pala. So in that, it's just not limited to the Russian, not limited to just a cattle field, but it's more about helping people out in any way possible. And we really want to thank our donors. We just got a donor from Toronto, especially from Sudbury, who want to help this kid out, and we just want to be that channel. So the help will be here.
Right, and you've talked about channels. I'm also going to quickly go to the Sun Foundation. We have with us, she's a member, she's a party volunteer, she's present over here. I'm also going to understand from you, ma'am, how did you understand, he was with us yesterday, but you weren't. So, how did you come about knowing about this, and also help us understand that, what exactly is it that you're going to do to help the child?
Yeah, actually, we came to know from your NDTV reporting yesterday. Our president, Mr. Vikramjit Singh Sahni, Padam Shri MP, he has seen this video, and he immediately guided us to visit here and to see the child.
Exactly, and owing to that, she's here, and she's also been walking me through what all it is that they will do for Abhijot. But there is light at the end of the tunnel. There is hope, and we can see it in this case. Back to you, Sama.
All right, we all hope that all the promises that have been made to help this family reaches Abhijot and his family very, very soon. Reet Kaur Sahni, thank you very much for getting us all those details. And a shocking drug bust in Hyderabad. Police have uncovered a major MDMA racket that was being run not through the usual shady corners of the city, but through a gay dating app. Two peddlers, they were earlier arrested under the NDPS Act, but they returned to trade after getting bail. They have now been caught again. Along with them, 7 consumers, including a general surgeon, an IT recruiter, and even a sex worker have been detained. Code names like Rocket, like Pigeon, they were being used to secretly peddle ecstasy online. With drugs worth nearly 15 lakh rupees seized and one detainee testing HIV positive, the bust has triggered both a crime as well as a public health alarm. The big question that we are asking here on the show today is, have the dating apps become drug hubs, or are they becoming drug hubs? In fact, let me go across to my guests at this point of time. I have Sunita Krishnan, social activist from Hyderabad, and Ivan Mehta, global technology expert, TechCrunch. Let me start by asking you, Sunita Krishnan, when we talk about this particular case and a lot of such cases, it highlights not just a crime but also public health concerns. Like I mentioned, one person has tested HIV positive. How worrying is this overlap of drugs, unsafe practices, health risks? Just break it down for us.
Osama, thank you so much for taking this up on NDTV, because most people don't want to talk about this. There's so much of stigma and so much of silence around drug peddling and drug trafficking, because it's not just about the poor. You have, in the last few months, if you see the number of drug rackets that has been busted in Hyderabad, you will also notice a premier university where young people, more than 50 of them were suspects. So it is definitely a very alarming situation. Not only Hyderabad, I would say all metropolitan city. But also the fact that today the digital medium, or the new scene of crime, is the digital medium, whether it is dating app, whether it's social media apps, or it is instant messaging. Technology is the new scene of crime, which all criminals have used extensively and using it more and more. And a very troubling and very worrying factor is at the pace at which they are using these platforms. The enforcement mechanism is not able to kind of match their pace in terms of handling the thing. Now, coming to, public safety, I would not like to comment on that because that can happen anywhere. But the fact that a dating app is used with code words and emojis and all kinds of encrypted, messaging to deal with a crime is one concern. But also another very, very big concern for me is that these are all repeat offenders.
Yeah.
There doesn't seem to be any kind of deterrence. See, criminals are using the newer ways. Social media or the digital platform is the most accessible platform now to find the most vulnerable, whether it's young people, the consumers, you get it. So if you see some of the drug rackets that has been busted from, say, April of this year, you will see a profile of 14 to 21 years old also, who are the consumers and buyers, not just the doctors and, the professionals and others. So there is a whole vulnerable population around this whole space. And they use dating apps, they use social media. And in these same spaces, these peddlers and, traffickers, drug traffickers are all entering the space and using those vulnerability to, commit a crime.
Yeah.
But the sad part is none of them are getting convicted. None of them are getting, fixed for the crime that they have committed. So there's no deterrence, and therefore this platform is going to be used more and more. Not just the dating app. Osama, I would give you examples also from the matrimonial sites. I will give you examples also from classified and also Facebook and Insta, where such peddling has happened.
Yeah, we'll try and make a sense of that. Before I go to Mr. Ivan Mehta to make a sense of how technology is actually, being used in this particular manner, let me go across to my colleague Ashish, who's reporting from Hyderabad. Ashish, take us through how this racket was busted. Give us the details.
So, Osama, first of all, we need to understand how these guys get caught. Basically, police were tracking one drug peddler. He is based out of Bangalore, a Nigerian national. First, he was tracked, and through him, these two peddlers here in Hyderabad, they were identified. Later on, Commissioner Task Force is a specialized wing working directly under Commissioner of Police Hyderabad. They nabbed these two peddlers from a North Zone area of Hyderabad. And later on, while investigating these two peddlers, police found that there are several of the consumer, and they are using dating app, a gay dating app, to lure their customer as well as to supply drugs and to inform them about drugs. So that's a worrying trend which Hyderabad police has now realized, and they are, while they are counseling all these consumer because they are drug abuse persons, and they are treated as a person who are kind of addicted to drug. They are victim of drug abuse, so they are being counseled. On the very other hand, these two persons, the accused, the peddler, who been previously arrested, they served jail term, and later on they again came out, and then again they started procuring as well as selling drugs. So now police is trying to identify more and more drug peddlers, how they were procuring drugs. They were bringing drugs from Bangalore after purchasing there, and they were selling it here in Hyderabad. So how they were bringing that drug, that is being investigated. These two persons, apart from these two arrested persons, whether there is a larger conspiracy or larger network of drug supplier and drug consumer, that is being investigated. So clearly it's a very shocking kind of development. Remember, Telangana police special drug wing, Eagle, which is formed after new government came into the power, they are continuously monitoring social media, they are continuously monitoring chats, and in fact financial transaction of drug peddlers or habitual offenders. So if a habitual offender is getting caught, or drug seller peddler is getting caught, their mobile will be searched, their transactions will be, whether it's a online UPI transaction or any other kind of transaction, that is being monitored. And that also led to the Eagle, the drug enforcement agency here in Hyderabad, leading them to several premier colleges and universities. Remember, one prominent medical college university students were nabbed, and they're being counseled earlier this month, last month itself. One prominent private university student, and there also it was found that several of the students were consuming drugs, they were procuring drugs, they were making transactions through UPI. So clearly, this is a big racket, and now enforcement wing of Telangana police that is investigating. Apart from that, Hyderabad City Police is also investigating the entire network, how they procure drug, how they are supplying drug, who are the consumer, because getting information about consumer, whether they are addict and how to counsel them is also a challenge. So police is also inquiring about them, and if it's a habitual offender or habitual consumer, then definitely, as per law, police is willing to take all kind of action against the consumer as well as the peddlers.
Right, Ashish there. Thank you very much for getting us all those details. Ivan Mehta, this is something that Sunita Krishnan was also mentioning. There are a host of people and people from different, not just one particular app that something like this is happening. We're talking about Grindr here, a gay dating app. There are other dating apps, but what I want to understand from you is all of it is built for privacy, right? But is that privacy also being misused to create such, digital drug bazaars here?
One point I'd like to make, and Sunita rightly said that this could be any platform, not just dating apps. Not all platforms are necessarily built for privacy. If you're chatting on, say, WhatsApp or Signal, the messages are end-to-end encrypted, but some of the platforms such as Telegram and some of the other social platforms, the messages are not encrypted. Some of the platforms do keep a watch on what messages are being exchanged, not particularly for, I would say, not particularly for monitoring, but to see if someone is breaking any rules. Those algorithms need to be more robust because, like you mentioned initially in the report, that a lot of them use code names just to exchange information about drugs or about other substances. We have seen numerous cases with both Bumble and Grindr, other platforms, that there are scams on these platforms which lure users, not just for drugs, but extortion money. So we've seen users' safety being harmed in other ways as well. So I think it could be any platform which could be used for exchanging information, which could be drugs. And you also mentioned that these are repeat offenders. So one thing that platforms would need to do is prevent them from creating accounts and look at some signals. I understand that they might not be doing it from same ID and same information, but look at
as a technology expert yourself, what role can technology companies realistically play in flagging or filtering out illegal activities such as drug peddling?
Yeah, realistically, I mean, one, if a suspicious user comes across us, they have to kind of report it. If we see that there is a pattern repeating in terms of certain messages being exchanged and that pattern is being followed, they have to create detection algorithms as to file it under suspicion and possibly pass it on to authorities to investigate, not particularly the people, but also the conversation to understand that, hey, are these conversations potentially about drug peddling or something else? We've seen with Instagram as well that there is CSAM and child sexual exploitation material. Their offenders also use kind of code language. So it's not a platform-specific problem. It's as wide as any platform where you can connect with other users. It's just that it needs active monitoring and, I would say, pattern recognition and working with authorities to understand how this takes place on that particular network.
All right, Ivan Mehta and Sunita Krishnan, thank you very much for sharing your views here on this subject. And breaking news now coming in at this point of time. After a showdown with an IPS officer, Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar's NCP faction MLC, Mr. Amol Mitkari, he has demanded a UPSC probe into IPS officer Anjana Krishna's documents amid the viral video controversy that involves the Deputy Chief Minister himself. Meanwhile, the NCP Sharad Pawar MP Supriya Sule, she has slammed the police being targeted and said that attacking the credentials of IPS Anjana Krishna, it is a grave assault on our constitution. big breaking news coming in at this point of time. Ajit Pawar's NCP, it has targeted the woman officer Anjana Krishna. This after this entire showdown with the IPS officer who was on call with the Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar's NCP. All right, let me go across to Abhishek who joins us. Abhishek Avasthi who joins us to get us more on this. Abhishek, take us through what exactly has transpired right now.
Definitely we have seen the video that has gone viral where we can see the conversation between the IPS officer and Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar. And after that entire controversy, we have seen how Ajit Pawar has reacted to it and posted on X and expressed that he doesn't meant to interfere and he respects the working. In fact, what we can understand is that on one side Deputy Chief Minister has clarified on the entire incident, but the member of Legislative Council from NCP, Amol Mitkari, has written a letter to UPSC mentioning that there should be scrutiny of all the documents of the IPS officer, and that's where the all controversy is now brewing, on which Supriya Sule has posted on X and said that this is not right and this is how the ruling party in the state is undermining the civil servant in Maharashtra. So this controversy at one given point of time where Deputy Chief Minister has given a clarification on this entire thing, but on the other side we see opposition is directly attacking, on which Supriya Sule has posted on X and directly mentioned that the ruling party, the ruling alliance in Maharashtra is targeting that IPS officer. She's a woman officer and this is not right, not in the spirit of constitution and not in the spirit of India, because there is a letter which has been written by Amol Mitkari, who is an MLC from NCP of Ajit Pawar faction, which clearly states that to UPSC to do the scrutiny of all the documents, the caste certificate by which the probationary IPS officer has completed the civil service. So this is the point of controversy currently which is now brewing. Despite the clarification by Ajit Pawar, this not seems to end right now. Back to you.
All right, Abhishek Avasthi, thank you very much for getting us all those details. Time for a very, very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
The defender of Ladakh, India's high-altitude warrior. Meet the Zorawar.
We are on a piece of incredible Indian engineering. This compares with the best in the world. It's probably better than any light tank that's ever been built. Vishnu and I are on the Zorawar right before it goes into the hands of the Indian Army.
The first journalists on board India's new light tank, built in India for the world. An NDTV exclusive.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Pulling us into this country. They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years. Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live. Ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है। सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं। लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइन बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं। एनडीटीवी इंडिया पर।
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years. The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years. Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out of it.
गोल्ड ग्लास, क्लियर ग्लास, पार हो या नियर, सब कुछ दिखे क्लियर।
Welcome to my unit. So I'll just brief you through the mechanized platform of the Indian Army that we have here. So in mechanized, basically we have armored, mechanized infantry, these two things. So I'll just take you around the equipment also, and I'll tell you what is the difference between both also.
Okay. So what is the difference between a tank? What is it? One is the tank and one is a
BMP.
What is the full form?
It's Boye Machino Picote. It's a Russian term.
Acha, Russian term. Acha.
Yeah. So infantry it's an infantry combat vehicle.
Okay. Similar to tank.
It's similar to tank. The main difference in this is in tank we have a crew of 3.
Okay.
But in this we also have the stick also. stick are people, infantry people who can get down, dismount and fight.
Acha.
So that capability also we have in a BMP.
Okay.
So basically here now, this is our training area.
Okay.
In which we'll be showing you how a new driver is being trained. We'll show you the obstacle courses that we have, and we'll show you completely the way it's happening. So first we just, from here you can see we have the number plates over there, 1, 2.
Right.
These are various obstacles.
Okay.
Which the BMP and the tank will also be negotiating.
Okay.
So we have the tank head which will be leading.
Yeah.
Then we have 2 BMPs.
Okay. So does the tank have a steering wheel or levers, or how does it work?
For a tank, it's basically 2 levers we have.
2 levers.
And whereas when it comes to BMP, it is like a steering wheel, but
A very good evening, viewers. You're watching Nationwide with me, Deepak Bopana. First up, in a controversial move, the Karnataka State Cabinet has a withdrawal of 60 criminal cases that are against various groups. Now, most of these are high-profile withdrawals. They are linked to the 2019 cases which were registered against supporters of Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar. They were all booked for stone pelting on buses, even government offices. Despite the political weight behind the decision, it's learned that the cabinet acted against the advice of several key departments of the government itself. Now, while we spoke to the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka earlier in the day, he went on to defend this move and said there's nothing wrong in what the cabinet has done. First, let's listen to that reaction.
We have withdrawn cases of BJP supporters. We have withdrawn cases of Kannada Chilvali people. We have withdrawn cases of water agitators. We have withdrawn cases of various agitators. So when I was being arrested to the ED, and then all the BJP government at that point of time had filed to fall cases on my followers. Of course, I have written, and various BJP leaders also have written. They have filed a false case. Then after filing the false case, then the Supreme Court has cleared my case. But naturally, when they saw that it is a false cases, and the government had powers, and we have withdrawn it.
Of course, to discuss this issue, I have with me A.S. Ponnanna, the legal advisor to the Karnataka Chief Minister, Mr. Siddaramaiah. He's also the MLA from Virajpet. We also have Nikhil Jain, political analyst, who's going to be backing the Congress, and Prashant GS from the BJP, all of them joining us today. But first, I want to go across straight to Mr. Ponnanna. Mr. Ponnanna, you're the legal advisor to the Chief Minister. Now, I read that document where they've sought the opinion of various departments, including the police, including the prosecution. They say a clear no, don't withdraw these cases. It's not in the interests of the people. But why does the cabinet time and again, the subcommittee, say, well, let's go ahead and do this? Does it happen because you want to appease any organization, appease a particular community, appease party workers? What is the compulsion really that time and again this happens? Because this is not the first time and probably not the last.
Deepak, as you rightly pointed out, withdrawing from prosecution is not the first. This has happened across the board. In fact, the lead judgments on this issue come from the state of Uttar Pradesh, which is famous or infamous for withdrawing cases of the political followers. But relating to the opinion given by the department, such opinions are only opinions. They are not binding on the cabinet, which is ultimately, the decision maker, that is the government. So in response to your question, legally, now with the new BNSS, this is just step one. Merely because the government has passed an order or issues an order after the cabinet decision to withdraw from prosecution, that does not ipso facto mean that the prosecution stands withdrawn. The prosecutor who is appearing in the cases, he must apply his mind independently and then make an application based on this government order. And then the court must also agree to this withdrawal. It is only then that if the charges are not framed, then it will stand as discharged. If charges are framed, then it will amount to an acquittal from the case. See, this is the legal process and this is the law as it stands. So let us be clear that there is...
But Mr. Ponnanna, there is the legal process. Yes, you're giving us that perspective. But the question that I'm asking is, why does this happen? Why does it need to happen? Because these are some serious criminal cases. There are cases of rioting. There are cases of arson. Public property has been destroyed. Now, what are we going to tell these policemen? Some of the policemen probably were attacked in some of these cases. And more importantly, this decision, a similar decision was taken a few months ago. I remember in 2024 towards the end of December. And that time they challenged it in the Karnataka High Court. The High Court clearly said, that, this is not right, and they came down quite heavily on the government. But again, 6 months later, a decision like this being taken, do you think it's right?
You see, now it is a collective decision of the cabinet. I am nobody to sit in judgment over this decision. All I can tell you is, within its power, well within its domain, to withdraw from prosecution, subject to the due process of law as envisaged under Section 360 now, under the new BNSS, 320 if I'm not mistaken, under the old Act, under the old procedure code. But the question is that, for example, let me just give you a quick example. Recently, we withdrew from land acquisition in Devanali, which you also extensively reported. In protest for the acquisition, several farmers and organizations, Dalit Samitis, all of them had participated in the protests against the land acquisition. So while withdrawing from the acquisition, land acquisition, we also assured them that we'll withdraw from the prosecution as well. You see, this is not a new phenomena. Protests, public protests, political protests, at times leading to prosecutions, withdrawing from it is quite common. It is there all over the country. It has happened in Karnataka. It has happened elsewhere also. But these are not acts of some terrorist activities or anti-national activities where they're withdrawing from. And in fact, the new code also provides for hearing the victim. So let us understand the background of these cases. These are all, political issues where they have all participated in protests, participated in public agitation, and being prosecuted. So the government of the day is well within its right to withdraw from such prosecution cases.
Right. Interesting perspective that you've given us, Mr. Ponnanna. Thank you for your time. I'll leave it at that. I'll now go across to the other two panelists who are with us, Prashant GS of the BJP and also Nikhil Jain, political analyst, who's of course siding with the Congress today on the panel. Firstly, Prashant, now the BJP has been crying foul last time when the cases were withdrawn and now as well. But I want to ask the BJP here, because I asked Mr. Ponnanna this as well. This is not a trend of today. It has been done in the past. It has been done under Mr. B.S. Yediyurappa's regime. It has been done under Mr. Bommai's regime. And it has been done in the past before that as well. So why does it happen? And today when you condemn the Congress government, do you feel that it was justified for you to do it because you've set the precedent as well?
Deepak, first to reply to what Mr. Ponnanna said, it's really shameful that he likened withdrawing cases on protesters involved in arson and rioting and who are involved in damaging public property to farmers who are agitating for their land. So therefore, that particular comparison itself is absurd and really shameful that he has made that comparison. Be that as it may. Now, look at the intent behind withdrawal of these cases. These people were arrested for serious charges of damage to public property, public servants, the police were also harmed during that, arson, and stone pelting when D.K. Shivakumar was arrested in an ED case. And now these people have been let off, or their government wants to let them off because
that's few of the cases. They are also saying there are cases against farmers which have been dropped. They're also saying there are cases against pro-Kannada groups that have been dropped. So these are 60 cases that we're talking about, not just the 11.
Fine. See, Deepak, ultimately, the objective was to bring out people who supported D.K. Shivakumar in his for stone pelting when he was arrested. So, and maybe government is looking at those people to be used for rigging the elections of the local bodies which they want to conduct through ballot papers. So we don't know, because otherwise, why on earth would D.K. Shivakumar want the same stone pelters now released much before the elections are announced? We don't know. We have to look at from that point of view also as to why Congress wants these anti-social elements now out freely roaming just before the elections. And when it came to DJ Halli and KJ Halli also, Congress, to appease a particular community, withdrew all the cases, and at that point in time, it is even more shameful that the same writers had torched the property belonging to then Congress MLA. Even then, Congress chose
Nikhil, I want you to come in.
justice.
I want you to come in. The BJP says that these are very serious cases of rioting. It happened in the past with the Hubli riots of 2022. Cases were withdrawn. Now, once again, you're doing it. These are not small cases, is the claim by the BJP.
But the problem is that the BJP doesn't realize what a serious offense is and what a serious offense is. And first of all, I'll point out the fallacy in the argument of the BJP spokesperson. At one point, he says these people are released much before the local body elections. At another point, he says they're released just before the elections. He needs to make up his mind whether these people are released before the local
Nikhil,
body
now
elections or
let it
much
be
before
clear.
the local body
You have
elections.
announced
The fact of
elections
the
on
matter
ballot
is,
paper and you want
Hold on, Prashant, let him complete.
I did not interject,
No,
Prashant. I
I'm
did not
clarifying.
interject.
You raised a point, I'm clarifying. They
All
are
right,
being
and let me
released
also
now
clarify for the
because
viewers,
to
Prashant.
abet you in
Prashant, that's
your
not fair.
election rigging
Prashant,
process.
that's not fair, yaar. I wasn't interjecting you. Let me put out the facts for your viewers that the local body elections are a year from now, September. We are in September 25. The local body elections would be in September 2026. To somehow release, link the withdrawal of these prosecution cases against certain individuals to those local body elections, that's a very fallacious argument to make, number one. Number two, of the 60 cases withdrawn, some have been also withdrawn against BJP members. The Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka is on record making that statement. So it is not just a matter of the BJP or the Congress. Thirdly, when you talk about cases of rioting and arson, I am a lawyer and I'm sure, Deepak, you would have covered numerous cases where somebody has been put in for a case of arsoning just because they were burning somebody's effigy, or when somebody was, congregating in
This
a
is a
crowd in a
clear-cut
protest,
case. Now,
and they were charged
in the
against
Hubli
for
riots
riot.
of 2022, when it was withdrawn 6-7 months ago, there was rioting which actually happened. Stones were pelted at a police station. Vehicles were torched. Even now, you're talking about the Chittapur case. It was a serious offence. So we're not just talking about any offence here, Nikhil. So that has to be looked into. The gravity of the offence is important. But that's not even the question. I want to ask both of you all. We have about 30 seconds left. So I don't want to delve too much into these little minute aspects. But the larger issue here is if the Congress is going to be in power and if they think that they'll withdraw cases against certain members, certain organizations, and the BJP does the same, are you not giving a lifeline to criminals?
First of all, let me make it very clear that under Section 360 of the BNSS, no withdrawal of prosecution can take place without the consent of the court. So if the court thinks that these cases should not be withdrawn, that these people are indeed prima facie guilty of it, the court will not allow such withdrawal. And that is where it is.
Intent is the issue here.
Okay, very quickly, 20 seconds, Prashant. I just have 20 seconds.
Yes, Deepak, the intent is the issue and the timing is suspect because ultimately the court will decide and we will obey the court orders. But the intent of the government is to ensure that to place it before the court that government wants to let them free, which means for the government, these incidents which helped DK Shivakumar in whichever way, they pelted stones when he was being arrested, he wants to reward them. That is the point they want to make before the court.
Okay,
so
the BJP feels that the withdrawal of cases is to really reward some of the party workers. The Congress believes otherwise. It's for the people, of course, to decide if this is right or wrong. With that, I'm thanking both our panelists. That's it from me. We're slipping into a quick break.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily lives. We aren't talking about time travel yet.
Gadgets tested under extreme conditions.
But why? I review tech for people like you and me. You know what? Let me take it from here.
All right.
Tech isn't that complicated. In fact, it's about making our lives simpler, better, and more fun. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
other opposition parties.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I
or
hold
buy time to invest in that?
CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
We see the problems, but you as a social entrepreneur see the solutions. You are not just creating solution, you are creating a future where everyone has a chance to thrive. For the change makers, the innovators, the ones building a better world, one solution at a time. The Adani Green Talk Social Impact Awards are created for you. Green Talk Social Impact Awards 2025, coming soon.
Before we began this episode, Vishnu was walking around this gun right now and having a really good time. Vishnu, the weapons. Let's talk about the weapons right now.
No, I think the weapons are absolutely incredible. And Commodore, why don't you come in on this? This is an upgraded gun mount. Eventually, all of the ships of this class will have this upgraded gun mount. She carries BrahMos missiles, MR SAMs as well. How does this represent one of the most formidable capabilities for ships of this class, not just in the region, but anywhere in the world?
So Vishnu, I would like to highlight one very important aspect in this class of ships, and that is the indigenous fire punch that we pack with us. So weapons, sensors are very complex systems, and very few countries across the world have this capability to have very potent and very credible weapon and sensor package. So what the P-17 Alpha class of ship gets to the table is the fact that the larger majority of our weapons are indigenous. They are built, designed and operated and maintained thereafter throughout their life cycle by the companies and the wherewithal of India. And that's a really proud moment for us to have this opportunity and this capability with us.
If it matters,
have left several areas flooded. In fact, Sector 135 is the worst hit, with homes, offices and the arterial roads under knee-deep water. Even Sector 125 too is battling severe waterlogging, throwing traffic and daily routines out of gear. Time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम, डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा।
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसा हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है?
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire Dabba trading scam.
India's defence game is no longer evolving, it's transforming. The NDTV Defence Summit 2025 brings together the sharpest minds. One day, big conversations, bold ideas. The mission is clear. Stay ready, stay ahead. Leading from the front, the Honourable Defence Minister, Rajnath Singh. The NDTV Defence Summit 2025, warfare in the 21st century.
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years.
Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years,
Covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Now the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves.
And Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big
Until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
That's huge! That is a biggie! It's out of here!
Gold Class Clear Glass. Far ho ya near, sab kuch dikhe clear.
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है, सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं, लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं। एनडीटीवी इंडिया पर।
We see the problems, but you as a social entrepreneur see the solutions. You are not just creating solution, you are creating a future where everyone has a chance to thrive. For the change makers, the innovators, the ones building a better world, one solution at a time. The Adani Green Talk Social Impact Awards are created for you. Green Talk Social Impact Awards 2025, coming soon.
Pulling us into this country.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down.
Welcome to the Southern View. Our top focus tonight is the turbulence in Tamil Nadu politics. How is the AIDMK looking at the prospects of expanding, and also on the raging controversy over BDs and Bihar by Kerala Congress ex-handle? Has political discourse now been reduced to stereotyping, defaming and bringing out our regional biases in a very crude way? But first up, the headlines. Donald Trump snipes after Modi-Xi Putin meeting. Trump says lost India to deep, dark China. NDTV Save Abhijot campaign resonates. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann and actor Sonu Sood have extended support. Biggest defence boost for Bharat now after Operation Sindoor. Big defence upgrade. India eyes hypersonic weapons. NDTV accesses 15-year roadmap. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister reacts to viral phone call. Ajit Pawar in back foot in the midst of a backlash. Ajit Pawar's NCP targets officer after showdown. Mumbai cops issue a lookout notice against Shilpa Shetty, the actor, and also against her husband, Raj Kundra. A fraud case has been registered against Shilpa Shetty and also Raj Kundra. The couple has been accused of embezzling 60 crores. Well, we start with some breaking news now. In a dramatic incident in Tamil Nadu's Thanjavur district, Patalimaktal Kachi PMK Town Panchayat President M.A. Stalin narrowly escaped an attack at his office on Thursday when a three-member gang hurled country-made bombs after being prevented from moving closer to him. Police said 2 persons, including Stalin's supporter Ilayaraja, sustained minor injuries while a window pane and few items in the office were damaged. I took refuge in the washroom, otherwise they would have killed me. That's what Stalin has told NDTV, narrating how he managed to escape by locking himself inside. A senior police officer has meanwhile said that the motive of this attack is not known. My colleague Sam Daniel joins us with more details on this. Sam, how is the investigation proceeding in this case? We've heard of these, instances in the past where PMK and VCK cadre would get involved in these kind of incidents. But with regard to this specific one, what is the police saying?
At the moment, the motive police say is not clear, Vasudha, but they suspect it could be a personal enmity between the PMK leader who was about to be attacked and the alleged gang. Based on the CCTV footage and based on eyewitness reports, investigation is underway. The police is quite hopeful that very soon they'll be able to secure the accused. And the CCTV images show these men coming by car, and investigators say they had barged into the office room of this town panchayat president, attempted to reach out to that leader, but his supporters blocked him. By then, he had entered into a washroom and locked himself up. And as they left the office room, they hurled country-made bombs in which 2 men suffered injuries, and there was some minor damage to the property as well. And supporters of this leader Stalin also indulged in a protest, and at one point they set fire for tires. But now police say investigation is underway. Situation certainly, the opposition has slammed the ruling DMK, citing this is yet another example of what they call the declining, and it's at its peak, as they call it. The PMK leader Anbumani Ramadas has said that the rulers should put down their head in shame, and the senior Ramadas has said this leader ought to be given protection by the police, and BJP state Nainar Nagendran has also said this indicates the kind of law and order when a leader could be attacked in broad light at his own office. The DMK, of course, has denied these allegations, saying that despite best attempts by prevent this kind of incidents because of personal enmity, often these things happen. But in every such case, they say police have taken tough action, ensured speedy justice and conviction.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sam Daniel, for joining us with those important details. A PMK district panchayat head has been attacked, and while police are investigating this case, PMK has also accused the DMK ruling government of not ensuring law and order was in place in the state. Moving on to other news from the south of India. Well, a now deleted social media post from the Kerala Congress comparing BD and Bihar has triggered a storm. What was apparently intended as a satire on proposed GST rates for BDs has instead snowballed into charges of regional insult, with the NDA allies in Bihar calling this completely shameful and politically arrogant. Now, the Congress, of course, has deleted the post and clarified that the intent was to criticize the tax policy, not the people of Bihar. But the big question here, in a deeply diverse country like India, where political communication can easily inflame regional pride, should parties not exercise greater restraint and responsibility in their messaging? That's the question we ask today evening. We are joined by a panel of guests, but first, here are some reactions.
This is the negative thinking of the Congress, which we have seen over many decades now. In fact, this has started manifesting itself in their day-to-day affairs. The frustration that they are losing public support, the frustration that the Gandhi family is no more liked by the people of India, is reflecting in their actions. I think it is condemnable that the Congress sought to insult the people of Bihar. First they insulted Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother. Then now they have insulted the people of Bihar. I don't know who they will insult tomorrow. You also all be careful. They will start attacking the media.
बिहार की पहचान बीड़ी और बिहार से है। अरे बिहार बुद्धिमान बिहार है। तेजस्वी यादव जी गेंद आपके पाले में है। क्या बिहार बीड़ी का पर्याय है? हिम्मत है तो केवल उम्मीदवार बनने के लिए राजनीति में चरण पादुका मत धोइए। सच यह है कि बिहारी स्वाभिमान से जीता है और बिहार आत्मसम्मान के लिए जाना जाता है।
कांग्रेस सफाई दे रही है, कह रही है कि हैक कर गया था आईडी, इसीलिए
नहीं, अब जो भी है ये गलत ट्वीट था, इसका हम लोग समर्थन नहीं करते।
तो कांग्रेस सफाई दे रही है, कह रही है कि हैक कर गया था आईडी, इसीलिए
नहीं, अब जो भी है ये गलत ट्वीट था, इसका हम लोग समर्थन नहीं करते।
देखिए, किसी भी स्टेट को, किसी भी स्टेट के वासियों को किसी इस तरह की चीज़ से तुलना करना नहीं चाहिए। मैंने तो वो ट्वीट नहीं देखा है किस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में क्या किए हैं। अगर ऐसा किए हैं तो हम लोग कहेंगे कि उनको वापस लें, क्योंकि इस तरीके का किसी भी स्टेट के लोगों के साथ हम लोग बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे।
We have Dr. Karuna Sagar, spokesperson of the Congress Party, joining us. We have Tuhin Sinha, national spokesperson, BJP. We have Ajit Kumar Jha, consulting editor, NDTV, joining us now. Thank you all of you for being here. Tuhin Sinha, to you first. The Congress basically says that it's not just the Congress Party, even the RJD leader, Tejasvi Yadav, have said that they have nothing to do with this particular comment that was made on Kerala Congress. How do you react to this?
Good evening, Vasudha. Good evening, everybody. A very happy Onam to all the viewers. Well, Congress Party has been on an abusing spree in the last few days, whether it is the deceased mother of Prime Minister Modi, or now equating Bihar with BD. The condescending attitude of Congress Party towards Bihar is very clear. Now, just a few months ago, Rahul Gandhi was in Tamil Nadu and he was rooting for BD workers of Tamil Nadu. He was asking for GST rates of BD to be dropped. Now, when it has been dropped, they clearly seem to have a different parameter for Bihar, towards which the condescending attitude is very clear. A few days back, they had showcased Stalin in a rally in Bihar. Stalin is the same person whose party has been, abusing Biharis. Dayanadi Maran has gone to the extent of equating Biharis with toilet cleaners. So, I mean, the Congress Party and the RJD, more than the Congress Party, the RJD needs to introspect. Simply by shrugging off the remark, simply by saying that they don't have anything to do with it, I don't think it suffices. The Bihari pride is being insulted time and again by this Congress Party, and I think the RJD should show some spine and, ask some pointed questions to the Congress Party.
Dr. Karuna, how do you look at this episode, sir? Because as a woman, I do think that this reflects this pattern of political discourse slipping into casual insensitivity, South Indians taking on North Indians, North Indian taking on South Indians. I mean, this is clearly not good for the country, and this is offensive stereotyping. Clearly, there are some filters that need to be put in place.
You see, Vasudha, Bihar needs debate about
much more serious issues than this BD, this deleted tweet, and where the clarification has come. This tweet was not from AICC. The tweet was from Kerala PCC. And the moment the leadership came to know about it, it was deleted with an apology that anybody's sentiment has been heard. We apologize. But today, look, we are discussing this on a prime time television. This is what BJP wants. This is the toolkit of BJP. Whenever the election comes, they are fishing for issues. And they've been doing it again and again in different states. See, today, Bihar, issue is whether the democracy has survived or democracy has been stolen. 65 lakh people have been disenfranchised in collusion with the government and the election commission. Rahul Gandhi's voter adhikar yatra and
Dr. Karuna, I completely get your point that, this could even be something that should be discussed. But, you are talking about an important topic like GST. Why would you want to stereotype this? Discussion was not started by the media. It came from a tweet of Kerala Congress, isn't it? So when serious topics have to be debated, political parties, the opposition party specifically, has to also ensure that it puts out the right kind of discourse for us to take note, isn't it?
You see, Vasudha, the Kerala Congress wouldn't be talking or doesn't have to talk about Bihar.
Kerala, UDF in Kerala is the most important party now, sir. It is one party which Rahul Gandhi has represented in the past. Priyanka Gandhi is an MP from there. So that's a state we are looking at with a lot of seriousness for your party, even if we want to cover it with a lot of objectivity. So I do feel, let me ask this question to Tuhin Sinha. See, there's an important point that Karuna Sagar is talking about. He's saying that real issues get diluted. But then what does one do when something like this happens? Because at the end of the day, language is important for any kind of communication, and it is the foundation of politics in the country as well.
Well, obviously we want to discuss real issues. Bihar's GDP growth in the last year has been to the tune of 14.5%. Let's discuss that. But it is the Congress party, it is, the Congress Kerala handle, which acts as a henchman for the overall party. This is not the first time. You would recall, this is not the first time Kerala Congress X handle has tweeted something so obnoxious. And the issue is not about BDs. I don't know why the Congress party is not getting it. The issue is about Biharis. It's about Bihari pride. Bihar is a land of IAS officers, of civil servants. Bihar is a land of educationists. Bihar is a land of very erudite and hardworking people. To equate Bihar with BD consumption, I think that's the point which the Congress party is missing out. And this is not the first time. Like I mentioned, just 3 or 4 days ago, they showcased Stalin at a rally in Bihar. What was the point? We have known the way DMK has insulted Biharis time and again in the last few years. So
okay, let me get in Ajit Kumar Jha here. Dr. Sagar, I'll come to you in just a bit. Mr. Jha, as a person who covers Bihar politics very intensely, help us understand, does this apology or the deletion or the tweet really matter to people of Bihar? Because this is about sentiments, but are there real issues like Dr. Karuna is talking about, that is what is going to matter?
Well, let me begin by saying that the post by Kerala Congress was absolutely abominable, reprehensible, and I think the Congress party officially should apologize for it. Not only the Kerala Congress. I had made a similar statement when someone in Darbhanga had insulted the Prime Minister's mother. I had said if the Congress party seniors would have apologized, the BJP's political attack would have been disarmed. The same thing would have happened if Rahul Gandhi or the Congress president would have apologized. I mean, think of it. Kerala is the most literate state of the country. We have leaders like Shashi Tharoor from there, and now comes this Kerala Congress tweet, which is so demeaning for Bihar, which sends highest number of workers, migrant workers, to Kerala for work. So this is not only anti-Bihar, it's anti-working class. After all, I have seen Kerala working class working in the Middle East. They also smoke bidi. So I think this kind of attitude is pure arrogance, and Congress is known for its blunder. I would say B is for blunder. I mean, remember Manishankar Iyer's famous sort of attack on the Prime Minister, calling him Neech. Now this, and this comes exactly at the time of the elections. So obviously the Bihar's people's sensitivity would be hurt. Now, having said that, obviously the real issues of Bihar is not this BD tweet, but real issues are unemployment, out migration of the people, decline in education, decline in health. Those will remain the real issues. Congress has even tried to make the SIR and its implementation, its bad implementation as Bihar, as a big issue. They have called it, vote chor, gaddi chhod. So those will remain the core issues. But I think the Congress party needs to get out of its high horse and become less arrogant. And imagine Kerala Congress of all places. It's, as I said, Kerala
this
Congress.
was like Tuhin was expecting, we all expected Kerala Congress. Kerala Congress has this certain side to it. Some may call it witty, some may call it full of snide, but it also gets completely offensive at times.
Sleazy is the word.
Okay, Dr. Karuna Sagar, Mr. Jha made this important point that political leaders have to bring in that kind of accountability. And I'm talking about all parties here. Tuhin, we have seen even BJP leaders in the past do this, especially with regard to women. We saw the Delhi elections where Ramesh Biduri's statements, and I was very happy that, people voted him out. So clearly people speak. But Dr. Karuna Sagar, do you think that national leadership of your party also needs to step in at times like this and clear the air that Congress party does not stand for this?
You see, our leadership has the greatest respect for Bihar and the Biharis. I come from Bihar. And like Mr. Tuhin Sinha said, I have been an IPS officer and I have been other cadre, but I am a Bihari. So, Rahul Gandhi has spent 17 days continuously in the state and talking about the issue which is important, that is SIR. Today, you go to Bihar and every youth, every person is talking about SIR. They could not contest the kind of churning that the Rahul Gandhi's Yatra created. And that is why first they started with the Prime Minister's abuse, where some unknown person used a stage, abandoned the stage, and he was arrested, he has been remanded and everything. But they called for a Bandh. The Bandh was a super flop, and not only flop, it shows the real character and the color of BJP. The way they abused elderly people, women who were going to schools, school teachers, children, nobody was spared. And the kind of abuses that were used by the BJP leaders in Bihar about the Congress leadership is absolutely abhorrent.
Okay,
So
let me get it. Tuhin Sinha, Dr.
idea
Karuna,
is-
making this point, making this claim that the BJP is overdoing this aspect about the abuse on the Prime Minister's mother. Everybody thinks that this is completely, abominable. But the Congress party is saying that you are using this to digress from real issues. The was something that did not work. How would you respond to that?
The real issues are playing out every day. GST reforms would be the real issues on the ground. But if the Congress party thinks it can get away with any kind of uncouth, savage behavior, we will not allow them to get away with it. Bihar is the land of Sita Maiya. Bihar is the land of Chanakya. Bihar is the land of Gautam Buddha. In that land, if they think that they can get away with abusive behavior, we will not allow them to get away. And again, let me point out, like Mr. Jha had pointed out, had the Congress party been a little more sensitive and apologized for this behavior, maybe, the issue would not have aggravated. The Congress party, the top leadership, silently supported this abusive behavior. On the first day, when the Gali issue cropped up, Pawan Khera very clearly said, this is a deflection tactic. Pawan Khera himself had abused the Honorable Prime Minister's father last year, for which an FIR was registered against him and he was in jail for a few hours. So I think, this Congress party needs to get real. It needs to identify with the culture of this country, because this uncouth, abusive culture is not going to get this Congress
Okay,
party
Mr.
anywhere.
Jha,
And while we will continue
Mr. Jha,
to
closing
focus on
remarks
real
from you, sir.
issues.
Mr. Jha, closing remarks from you. After that, I'll go to the Congress spokesperson.
I would agree that, see, what happens, the real issues is what Dr. Karuna Sagar points out. The real issues are those, 16, 17 days, the Adhikar rally. The real issues are the unemployment. But what happens in campaign all over the world, once you commit a blunder like this, that the Kerala Congress did, obviously the BJP will use it during the campaign and milk it out. Similarly, remember the Prime Minister's speech just a couple of days ago. In 36 minutes, he mentioned the abuse of his mother 99 times. Our NDTV team actually counted it. Now, obviously, that's a signal that once the campaign begins, they are going to milk it, abusing the Prime Minister's mother, who's the mother of the entire country. She's no more. So what is going to happen? This will have a negative effect in the elections against the Congress party. And that is why I argued that it would be great if Rahul Gandhi himself would have apologized. In both cases, it would disarm the attack by the BJP strategically and would add to his moral fiber. He's a great leader. He should have said the Prime Minister's mother is all our mother. I'm apologizing. It would have helped.
That's a very valid suggestion. Dr. Karuna Sagar, should Rahul Gandhi, he gave toffees to the Yuva Morcha workers, but do you think that if he speaks about this is not really going to impact him, but this would be a good gesture, isn't it?
Rahul Gandhi has time and again showed that his language has always been extremely polite and extremely according to the norms. Whereas the Prime Minister's own speeches and own talking points that he have used, they have been absolutely aberrant. No other Prime Minister in the post-independent India had used the kind of language that Prime Minister has used against the opposition leaders. But so BJP can't be teaching us the culture. But Bihar's youth deserve jobs, education and health, and not BDs.
Probably an apology should be something that they deserve. Thank you so much. Completely out of time. We're in for some breaking news now. Now, this controversy is not just about one deleted post like I was talking about. It's also about the tone and responsibility of our political conversations. Viksit Bharat cannot be built on a society that disrespects women or even works on regional biases. That's the message that probably the country needs to understand, specifically the political parties. Moving on to some breaking news now. Worshippers at the Hazrat Bal Shrine defaced national anthem put on a plaque placed recently after renovation of the main prayer room of the shrine. BJP leader and JNK Waqf Board chairperson has demanded stern action against vandalism. He has accused a National Conference MLA and asked for an FIR against the National Conference for a social media post terming use of emblem inside the shrine as un-Islamic. JNK police, meanwhile, the sources have said that they are looking into this matter.
नेशनल एम्बलम को तोड़ना खुद के ये तो एक दहशतगर्दाना हमला है और एक सियासी पार्टी के गुंडे हैं जिन्होंने ये किया है। इन्हीं गुंडों ने पहले भी कश्मीर को तबाही की थी और आज भी वो खुल के दरगाह शरीफ में आ गए और हमारा जो ये एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर है ये मरते मरते बच गया। इनको भी उन्होंने हमला किया।
Worshippers at Hazrat Bal Shrine have defaced the national emblem put on a plaque that was placed recently. Remember, a controversy had erupted at Hazrat Bal Shrine in Srinagar after devotees protested against JNK Waqf Board for the inscription of the Ashoka emblem on foundation stone of a new structure within the premises of this shrine. Some of the visitors had criticized the chairperson of JNK Waqf Board. My colleague Nazir joins us with more details on this. Nazir, what has really happened, and tell us how is the police looking at this matter?
Friday, and it is the day before the Eid Miladun Nabi. Lot of devotees were at the shrine, and we see there was a plaque was placed there for the inauguration of the, renovation of the shrine, main hall of the shrine. So you have a national emblem there, and people objected there, and you see angry worshippers. They are defiling that emblem. So J&K chairperson of the Waqf board, who is also senior BJP leader, Darsha Indradi, has demanded action. She has termed it as an act of terrorism and even blamed National Conference MLA and asked that she should be booked under PSA. In fact, National Conference MLA Tanveer Sadiq had said that this is un-Islamic, putting something like this inside a shrine or a mosque in Kashmir. So it has become a major controversy. We'll have to see what action police are going to take. I spoke to senior police officer. He said they are observing and monitoring the situation and they're looking into it. We'll have to see if they file any FIR or if there would be any arrests in this case.
Thank you, Nasir, for joining us with those details. The Waqf Board chairperson of J&K is saying that political elements could be behind this defacing of the national emblem, but of course police is investigating this matter. With that, it's time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
The defender of Ladakh, India's high-altitude warrior. Meet the Zorawars.
We are on a piece of incredible Indian engineering. This compares with the best in the world. It's probably better than any light tank that's ever been built. Vishnu and I are on the Zorawar right before it goes into the hands of the Indian Army.
The first journalists on board India's new light tank. Built in India for the world. An NDTV exclusive.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
We see the problems, but you as a social entrepreneur see the solutions. You are not just creating solution, you are creating a future where everyone has a chance to thrive. For the change makers, the innovators, the ones building a better world, one solution at a time. The Adani Green Talk Social Impact Awards are created for you. Green Talk Social Impact Awards 2025, coming soon.
Fenesta Windows, beautiful and durable designs. Installation से maintenance की lifelong customer service. आपके घर में Fenesta नहीं है, तो कॉल कीजिए.
Fine, finer, Fenesta.
My birthday gift to पापा. ये उनके पापा की पहली गाड़ी एक गराज में पड़ी थी दार्जिलिंग में. फिर 3 मैकेनिक, पेंटिंग, पॉलिशिंग. जब इसे फाइनली घर लाया ना, तब लगा लाइफ में ग्रो किया है. बुलाओ.
SIP करो, इन्वेस्ट करो, लाइफ में ग्रो करो.
प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है. निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. Stop. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
If it
matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
जब मुंबई से वापस कोल्हापुर शिफ्ट हुआ तो सबने कहा कि ड्रीम सिटी को छोड़ रहा है। ड्रीम सिटी, तो मैंने कहा ड्रीम में तो यही गलियां आती हैं। तो जब ये रियलाइज हुआ कि कुछ बड़ा करने के लिए बड़े शहर में रहने की जरूरत नहीं है, तब लगा कि लाइफ में ग्रो किया। कशी ताई, ऐसे बॉय मिलते मुंबई में? चांस ही नहीं।
SIP करो, इन्वेस्ट करो, लाइफ में ग्रो करो।
प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
Welcome back. Tamil Nadu politics is once again witnessing turbulence, or call it par for the course. TTV Dinakaran has walked out of BJP-led NDA. In fact, it's AIDMK-led NDA in Tamil Nadu, accusing the alliance of betrayal and arrogance after failed patch-up talks with the AIDMK. At the same time, senior AIDMK leader K. Sengotian has issued a dramatic ultimatum for the return of O. Paneerselvam, also Sashikala and TTV Dinakaran to save the party's future. Now, Sashikala also meeting with OPS, although she did not really disclose details, saying everybody deserves respect. Now, with figures like OPS, TTV Dinakaran and Sengotian in some ways looking at getting together, Sashikala's renewed pitch for unity suggesting a power struggle within Tamil Nadu's principal opposition, or is it just forces trying to find some relevance for themselves before Tamil Nadu elections? Because to AIDMK, that it's the party and the symbol that matter and nothing else. So what exactly is the truth here? The big question, as old wounds resurface, can Modi-Putin-Xi sail smoothly, taking everybody along, or will he take a call depending on who's a baggage and who is of value, and how will the BJP, AIDMK's ally here, or even the DMK? Joining us now is Dr. Sumant Raman, political analyst, also a commentator. We have Pulla Rao, he's a political analyst and also author. We have Ashwathaman Alimuthu, State Secretary, Tamil Nadu BJP. Thank you all of you for joining us on this broadcast. Ashwathaman, to you first. How is the BJP looking at all of this thing that is happening? Because it would be nice for the NDA to expand. Will Edapani like it? Who is the next baggage? Who is going to add value? How is the BJP going to take a call on this? Are you just going to go with what EPS decides? What are you going to decide?
Actually, not only BJP, we the people of Tamil Nadu wanted to throw away the bad ever ruling of DMK. That in the DMK era, all sector of the people being affected. So we wanted to make a good alliance. Now, after that alliance with ADMK and BJP, the people started getting confident to throw away. We can throw away the DMK. That now the issues going on, it is purely ADMK party issue. It is not the issue of alliance.
Right. Sumant Raman, Sengotian, I remember, was removed by Jayalalitha from his post. There used to be differences. He, in fact, comes back at an important post only after Modi-Putin-Xi came in. So clearly, do you see Sengotian really taking on Modi-Putin-Xi? Because I felt that he was trying to give suggestions, saying that the party needs to survive. Let's have more players. What is really good for the AIDMK if it really wants to take on the DMK?
Look, you have to divide this into two parts. One, is what Sengotian is saying from a larger perspective correct or wrong? He is correct. The party needs more allies. It needs more people on board if it is to defeat the DMK in 2026. So to that extent, I think Mr. Sengotian has a point. Now, the point is whether that means including OPS and Sasikala and TTV. The point, again, that many of us have been making is there has to be a distinction between OPS Sasikala on one side and TTV. Mr. Dinakaran, last time in 2021, led to the defeat of the ADMK candidates in 18 constituencies because his party split the AIA-DMK vote. 18 constituencies from 75 AIA-DMK alliance would have been at 93. So there is a need to have more members from the Mukulator community, which Mr. Dinakaran also represents. So that is something which is definitely required. Now, having said that, should Sasikala, who is not really a political force, OPS, who again does not seem to have much large backing, should they be brought back into the fray? I'm not too sure about that. But the point is, steadily there has been an erosion of allies from the NDA. Now we don't know. DMDK is not, it has not made up its mind. PMK has not made up its mind. TTV says he is not in the NDA. OPS is not in the NDA. So NDA of 3, 4, 5 months ago and now itself has suffered erosions. So they need to stem the rot, and that is why what Mr. Sengotayan says from a larger perspective makes sense. I would still not, advocate that they take on board Sasikala and OPS, but everybody else should be an ally. If not part of the party, at least there should be an alliance where the BJP is willing to give seats from its quota. So, Mr. Dinakaran, right from day one, BJP has been willing to say we will take from our quota and give seats to AMMK. When that is the situation, to go and say that we will decide at a later date, time will tell.
Yeah, Mr.
Not right.
Yeah, Ashwathaman, do you think that's a good suggestion that Dr. Sumantraman is giving out, saying that even if they don't be part of the formal alliance, it's important for the BJP to support certain people who are like TTV Dinakaran for that instance? Do you think that is something that the party could be thinking about?
Yes, it sounds good. Actually, DMK, we are also wanted to strengthen the alliance to defeat DMK. Even the people wanted, all sector of the people wanted to throw away the DMK. No second thought will be arise. What Mr. Sriraman said. We are also wanted to buttress the alliance. But I think, personally, there are 6 months time for election. It is not too late.
No, I'm not able to hear Mr. Ashwathaman. I'm able to hear the anchor very clearly.
Okay, let me get in Pularao here. Pularao, sir, how do you think the DMK would be viewing this? Because Sengotian is not really challenging Edapadi Palaniswamy, neither is Sasikala, but they all want to be part of the NDA because they are also looking at some political relevance. What does this mean for the AIDMK? Because as anybody who covers Tamil Nadu knows that it's the symbol that matters, it's a party that matters, but clearly, in a party that has been ruled by people like MGR or Jayalalitha, there's a lot more that needs to be done when it comes to leadership of AIDMK.
One thing is, definitely the DMK will be happy, as also the new leader Vijay. When the so-called ADMK BJP front is, declining, dissension, they'll be happy. And it is a triangular situation now, and supposed to be a great challenge of the ADMK BJP looks weakening day by day. The other aspect is the long reach of Jayalalitha from the grave, if I may say so. 9 years after her death, her party still plays by her role. They go quoting her. She has such a long reach. I don't know of any other leader who had such a long reach, the people who displaced them. And don't forget, EPS was chief minister for nearly 5 years. Yet, the ADMK is racked by the memory of Jayalalitha, or loyalty to her, how loyally she created, shows that, it makes a lot of sense to have some succession plan. She had no succession plan and the party is in disarray. If you look at it, Jayalalitha's legacy is still there, but it is being tattered. And this course, in politics, there's no such thing called mercy or, kindness. If you lose, I win. If I lose, you win. So therefore, this is good news, naturally for the DMK and for the new entrant, Vijay. The Vijay may pick up some of these leaders who can't go to the DMK. So all in all, you can say Jayalalitha has left Tamil Nadu politics in a flux, They were in a flux even when she was there, and it continues.
Okay. That's an important point. Dr. Sumant Raman, Jayalalitha has left Tamil Nadu politics in a flux. I mean, I do think that the question of AIDMK leadership has been sorted with Edappadi Palanisamy, but caste is going to be an important factor because he comes from the Gounder community. You spoke about the Mukkalattur Tevar community. Why do you think, entities like Sashikala or OPS has not even delivered electorally for the NDA alliance? Why are they going to be so important? Is the caste going to be so important, and is that something that people identify these people with?
Yeah, I think one of the major reasons is the geographical distribution of the vote. So, for instance, whatever happens, whoever joins the ADMK alliance, the AIDMK is not going to win a great number of seats in and around Chennai city in the surrounding districts, and neither is it going to win in the Delta region, Kaveri Delta region. So basically, they are looking at maximizing the returns in the Congo belt, the western part of the state, where they've done very well traditionally, including in 2021. And the southern part of the state, which is where they were let down very badly last time. And of course, part of it was self-inflicted because Dinakaran split their vote. So the south is their big bet. And the southern region is dominated by the Mukulator vote. So it becomes essential for the AIADMK to woo back. Earlier on, the Mukulator community voted solidly for the AIADMK during Jayalalitha's time. And then that votes has started to drift away. So you're losing the minority vote. Anyway, they're not coming to you. You're losing a section of the Dalit vote. You're losing a section of the Mukulator vote. And you're effectively reducing yourself to a kind of a Gounder party stuck in the Congo Velalar, the Congo region of the state. So I think that needs to change. Right. That is the importance of having these leaders. All three of them are from the Mukulator community, whether it is TTV, Shashikala, right, or OPS. And Mr. Nainar Nagendran, the state BJP chief, is also from that community. So they're trying a little bit of balancing. Even if these people are not there, maybe he will pull the weight. But I think they need more. AIDMK needs a senior, at least one of these people in their ranks, particularly TTV, to sort of pacify.
Right, but Ashwathaman, taking off from what Dr. Sumant Raman mentioned, this is a state where charisma works so much. Would you also sense that too many players might actually also lead to factionalism? Because I'm sure EPS might not be happy with some of these parties coming in. The BJP might still be okay because this will increase your leverage, and it might, in some ways reduce the importance of EPS. But clearly, there are also people who have a lot of excess baggage here. How is the BJP looking at the prospects of Vijay, specifically when there are challenges like Sashikala and OPS and TTV Dinakaran and Sengotian now making these noises?
Actually, as far as Actor Vijay is concerned, there is no proven theory what percentage of vote he have. So that experienced political leader like TTV or any other person will not.
But he comes without any baggage, right? The fact that there are no questions of factionalism. There's only one person there.
There is no question of baggage or any other thing in the politics. Politics is everything is important. There is no room for the baggage or something. The political experienced political leader like TTV will not go unproven misconception or conception. It may be conception on your point, misconception on my point. I am speaking about the percentage of the Actor Vijay vote, because it's not proven. We hope what Mr. Sumant C. Raman said. I agree. I agree that communal matrix, social engineering is very important in Tamil Nadu politics, the field of politics. We hope all good things will be done because there is a sufficient time is there. It is not we are at the far end of facing elections. We need sufficient time, sufficient span of time. All good things will be done.
Right.
We hope.
Pullarao, my question to you, sir, what is your sense of Tamil Nadu voters? Are they ready to look beyond these legacy battles? Are they ready to look at players like TVK? Or and how does the DMK, which has anti-incumbency going against it with all these TASMAC cases or law and order, how is the Tamil Nadu voter ready to look beyond these factions within Dravidian politics and look at a player like TVK this time around?
See, from 67, DMK, ADMK in some measure have dominated Tamil Nadu. Any new entrant who comes, they won't immediately take to him. voters are habituated to vote for these two parties. The new voters, it requires 5-10 years for them to choose new alternatives. What Vijay is planning is to peel off some of these votes. He may do so. But the main thing I think we should remember in 2024 Lok Sabha elections, BJP out of 40 seats, including Pondicherry, they didn't get one seat. It was a major shock, a traumatic shock. That's why they're looking for allies. That's why they went to EPS. I think it was the mistake of the present confusion has come because they had no alliance last time. They went with the idea they're going to win 10 seats, 5 seats, and they lost. So the you can say the instability today in Tamil Nadu politics had something to do with the 2024 electoral fiasco. They're trying to build up. There's a lot of time, as our BJP friend says, but it's now going to be a three-front election, which is there in Tamil Nadu. It usually was two fronts. Yes. There's a third front. It will bring more instability, more insecurity, and we have to wait and watch.
Or maybe it could be it could bring in more changes, which is probably what the state also needs. The coming months, of course, will decide whether this churn that Pulara was talking about is going to be a moment of revival, or it's going to be a start of what we see, what some people see as irreversible decline in Tamil Nadu's opposition space. Thank you all of you for joining us on this broadcast. Moving on to some festival news now. Today is, of course, Onam. Kerala is celebrating Onam, the concluding day of the 10-day long Onam festival, with people visiting temples, gathering in their homes, enjoying the Onam feast, the Sadhya, and also exchanging gifts. On this occasion, they wore traditional attire, like I'm wearing one, and of course they wore the mundu, and of course this is sari and the kasubu sari, and of course they also gave new clothes to family members and friends. That's the tradition of Onam. Those lovely visuals of a pookolam there, that is integral, and the sadhya there, that comes from Tamil Nadu and Kerala today.
How does Chennai celebrate Onam? We're going to take you on a walkthrough to give you a sense of the famous Onam Sadhya at the Malayali Club in the city. It's a mini Kerala at the Malayali Club in Chennai, as Keralites who have settled in Chennai have come together for the Onam Sadhya, the special lunch that features more than 20 food items. Onam is the culmination of a 10-day harvest festival, which also marks the return of the banished King Mahabali, who visits his people. With me, Sangeeta, who seems to be enjoying the Onam Sadhya. Happy Onam.
Thank you.
Sangeeta, tell me about the Onam Sadhya.
Very happy Onam to you too, and to all the viewers. Onam is basically how much you give more to people. So we enjoy by taking in more food, by cooking more food, and relishing it along with all the other family members here. Let me talk about the Sadhya. It composes of more than about 22 items, and let me show the items quickly over here for you. We have the Avial, the Olan, Kalan, Kootu Curry, Chammandi. So you have Kalan, you have Olan, you have the Avial, you have the Kootu Curry, this is a Sammandi. And this is something very interesting. It's the Inji Puli, and of course my favorite papadam.
The Inji Puli is for?
The Inji Puli is basically that you want to tell that it's got a sour and it's also got the sweetness in it. So, that's how life is all about.
What do you like about Onam?
The most I like about the Onam is Pookolam. I just love it. And all the ladies dressed up in white saris with Mallifu is just beautiful to see them all.
For me, it will be the Appalam, the Kadlakai and the Payasam.
At the Malayali Club in Chennai, with Suresh, Sam Daniel, Find It TV.
Onam Ashamsagal once again to all our viewers. It's time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
The defender of Ladakh, India's high-altitude warrior. Meet the Zorawar.
We are on a piece of incredible Indian engineering. This compares with the best in the world. It's probably better than any light tank that's ever been built. Vishnu and I are on the Zorawar right before it goes into the hands of the Indian Army.
The first journalists on board India's new light tank, built in India for the world, an NDTV exclusive.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Pulling us other opposition parties. They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
Finessa windows, beautiful and durable designs. Installation से maintenance की lifelong customer service. आपके घर में फिनेस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए.
Fine, finer, Finesta.
My birthday gift to पापा. ये उनके पापा की पहली गाड़ी एक गराज में पड़ी थी दार्जिलिंग में. फिर 3 मैकेनिक, पेंटिंग, पॉलिशिंग. जब इसे फाइनली घर लाया ना, तब लगा लाइफ में ग्रो किया है. बुलाओ.
SIP करो, इन्वेस्ट करो, लाइफ में ग्रो करो.
प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है. निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ.
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Welcome to my unit. So I'll just brief you through the mechanized platform of the Indian Army that we have here. So in mechanized, basically we have armored mechanized infantry, these two things. So I'll just take you around the equipment also and I'll tell you what is the difference between both also.
Okay.
So
what is the difference between the tank? What is it? One is the tank and one is a
BMP.
What is the full form?
It's Boye Machino Picote. It's a Russian term.
Acha, Russian term. Acha.
Yeah. So infantry yeah, it's an infantry combat vehicle.
Okay. Similar to tank.
It's similar to tank. The main difference in this is in tank we have a crew of 3.
Okay.
But in this we also have the stick also. Stick are people, infantry people who can get down, dismount and fight.
Acha.
So that capability also we have in a BMP.
Okay.
So basically here now, this is our training area.
Okay.
In which we'll be showing you how a new driver is being trained. We'll show you the obstacle courses that we have and we'll show you completely the way it's happening. So first we just, from here you can see we have the number plates over there, 1, 2.
Right.
These are various obstacles.
Okay.
Which the BMP and the tank will also be negotiating.
Okay.
So we have the tank head which will be leading.
Yeah.
Then we have 2 BMPs.
Okay. So does the tank have a steering wheel or levers or how does it work?
For a tank it's basically 2 levers we have.
2 levers.
And whereas when it comes to BMP it is like a steering wheel but cut steering wheel, like a sports car steering wheel.
Achha.
It's that kind of a steering wheel. It's amphibious. So I'll be showing you that.
Oh, I see.
तो ये अभी हम यहाँ
देखेंगे.
अच्छा. Oh, wow. क्या बात है.
From here now, would you like to go on a ride?
Oh, I'd love that. Come.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है, सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं, लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं एनडीटीवी इंडिया पर।
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years. Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves.
And Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily lives. We aren't talking about time travel yet.
Gadgets tested under extreme conditions.
But why? I review tech for people like you and me. You know what? Let me take it from here.
All right.
Tech isn't that complicated. In fact, it's about making our lives simpler, better, and more fun. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually.
Good evening and welcome to India Matters on Friday night. It is a big day for India's relations with the United States. But you're not going to be surprised by that, are you, viewer? Because it has been one hell of a couple of months. But Trump has taken things to the next level now. And that's why my lead story tonight is how Trump has taken his tirade to an extreme and seems to have broken up with India. It's a big meltdown, but it appears to be a real breaking point in the relationship. I'll show you what he's put on social media and why, even by Trump standards, this is truly shocking. I'll have experts as well. And then on my show, I'm also going to tell you about how the biggest ever defense upgrade since independence has just been unveiled by India's Ministry of Defense. Incredible futuristic weapons are on the table for India a few months after Operation Sindoor, a recognition that this is a war-fighting nation and we need to be better armed. I am going to go into detail with Vishnu Shom right here on India Matters on what those weapons will actually look like. But let's start with Donald Trump, because Donald Trump, congratulations on your big breakup. You and India are officially over, it seems. You've put it out there for the world to see on your social media. But hey, don't despair, because you found your forever person, Pakistan. A loyal partner, one who will never stray, one who will never think for themselves, one will never be independent, one who will always put their interests and your interests first and theirs last, times even ahead of their own people's. Now that is true love, Mr. Trump. You agree with all Indians tonight. But let's talk about this new phase you're going through. You now sound a bit like a bull, charging at a wall you think will, except it isn't even cracking. And I'm talking in metaphors, obviously, because India's composure, calm, business as usual response to your tariffs and threats and even your words tonight have forced you to strip away layers of your usual whimsical persona. What's left is a genuinely unstable looking leader who can't be trusted with the serious business of foreign relations, friendships and peace. And that's why you and Pakistan are perfect together. Both addicted, both quick to tantrums, both perfectly comfortable playing victim while burning down the house. But let's face it, your tweet, or your post rather, wasn't just a tantrum. It was a bit of a confession as well, wasn't it? You admitted in your rage and your fury with India that China is now on par with the United States in the great globe. Did you notice you just made a monumental geopolitical self-goal? So here we are tonight. Donald Trump revealed. A man apparently unworthy of friendship, of trust, of decency or respect as a global leader. And India, well, India is just grinning and bearing it for the moment. It has sipped its chai and reminded the world that it plays by its own rules. Whether with China militarily or with Trump with Buddha-like restraint, India has just taught the world what it's like to tame a bully. And joining me live tonight on Trump's very latest, where he has said that India and Russia have basically crossed over to dark China. David K. Johnson is a senior journalist and author. He's been a Trump watcher for many decades. Daniel Silverberg is adjunct fellow at the Center for a New American Security. They're both joining us from the United States. David, I'd like to come to you first. Even by Trump's own standards, and he has said some pretty explicit, contemptuous things, I think we can agree, in the last few weeks. This latest post by him says, looks like we've lost India and Russia to deepest, darkest China. May they have a long, prosperous future together. This is dramatic by Trump standards. What do you make of it, David?
Well, I don't think Donald has any standards. And I say this as someone who spent hundreds of hours with him going back 37 years. Donald is a con artist. It's all a bluff. He is unbelievably ignorant about the world. So the way you just described Pakistan, for example, is beyond his ken. He simply doesn't know anything about the world. I mean, this is a man who did not know what happened at Pearl Harbor on December 7th, 1941. How anyone who's a world leader could not know that, even if you're a small country somewhere far from the US, is just astonishing. And so Donald doesn't know what to do. He is flailing about. He is used to people bowing to him either because he could bring economic pressure on them. He had some secret about them. If they were a politician, he paid people who knew that someone had a skeleton in their closet. And that's how he's run his entire life. So the important thing to remember about Donald Trump is he is the world's greatest con artist, and he is the third generation head of a 4-generation white-collar crime family that have for decades stolen from people using contracts, broken promises, extortion, as we're seeing him now all around the world, extort governments and businesses for the benefit of him, his family, and his emerging dictatorship. He isn't fully consolidated power, but the United States is not currently led by a president. It's led by a dictator who's busy consolidating power and making enormous claims like we have the right to go and murder people if we think they are trying to bring drugs to the United States.
Daniel, Trump has sounded unhinged as far as India is concerned. You know, for a while, people have said there's a method to this madness, there's a larger design. You know, this isn't just, instability. He is looking for a deal. He's looking to goad India to signing, an aggressive trade deal. It has crossed that point, I think we can all agree. Do you think this is a breaking point where he says India has crossed over to deepest, darkest China, and we hope that they are very happy together? How are you reading it, Daniel?
I actually don't think it's a breaking point, and thank you for having me here. One light, Donald Trump is very tough to read. He is an unpredictable leader. He could be capricious at times. I know that some analysts romanticize that he's so crazy you don't know what's going to happen next, and that has a power and utility in and of itself. For foreign policy experts and practitioners in the field, it's highly disconcerting after years across multiple administrations of trying to strengthen U.S.-India relations. To have it blown up in this fashion is highly disconcerting. But I don't think it's a point of no return for the following reason. That one, the U.S.-India relationship is not reduced to a mere Trump tweet. It's not merely a matter of how Donald Trump feels on any given day. I guarantee you there are any number of factions within the White House who are not pleased with the turbulence that we're seeing right now, and who are trying to make very clear, this is not 1971. This is not an outright break with India. We have far too many things in common, and frankly, way too many military and business interests against China. Common expectations, common needs to blow up this relationship.
The only divergence I have from that, and I agree with you largely, Daniel, is that this isn't on any given day. It's been, a consistent, escalatory, disrespectful, patronizing, borderline racist, contemptuous, sometimes unthinkable words have been said for a relationship that has been built over 25 years. And that's the reason why even those who subscribe to Trump's brand of aggressive diplomacy are wondering, where this is actually headed. David, the Commerce Secretary of the United States, right before this broadcast, was on a US network saying India has to choose either they're with us or against us, which reminds me of Operation Enduring Freedom, actually, which is a little ominous. Those words ring true here as well. And he also says, and this is something that hasn't gone down well in India, this tone of condescension, where he says, oh, don't worry, India will come to the talks table in 2 months. They can't run this one out. It's this kind of thing that's made it very difficult for things to continue normally.
Well, I think Daniel is exactly correct. This is not the end of any relationship with India. India is the 7th largest trading partner of the United States. India is moving to become a much wealthier country, as it was when India and China 500 years ago were the 2 wealthiest countries on the planet. And Donald's limited understanding of the world is not everything about the United States. And there absolutely are factions within the Trump administration who understand the importance of trade and alliances. Nonetheless, notice that Modi-Xi and Putin went out of their way to humiliate Trump during the SCO meeting. The ride in the limos, 2 rides in the limos, were specifically intended to humiliate Donald Trump. And so it's important to keep on track with the things you can keep on track, and to recognize that Donald is, he's deeply mentally ill. And I'll just point out for those who don't know, I've written 3 best-selling books and half of a book I wrote 30 years ago about Donald. My track record on predicting his behavior is holding steady at 1,000 in baseball terms. You're a star if you can hit 270. And not once have I been wrong. I've been wrong a lot about Congress and the voters, but I have never been wrong about what I've said about Donald on anything. No one's ever shown any error. And so Donald doesn't know what he's doing. That's the most important thing to understand.
Yeah.
This is a uneducated, mentally ill, very old man who believes that he is special because of the horrible, horrible upbringing he had. That if you had had that upbringing, you might be as crazy as Donald is. If you had a brutal father who told you the only thing that mattered was winning, which meant getting the money, even if you did it by cheating, which is the principal way he got his money. He even cheated customers at one of his casinos. He had 12-year-old children gambling in his casinos. And secondly, understanding that everything to Donald is about trying to fill this emptiness inside from this just horrible upbringing, a mother who was not loving and nurturing, and a father who was a monster.
Daniel, then the obvious final question is, where is the off-ramp? Given the things that have been said so far, it's going to be increasingly difficult for the Indian leadership, to sell any abrupt peace overtures towards Trump, as the US Commerce Secretary seems to be suggesting. Do you see an off-ramp in the near future?
Well, I won't speculate to Donald Trump's motivations or psychology. I do think that you can draw a pretty clear line between what Trump is doing on foreign policy and I think his pretty uncanny understanding of the U.S. electorate and U.S. politics. Democrats, I think, dramatically underestimated Trump from 2016 on. That is no longer the case. He clearly has extraordinary political skills. I worked on Capitol Hill for 14 years for Democratic leadership. I can tell you we got it wrong initially. No one is getting it wrong right now. When it comes to U.S. domestic politics, when it comes to foreign policy, I think he's still very much a wild card and is dancing among different factions, as David mentioned. And so I do think that there is going to be a number of off-ramps here because there's too much at stake. He knows there's too much at stake here. And so he can spout off and write tweets that the foreign policy literati like myself are deeply concerned about. His base isn't going to care, but at a certain point, U.S. businesses with strong interests in India, U.S. military officials who've spent years trying to strengthen our coalition against China, our intelligence officials are going to say, Mr. President, you got to reel this back in. And I feel very confident that right now there are discussions within the White House among those factions who are saying, let's just go after India. Why should India get a free pass in purchasing oil from Russia at the exact time that we're trying to negotiate a Ukraine deal? And others who are saying, Mr. President, you got to pump the brakes here. You got to put this relationship back on track. I think that there's going to be ways to do it through trade, economic partnerships.
We'll have to see where this goes. It only seems to be escalating for the moment. David and Daniel, thanks so much for joining me tonight. And in a major NDTV national security news break today, the Modi government has just unveiled India's biggest defense upgrade capability plan since independence, according to some experts. The Defense Ministry has unveiled a 15-year, multi-billion-dollar plan to transform India's armed forces with futuristic weaponry. The roadmap, a copy of which NDTV has seen, includes things like nuclear-powered warships, next-generation battle tanks, hypersonic long-range missiles, stealth bomber drones, AI-powered warfare and weapons, and space-based warfare technology. Now, according to this path-breaking short-term capability vision document that seeks to beef up the armed forces with future-ready weapons for the first time, the Indian Army, for instance, will induct nearly 1,800 future battle tanks to replace its current fleet, 400 light tanks for mountain warfare, 50,000 tank-mounted anti-tank guided missiles, and over 700 robotic counter-IED systems. The Indian Navy, on the other hand, is set to get a next-generation aircraft carrier, 10 next-generation frigates, 7 advanced corvettes, and 4 landing platform docks or amphibious ships. There will be nuclear propulsion for some of these warships. There could be electric launch systems for these next-generation aircraft carriers. The Air Force will acquire, according to this vision document, 75 high-altitude pseudo-satellites, 150 stealth unmanned combat aerial vehicles, hundreds of precision-guided munitions, and over 100 remotely piloted unmanned aircraft. This is a blueprint for a future-ready force that comes just a few months after Operation Sindoor. The intention is that over the next decade and a half, the Indian military has to be upgraded to an extent that hasn't been seen since independence. And I want to show you what some of those capabilities really are. And joining me here on India Matters is Vishnu, who knows more, I can tell you, about weapons and weapon systems than anyone else that I know. Vishnu, a 15-year roadmap that includes things like nuclear-powered naval warships, a new generation aircraft carrier, hypersonic weapons. Your initial assessment of this, we've spoken about these things before. The government has now put them on paper.
They need to cough up the money.
Yeah.
Hundreds of billions of dollars within a limited period of time. 15 years is nothing as far as defense preparedness.
Blink of an eye.
Who's going to be making this? A lot of these have not even entered the prototype stage. Atmanirbharta is the focus of this government. We don't want to get into too many imports, only when it's required. Is industry in India mature enough to actually act with the DRDO set up, the Defense Research and Development Organization, in actually making all of this a reality? That said, everything in this list makes sense. Nuclear-powered naval warships, Shiv, why? Because we've already got nuclear-powered reactors. Therefore, adopting that for aircraft carriers is not a big deal. We have nuclear-powered submarines. Adopting those reactors for aircraft carriers, not a big deal.
Just talk for a moment about what a nuclear-powered naval warship does to a warship's capability, Vishnu. How is it different from a normal warship?
It never runs out of its ability to operate unless there's a breakdown or unless food on board ends.
Yeah, incredible. So nearly limitless endurance.
Limitless range and endurance, bound entirely by its mechanical ability to carry on with that endurance. The reactor, modern ones, are often not refueled in the life of that reactor. This is what countries like the United States operate. France operates as well. And that is really the bedrock of what an advanced aircraft carrier
is. And a new generation aircraft carrier. We already have Indian-built INS Vikrant. This is a new generation aircraft carrier. I'm assuming they mean nuclear-powered here as well. Possibly, we don't know.
They've said one more aircraft carrier. Let's face it, Vikramaditya is not state-of-the-art by any means. Vikramaditya is the old Russian aircraft carrier, formerly Gorshkov. That has to be decommissioned sooner than later. So they're essentially looking at a replacement for that. If you have a nuclear reactor inside, it seems to indicate that you'd go for a larger warship. That means many more fighter jets on board. So a genuine carrier potentially going towards a super carrier where you have about 80-odd aircraft on board is what I would guess.
Okay, so unmanned combat aerial vehicles is again not something that people haven't heard of before. India has its own program as well. But stealth UCAVs or unmanned combat aerial vehicles, which are basically pilotless drones that can drop bombs after penetrating airspace. Tell us about this, Vishnu. We've got a program called the Ghatak, which is very nascent. It's a technology demonstrator, but the intention is to build a capability where these unmanned stealth aircraft can fly into enemy airspace and drop bombs.
Or even if they don't fly into enemy airspace, even if they are operating from within, let's say, Chinese territory, but are undetected and have, given the size of the aircraft themselves and stealth as they are, the ability to launch long-range precision weapons actually gives countries like China presently the ability to really hit India hard. India needs to counter that. Stealth technology has to mature in India. We keep talking about Indian stealth technology only in terms of AMCA, the Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft. That's a fighter aircraft. The world is now moving beyond manned platforms to unmanned platforms. That's going to be a reality in the next 15, 20 years. Therefore, we need to come of age with that technology as well.
And Vishnu is right, because this is a capability document that talks about putting such weapons into service in the next 15 years. And 15 years is nothing when it comes to weapons development. So this is hugely ambitious, but at least it has been articulated. Now let's come to hypersonic missiles, Vishnu. Again, something we've already seen in recent battles.
You know, we've seen Iran fire some into Israel. You were in Israel, you know, when some of this was happening. Tell us about India's program. Do we already have a hypersonic missile program?
We've got
How far along are we?
There are two types of hypersonic weapons. There's something called a boost glide weapon, where you use the booster of, let's say, an intercontinental ballistic missile or of a ballistic missile to take you know, a weapon to a particular speed. It then releases. It then travels at hypersonic velocities, which are above Mach 5. Actually, more than that.
Cannot be intercepted.
It needs to. It operates in a particular trajectory. That makes it very difficult to intercept. Then there are those hypersonic weapons which use what's called a scramjet, and this document actually makes mention of a scramjet, which is an air-breathing engine. We've tested both, but it's not even a prototype weapon. We're now looking at, for example, scramjets we've tested for 1,000 seconds, which is really great. We need to weaponize that.
Okay, so 15 years once again, which is very interesting. At least, you know, we've got our eye on the prize.
Yeah, where's the money coming from?
The Defense Ministry. Well, look, you've had the Prime Minister say, when it comes to national security, especially in the aftermath of Operation Sindoor, there's never going to be any shortage of money for national security. Let's assume that that is a guiding principle as far as these weapons
we would need to have shaved 7-8% of our GDP if we're going to achieve this in 15 years.
Right now, it's what, 2.5%?
Yeah, it's at the level of where we were in 1962.
Okay, so how much is a directed energy laser weapon going to cost, Vishnu? This I know for a fact is in the works. Some of those things have been, in a rudimentary fashion, been tested. These are like Star Wars weapons, laser weapons.
No, so this is actually fairly developed. It's called Kali. It's a program. It's being done by the DRDO. The fact is that you cannot be using missiles to take out incoming drones all the time. You need to have a directed energy weapon. Another way of saying directed energy weapon is laser. So it is very much Star Wars or Star Trek, if you like. These are beginning to get deployed. It becomes absolutely essential because each surface-to-air missile costs upwards of, let's say, $1 million. A single shot of a laser costs a few cents. So it's viable.
Okay, it's viable, definitely.
And it needs to go on warships.
Okay, so I want to cycle through the next few and go right to the end. So we've talked about the laser weapons, pseudo super satellites, which are high altitude.
Critical. That's critical. There is a company in India called New Space. Samir Joshi runs that.
Who was at the NDTV summit. He has already prototyped a HAPS, or a high altitude pseudo satellite. What is this aircraft? It flies really slowly. I love how it looks as well.
It's powered by solar technology. It flies up to 70,000 feet, plus more than that perhaps, just on the edge of where the atmosphere ends and edge of space. And because it's persistent, it essentially floats in one area, very slowly goes around.
And acts
it
like
has
a satellite.
sensors, and it's up there for months on end, hypothetically. Even though it's relatively, slow technology, it's not a fighter plane or anything like that, it is still state of the art. If you have something on that at 75,000 feet, looking over, let us say, imagine the benefit to our defense plan.
Operation Sindoor has confirmed how crucial and vital having such, persistent satellite capabilities really are. So we've talked about the pseudo satellites. Future battle tanks we already know about. Those are in the works. 400 light mountain tanks, very important. You're going to see that on Vishnu's show at 10 p.m. where the both of us became the first journalists who actually drove India's new mountain tank. Smart swarming drones you've heard about. I'll end, Vishnu, we've got just a few seconds left. High energy electromagnetic weapons. We've seen Japan and a couple of other countries test some of these. What are these? How difficult is this going to be?
An electromagnetic pulse weapon would actually take out the digital infrastructure of your enemy. It would take out your power grids. It would take out a whole lot of interconnected systems. And therefore, an electromagnetic pulse weapon, that's what I read this to be, would be a game changer. China has invested very heavily on it. How exactly this works, extremely closely guarded. Secrets.
It's going to be incredible. And, you're right. There are questions to ask. Where's the money going to come from? Is 15 years really enough? But I'm very excited about this, and I hope it can be a reality. Why not aim for the stars when it comes to something as important as national security? Vishnu, thanks so much for joining me. And remember, here on India Matters yesterday, we showed you a story that broke so many hearts. It was from the middle of the floods in Punjab, and it pertained to a little boy named Abhijot who suffers from a critical lightning kidney ailment. You're going to be very happy tonight, viewer, to know that thanks to India Matters and NDTV's reportage, the Punjab government The Punjab Chief Minister, people like Sonu Sood and many others have reached out and are helping little Abhijot. Here's that report by Reet Kaur Sani.
The battle for life can be won even if all the odds are against you. This is what an NDTV campaign has achieved.
ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਏ ਸਾਡੇ ਘਰ ਠੀਕ ਸੀਐਮ ਸਾਹਿਬ
It managed to make the voice of an 8-year-old Abhijot Singh heard nationwide amid the worst floods that Punjab is battling. Over 1,300 villages submerged, countless lives lost, but amidst all, a ray of hope. The 8-year-old boy from Talwandi Rai Dadu village in Amritsar district is battling nephrotic syndrome, a severe kidney disorder requiring regular treatment at a Chandigarh hospital which is 250 kilometers away. Each visit costs his family 45,000 rupees, a sum now impossible to gather as floods have destroyed their only source of income, their farm.
ਥੇ ਚੰਡੀਗੜ੍ਹ ਜਾਈਦਾ ਨਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਡਮ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਮਹੀਨੇ ਦਾ ਕੋ 40-45,000 ਰੁਪਇਆ ਖਰਚਾ ਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਗੱਲ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਕਿਰਾਇਆ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਾਣ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਾਫੀ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਪੈਸੇ ਲੱਗ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਮੈਂ ਰਾਈਗਰੀ ਦਾ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਡਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ 5-4 ਕਿੱਲੇ ਹੈਗੀ ਉਹ ਫਸਲ ਪਾਣੀ ਨਾਲ ਤਬਾਹ ਹੋ ਗਈ
This little 8-year-old is battling for his life.
NDTV's relentless campaign has made a massive impact as just within 24 hours, help has been promised by the Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann and actor and philanthropist Sonu Sood. Abhijot's journey is far from over, but with continued support, there's hope. A dedicated bank account has been set up for those wishing to help. In times of crisis, stories like Abhijot's remind us of our shared humanity and the incredible impact we as a network can bring when we come together. And NDTV will not stop here. Bureau Report, NDTV.
The defender of Ladakh, India's high-altitude warrior. Meet the Zorawar.
We are on a piece of incredible Indian engineering. This compares with the best in the world. It's probably better than any light tank that's ever been built. Vishnu and I are on the Zorawar right before it goes into the hands of the Indian Army.
The first journalists on board India's new light tank, built in India for the world, an NDTV exclusive.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसे हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire Dabba trading scam.
Finessa Windows, beautiful and durable designs. इंस्टॉलेशन से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनिस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
Finer Finesta.
जब मुंबई से वापस कोल्हापुर शिफ्ट हुआ तो सबने कहा कि ड्रीम सिटी को छोड़ रहा है। ड्रीम सिटी, तो मैंने कहा ड्रीम में तो यही गलियां आती हैं। तो जब ये रियलाइज़ हुआ कि कुछ बड़ा करने के लिए बड़े शहर में रहने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, तब लगा कि लाइफ में ग्रो किया। कशी ताई, ऐसे बॉय मिलते मुंबई में? चांस ही नहीं।
SIP करो, इन्वेस्ट करो, लाइफ में ग्रो करो।
प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out of
गोल्ड ग्लास, क्लियर ग्लास, कार हो या नियर, सब कुछ दिखे क्लियर।
We see the problems, but you as a social entrepreneur see the solutions. You are not just creating solution, you are creating a future where everyone has a chance to thrive. For the change makers, the innovators, the ones building a better world, one solution at a time. The Adani Green Talk Social Impact Awards are created for you. Green Talk Social Impact Awards 2025, coming soon.
Pulling us other opposition parties. They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. Stop. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
Finesta Windows, beautiful and durable designs. इंस्टॉलेशन से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनेस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
Finer Finesta.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
Finesta Windows, beautiful and durable designs. इंस्टॉलेशन से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनेस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
Finer Finesta.
Veni, Vidi, Vici. But unlike Julius Caesar, this great statesman had no need for Latin.
भारत के व्यक्तिगत जीवन में क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ के लिए आपने जिस सरकार को है वो कोई कमी नहीं रखेगी।
He communicated in the language understood by the lowest to the highest. Wielding his magic sword of promised words, he wooed India into his confidence.
मैं नरेंद्र नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं
He is one of the most talked about politicians of this century. Prime Minister to 1.5 billion of the global population, disputed face of the world's biggest, richest and fastest growing political party.
विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा।
He takes pains to remind everyone that despite his exalted station, he was and remains a man of the masses. He is the lowest common denominator that aggregates Bharat. No mean task for someone whose life track initially ran parallel to trains taking tea halts at an unknown station. There were 10 big tasks, challenges that this modern day Hercules had to overcome on his journey to become the one and only Narendra Modi of India. The Munich Security Index 2025 puts Indians amongst the top 2 most confident nationalities based on power trajectory, and Mr. Modi backs up this widespread optimism with many of his personal accomplishments. India recently overtook the UK to become the world's 5th largest economy. Prime Minister Modi says India will rank 3rd by 2027.
आज भारत विश्व की सबसे तेज ग्रो करने वाली मेजर इकोनॉमी है और बहुत जल्द विश्व की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी इकोनॉमी बनने जा रहा है।
The country's tech prowess was showcased by sending Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla into space in preparation of Indian manned space missions of the near future. Through all of this, for the past 2 decades and more, Narendra Modi has remained the source of BJP's pride and the subject of international awe.
140 करोड़ भारतवासियों की भावनाएं भी हैं। मेरी आवाज में सभी भारतीयों का उत्साह और उमंग शामिल है।
And the journey began many decades ago when the child Narendra imbibed discipline as a way of life. Narendra Modi had chalked out his path in life by his early 20s. Driven by his inner passion, he was ready to abandon his hometown, his family and his circle of friends as he chose to become a pracharak in the RSS. It was under the tutelage of the RSS that he honed his skills in managing people and setting up organizational systems at the district and zonal levels. In less than a decade, Modi had proved his worth and was deputed to the Bharatiya Janata Party in 1987. His specific brief was to strengthen the organizational spine and ensure that the party ran seamlessly. The young RSS Pracharak Narendra Modi's success made him come to the notice of BJP stalwarts who decided to rope him in for bigger roles in the political arena. Early in his association, Modi was given charge of coordinating two high-stakes Sangh Parivar programs in the country. The first was L.K. Advani's trailblazing Rath Yatra of 1990 that would lead to the demolition of Babri Masjid, and Modi organized the first stretch of that campaign. The next year saw Modi's first national assignment as the organizer of Murli Manohar Joshi's cross-country Ekta Yatra.
जनवरी को परसों अब चंद घंटे बाकी हैं, लाल चौक में फैसला हो जाएगा किसने अपनी मां का दूध पिया।
Narendra Modi has mentioned that he worked for the greater good of the party, not even getting an opportunity to build a constituency or a loyal group who might come in useful if he had any political ambitions. Eventually, Modi was sent to Delhi, where at party headquarters he had daily contact with all the national BJP leaders and observed them at close quarters. In 2001, Gujarat faced a most devastating earthquake that in reality launched Modi's political career. It was actually built on his success in the coordinating of relief work in Gujarat. The first instance when a calamity presented an opportunity to do work and gather recognition and support.
नरेंद्र दामोदर मोदी ईश्वरना नामे सौगंध लઉં છું ईश्वरना नामे सौगंध लઉં છું.
A few months later, when factionalism and underperformance stared the ruling BJP in Gujarat, the party's top brass in Delhi decided to send Narendra Modi to quell the tide. He was a man waiting for such an opportunity. He rolled up his sleeves and took control of Gujarat and his own destiny. Till then, he had not won an election. His string of astounding victories was still to come for the new Chief Minister of the state. For the RSS, Modi's installation was significant because for the first time, a full-time Pracharak had become a head of government.
माना दोस्तों, माना कि अंधेरा घना है, माना रात अंधेरी है, अंधेरा घना है, लेकिन यारों दिया जलाना कहां मना है.
Narendra Modi served as Gujarat Chief Minister for more than 12 years, making him the longest serving CM of the state. And since his first election, confirming his chief ministerial post, he has never ever lost any election till date. To perfect his stamp of delivery, Narendra Modi created the Gujarat model. He fashioned the state into a business-friendly destination for domestic and foreign companies. When in 2008, Ratan Tata decided to abandon the idea of building the Nano in West Bengal, Modi is said to have sent a one-word SMS to Ratan Tata: Suswagatam. The Nano deal was wrapped up in 15 days, Tata Motors opting for the site at Sanand that Modi had pre-selected. Narendra Modi conceived the vibrant Gujarat Special Event Series to occur every alternate year to attract investment. It was a big success as big business made a beeline for a state whose chief minister was offering cheap land and access to infrastructure to build and run their enterprises. Driven by massive industrialization, the state's economy expanded by an average of 10% a year between 2004 and 2012, above the Indian average of about 8.25. In a joint Economic Times Nielsen survey in 2013, nearly 3/4 of Indian CEOs said they wanted Modi to lead the country.
दल ने यह फैसला किया है कि श्री नरेंद्र मोदी को आगामी लोकसभा चुनाव के लिए प्राइम मिनिस्ट्रियल कैंडिडेट के रूप में प्रयुक्त किया जाए।
After his success of creating and then selling the idea of Gujarat, the next challenge that Narendra Modi faced was to make the people of India want him. And for that to happen, Modi had to sell change itself as the idea of the future. Modi challenged India to demand change. Modi's strategy was to offer himself up as the solution to all evils that existed in India. His was a promise that came as a panacea for the desire of a dynamic, assertive leader who would revitalize India's economy and security.
इनसे नाता तोड़ो, ये समय की मांग है भाई। हवा का रूप साफ नजर आ रहा है। देश की जनता ने कांग्रेस मुक्त भारत की शुभ शुरुआत कर दी है।
The youth of India particularly believed him, and with their votes sent him to parliament with a massive majority. Modi was the new man in parliament, a first-time MP. Though he had been the longest-serving Chief Minister of Gujarat, Modi had no experience in parliament. But he took to it as fish to water. He had a massive majority, and in no time did Narendra Modi make it clear to all that he was here for the long haul. It was no fluke of the ballot that Modi was Prime Minister. He was PM for a cause. He was driven to prove himself, and like always, he started immediately.
अडवाणी जी ने एक शब्द प्रयोग किया, मैं अडवाणी जी से प्रार्थना करता हूं वो शब्द उपयोग न करें। उन्होंने कहा नरेंद्र भाई ने कृपा की। कभी कृपा हो सकती है? जैसे भारत मेरी मां है, वैसे ही भाजपा भी मेरी मां है।
One after the other, schemes were launched and new catchphrases coined. Throughout India, his messaging was accessible to one and all. The country soon believed that if Modi was there, then it was possible. From Achhe Din to Make in India to Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. The government machinery molded itself to suit Narendra Modi's style of working. Narendra Modi became Prime Minister riding a complex mix of emotions. There were the youth who wanted pace. There were unhappy people who had not been getting the right breaks. There was a degree of simmering resentment and anger in Middle India. And one of the biggest grouse of all was over allegations of corruption against the old government. Narendra Modi's challenge was to set the house straight, to let entire India know in one master stroke that Narendra Modi had struck at the root of the cause.
500 रुपए और 1000 रुपए के करेंसी नोट लीगल टेंडर नहीं रहेंगे.
At 8:15 p.m. on a Tuesday evening, Modi slayed the demon of black money by demonetizing nearly all money. The month of August 2019 began with a sense expectation. Suddenly, thousands of additional security forces were deployed into Kashmir Valley. Educational institutions were shut and tourists were told to pack up and leave. No one had a clue that Narendra Modi was bracing to once and for all solve the problem that was Kashmir. On the 5th of the month, under Modi's leadership, the Union Cabinet abrogated Article 370. Ironically, bypassing Parliament in much the same fashion that it was inserted into the Constitution in 1952.
गुलाम नबी साहब ने कहा कि धारा 370 ऐतिहासिक है. मैं इसके विवाद में जाना नहीं चाहता, मगर मैं जो बिल लेकर आया हूँ वो भी ऐतिहासिक है, इतिहास बनाने वाला बिल है.
The abrogation plan had been thought out and executed to the minutest detail. From avoiding legal challenges to preempting political obstruction, clamping down on separatist leaders, shutting down the terror funding from Pakistan, Modi claimed complete success at having severed Pakistan's hydra-headed hold over Kashmir. Statehood of Jammu and Kashmir was revoked and Ladakh separated as two union territories came under the direct control of the Modi government at the center. In solving Kashmir, Modi promised unprecedented development for the entire region.
जो पत्थर पहले पुलिस और फौज पर फेंकने के लिए उठते थे, उन पत्थरों से नया जम्मू कश्मीर बन रहा. जम्मू कश्मीर और लद्दाख में एक नए युग की शुरुआत हुई है. अब देश के सभी नागरिकों के हक भी समान है और दायित्व भी समान है. आपको बचाने के लिए, आपके परिवार को बचाने के लिए आज रात 12 बजे से घरों से बाहर निकलने पर पूरी तरह पाबंदी लगाई जा रही है.
Nobody was prepared for the pandemic. The world panicked and deliberated on what to do, how to handle something so unprecedented and far-reaching. India, with its massive and vulnerable population, would have posed an unsurmountable dilemma for anybody else. But Narendra Modi rose to the challenge. He took the virus head on. He did not balk, even once. to stop and weigh the consequences, about the criticism that might follow. He had to distance India from the virus. This was the way he could shut COVID out and shut India in. Complete lockdown to save the spread of the virus. The Prime Minister led from the front and showed the country how to stay mentally and physically fit. On 7th of May 2025, Modi gave the order to launch Operation Sindoor to exact terrible revenge for the bloodbath of Pahalgam 15 days ago. Pakistan would not be spared. In a marked difference from any other Premier of India who preceded him, Narendra Modi never kept the public dark on what he had to say about the Western neighbour. Whenever action was required, according to Modi, he took direct responsibility for it.
भारत माता की भारत माता की भारत माता की। जब हमारी बहनों बेटियों का सिंदूर छीना गया तो हमने आतंकियों के फन को उनके घर में घुस के कुचल दिया। भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
From inviting the then Pakistan Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif for his 2014 swearing in, to sending the IAF to bomb Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif's country, Modi deals with Pakistan based on merit. The Prime Minister has time and again reminded India that Pakistan is the enemy. And when the situation so demands, Pakistan will face military action from India. Even before Operation Sindoor, there were at least two major instances when Modi put Pakistan in its place, like the Balakot airstrike of 2019. And before that, the Uri surgical strike of 2016. Narendra Modi has tackled the challenge of Pakistan with fire and brimstone. These were but only a few of the challenges that Narendra Modi demolished in his journey of statesmanship. He gives the aura of someone who is constantly saying that whatever the problem, I have the answer to it. It is this attitude of doing whatever is necessary, saying whatever is needed, is what has cemented his place in the history of India. After all, it was India that was ready for Modi. Narendra Modi just packaged himself to occupy the space that was waiting for him. He didn't invent the demand for Modi. India was primed for such a transition. India's perennial quest for development, identity, pride, and stability brought Narendra Modi to the forefront of national identity. And having faced and surmounted his challenges, the idea that was Modi morphed into Modi the individual. Like Hercules of mythology, no truth can any longer separate this deified concept from the mortality of reality.
Good evening, you're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Padmaja Joshi, and on every story, every issue that matters to you, the buck stops here. First, of course, the warmest Onam greetings to all of our viewers celebrating today. But the big story. Going by the reactions from opposition parties, or rather the lack of them, to the government's GST Dhammaka announcement yesterday, one thing has become quite clear. The opposition alliance is definitely in a bind over what to do next, and there is a definite worry about what effect this announcement is going to have on the Bihar elections. I mean, GST cuts mean more money in the pocket of the Aam Aadmi. More money in the pocket of the Aam Aadmi makes for a happy voter, and guess who will be a happy voter partial towards? Towards whom will that happy voter lean? You guessed it. And if you can guess the answer, make no mistake, so can the Congress and the RJD in Bihar. And that's why since yesterday, a damage control of sorts has started. To counter the government's move, the Mahagathbandhan has been trying to give the GST a political spin, especially keeping Bihar and the elections there in mind. The RJD was first off the block, alleging that products from Bihar have been singled out and tariffed, while Gujarati products like khakra have been made tax-free. So Tilkut and Makhana are being penalized, whereas khakra is being incentivized. Then RJD Supremo Lalu Prasad said that the BJP was hoping for victory in Bihar but was setting up factories in Gujarat. Addressing the Prime Minister, he said, Modi ji, victory Bihar se, lekin factory Gujarat ke liye. And finally, the Congress entered the fray. Its Kerala unit tweeted that BD, unlike cigars, cigarettes and tobacco, had not been subjected to a 40% sin tax, supposedly because BD was important to the Bihar election. And in trying to convey this, they said that Bihar and BD have B in common, and that's why BD did not get taxed the way others did. Well, one didn't have to wait for long before this BD ended up giving some serious burns to the Congress. As always, their wit wasn't really understood by too many. The NDA was quick to pounce on the opportunity to say that this comparison was yet another insult to the state of Bihar. The land of learning and education was being shown as a poor state of BD smokers, and some even linked it to the earlier abuse of the Prime Minister's mother by a Congress worker last week. When even RJD's Tejaswi Yadav refused to defend this tasteless tweet, the Congress saw which way the wind was blowing and did a quick backpedal. But it seems the damage is done.
ये केरल कांग्रेस की ही सोच नहीं है, ये कांग्रेस पार्टी की ही सोच है। इन्होंने हमेशा से बिहारियों को बदनाम करने में कभी कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी। इनके राष्ट्रीय नेताओं ने जिस तरीके से उनकी भाषा रही है बिहारियों को लेकर, इनके खुद के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बिहार को जब छोटा मोटा राज्य बोल देते हैं, जब पंजाब में जाते हैं इनके बड़े से बड़े राष्ट्रीय नेता और वहाँ के उस वक्त के मुख्यमंत्री जब बिहारियों को गाली दे रहे होते हैं और कह रहे होते हैं कि बिहारी आके हम लोग का हक मान लेते हैं, उस वक्त इनके राष्ट्रीय नेता बगल में खड़े होकर ताली बजा रहे होते हैं।
कांग्रेस पार्टी को हो क्या गया है? अब कांग्रेस पार्टी के केरल शाखा से अधिकृत सोशल मीडिया पोस्ट आया है कि बिहार और बीड़ी एक समान है। तो बिहार की तुलना बीड़ी से करेंगे आप? कितना गिरेंगे आप? प्रधानमंत्री की मां का अपमान किया, गालियां दी गई, अभी तक उन पर क्षमा नहीं मांगा है, और अब सीधा बिहार के अस्मिता का, बिहारियों का अपमान किया।
बिहार का अपमान यह तो महागठबंधन के घटक दल का राजनीतिक स्वाभिमान बन गया है। बिहार की पहचान बीड़ी और बिहार से है। अरे बिहार बुद्धिमान बिहार है, बिहार आध्यात्मिक बिहार है। तेजस्वी यादव जी, गेंद आपके पाले में है। क्या बिहार बीड़ी का पर्याय है? हिम्मत है तो केवल उम्मीदवार बनने के लिए राजनीति में चरण पादुका मत धोइए। सच यह है कि बिहारी स्वाभिमान से जीता है।
केरल कांग्रेस पार्टी ने जो ट्वीट किया था जीएसटी पर, उसके बाद उन्होंने डिलीट भी कर दिया। लेकिन ये सबको पता है, देश दुनिया को, बी से बिहार, बी से बुद्ध, बी से बुद्धिजीवियों की धरती, यही है बिहार की शक्ति।
कांग्रेस सफाई दे रही है, कह रही है कि हैक कर गया था आईडी, इसीलिए
अब जो भी है ये गलत ट्वीट था, इसका हम लोग समर्थन नहीं करते।
देखिए, किसी भी स्टेट को, किसी भी स्टेट के वासियों को किसी इस तरह की चीज़ से तुलना करना नहीं चाहिए। मैंने तो वो ट्वीट नहीं देखा है, किस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में क्या किए हैं। अगर ऐसा किए हैं तो हम लोग कहेंगे कि उनको वापस लें, क्योंकि इस तरीके का किसी भी स्टेट के लोगों के साथ हम लोग बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे।
And that brings us to the big questions on which the buck stops here. Has the BD joke burnt the Gadbandhan? Is the Congress and RJD now trying to fuel a Gujarat versus Bihar debate to try and counter the goodwill the government could earn through the GST bonanza? And is there really any bias in the way the GST has been structured? If cigars and cigarettes get a sin tax of 40%, then why the special favor shown to the BD? Is the Bihari item being taxed and penalized, whereas Gujarati items get some favoritism shown? Joining us today on the debate, we have a national spokesperson of the BJP, Shehzad Poonawalla, is joining us along with author Karan Verma. We also have with us Tehseen Poonawalla, political analyst. And my first question is to Professor Anwar Pasha, spokesperson of the RJD. Professor Pasha, what is going on? I mean, a GST is a reform, and then somehow you connect that also to the election. How?
Anuja ji, good evening.
Good evening.
GST, who brought this faulty GST system? Is it bonanza? But you are calling it bonanza today? Is it really bonanza?
It's not bonanza.
Did we bring the GST? Did we bring the GST? The faulty GST that was implemented 8 years ago, who brought it? This was the BJP government. This was Modi ji who brought it. He is responsible for that.
Sir, उसका बिहार से क्या लेना देना है? अभी we are not
the country for continuously for 8 years.
Okay.
We have been demanding a reform since the very beginning.
Okay.
Why this government did reform? Why they went on looting the people of the country? Who is responsible for that? The PM must apologize to the nation for implementing a faulty GST system.
Okay, Professor Pasha, he will apologize. And good luck to you that your protestations have finally yielded results and the faulty GST has been changed. Now, please tell me, why did you drag in this whole Bihar and BD and, you know, get burnt yourself? Not you per se, but your Congress party.
Maybe for you, BD is more important. For us, Bihar, B for Bihar and B for Berozgari. This is the issue in Bihar today.
Okay.
This is the result of the 20 years rule of the BJP government in Bihar, BJP and JDU government in Bihar.
Okay, I'm glad to know at least your priorities are clear. It's only about Berozgari. So let me ask Tehseen Poonawalla. To be fair, even Tejasvi Yadav distanced himself. Tehseen Poonawalla, would you care to explain who was this Shakespeare sitting on a Twitter handle who decided to make it B for Bihar, B for BD?
If you can, debate Berozgari.
Okay.
I challenge you.
बस करो, बीस
Why
से
don't you
बस
debate Berozgari?
बीस से बस करो भाई।
For 20 years,
बीस से आपके जो
plan from Bihar has
Okay,
increased.
okay, Professor Pasha, I will have to
The
request for your
migration
fader
from
to be
Bihar
down
has
now.
gone
It's time for
down.
Tehseen Poonawalla because he will take some time to try and explain this poetic flourish that we saw today morning. B se BD, B se Bihar.
begin, B se begin, Tehseen, B se begin.
Tehseen Poonawalla. Can we please have Tehseen Poonawalla speaking? Yes.
Padmaja, at the onset, happy Onam to you, to all my fellow panelists, and to all the viewers of NDTV. Thank you so much. Bihar is the land of Lord Buddha. B for BJP has destroyed B for Bihar, and as my friend Anwar Pasha ji said, it's got B for Berozgari. So B say the Janta of Bihar is going to bhagao B say BJP. BJP can try and divert the issue. This tweet was not in good taste. Stalwart Congress leader Nasir Hussain Saab has said it wasn't in good taste. The Congress has apologized. But now I ask you, the same BJP leader, the Honorable Prime Minister, wanted to check the DNA of the Honorable Chief Minister of Bihar, Nitish Kumar ji. Nitish Kumar ji wrote a letter to him saying you've insulted the people of Bihar. Will the BJP today apologize? Because there can be no bigger insult than the DNA. The DNA that the Honorable Prime Minister wanted to check of the then Honorable Chief Minister. So when the BJP decides to insult, the Congress has apologized. The Congress has deleted the because the Congress is not only the most democratic party in this country, it may make errors, it comes on the right track. But the BJP is the most arrogant party and it will never apologize for the mistakes.
Okay, do you agree with this entire connection that is being made between the GST reforms announced yesterday and the Bihar election? Do you think this was done for the elections?
Partly elections, partly because the Prime Minister had said this on Independence Day, and the Prime Minister knows, as does the RSS, that the only way for India now is economic reforms, because we are going through GST extortion and tax terrorism. So it was something that the Prime Minister did commit on Independence Day. I was on NDTV and I complimented it, but it is still half a step. It is half a step he's taken on the road the opposition has shown him. And if he continues to listen to the opposition, India will continue to do better.
You know, several people within the Congress have also clarified, Shehzad Poonawalla, that the only thing that they possibly even meant was that this is a health hazard and there is a studied difference in the way that various items have been taxed in the new GST regime. How are they wrong in questioning a definite anomaly? You've got cigarettes, cigars, tobacco being subjected to a 40% sin tax. Why was BD only left out?
First of all, the Tendu leaves or the BD leaves, maximum are not grown in Bihar. They are grown in Andhra Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Odisha, 90%. It employs about 70 lakh people, out of which 26 lakh registered workers in this industry or in this entire business or work are from West Bengal. So B se Bengal bhi bol sakte the. Why B se Bihar? And B se Bihar इसलिए बोलते हैं क्योंकि it is ABCD. Arrogance, बेतुकी बातें, confusion and delusion and anti-Bihari mindset. Let me explain. Who said toilet cleaners are Biharis? The friend, very close friend of Rahul Gandhi, Mr. Stalin's relative, Mr. Maran. Who gave red carpet to them? यही लोग. अब B से कुछ बोलो तहसीन. फिर उसके बाद, who said Revant Reddy to your editor-in-chief of this channel now?
मेरा DNA तेलंगाना, KCR का DNA बिहार.
Mr. Nitish Kumar is comfortable with what Prime Minister said. They are in alliance and we have made them the Chief Minister. But to say that I have the Telangana DNA and Bihar DNA is less than the Telangana DNA has been said by Tehseen's very good friend Revant Reddy. बताओ Tehseen Poonawalla, इस पे क्या stand है आपका? Third point, you know, please sir, Tehseen, 1 second. Gaumutra states was said for Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. Rahul Gandhi himself has said that when I am in the North India, the issues are not understood here. South India is very refreshing. Then Priyanka Vadra, Tehseen's relative, was clapping when Channi ji was calling Bhaiya derogatorily with for UP and Bihar people. So there is a long history of these anti-Bihari comments. And look at what they've done with Sitaram Kesari. Look at what they did to Babuji Jagjivan.
But Shehzad Poonawalla, one, Tejaswi Yadav has distanced himself. He is saying, अगर किसी ने insult किया है तो आप apologize कीजिए. Two, this isn't really an insult. They are just questioning the politicization or the political campaigning via GST.
If this was the case,
they are saying कि बिहार चुनाव आ रहा था इसीलिए बीडी को out कर दिया आपने.
If this was the case, first of all, what is Mr. Tejaswi Yadav's allegation and Congress's allegation? Their one hand says that we are not done enough for Bihar. Then on the other hand they say कि देखो बिहार के लिए किया. Then they say budget was for Bihar. So what is their allegation? Have we done for Bihar or have we not done for Bihar?
You haven't done enough for Bihar. You are only doing tokenism. You are using GST as a weapon. You are not doing enough. उन्होंने बोला ना, बी से बेरोजगारी आपने दे दी बिहार को.
ऐसा है कि बी से बर्बाद करने वाले बिहार को आज बी से बेरोजगारी की तो बात ना करें. Let me give you the facts. It was 2% growth rate in Bihar under Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav. Today it is 10 to 12%. The funds received under UPA were 2.8 lakh crore in 10 years. Today it is 9.2 lakh crores. The economy size was 2.4 lakh crores. Today it is 8.5 lakh crores. Tap connections were 1,84,000. It's 1 crore 60 lakh tap connections today. Hospital beds were 11,500. Today it's in excess of 30,000. There were about 21 lakh toilets. Today there are 1.13 crore toilets. There were about 42 out of 1,000 the infant mortality rate. Today it is down to 27. So on every aspect, there was less than 10,000 kilometers of rural road network. Today it's 1.12 lakh kilometers. So I can keep giving these figures. The question is only pointed question. Just 10 seconds and I'm ending my point. That Tehseen Poonawalla and Mr. Tejaswi Yadav spokesperson, Mr. Pasha, what is your view on the comments made against Biharis by the DMK and by the Congress? This is not a one-off. This is a mindset. And look at the explanation.
You're still saying it's an insult.
I'll tell you why. If it was not an insult, why did the Congress party delete it?
They're saying because you're politicizing it.
Arey bhai, Nasir Hussain has said that you cannot say this about one state. He just said, Sir Syed Nasir Hussain Saab has said, no, Tehseen. Sir Syed Nasir Hussain Saab has said that don't insult people of a state. Then Mr. Akhilesh Yadav has said कि हम तो ये इससे agree नहीं करते. Tejasvi Yadav, I have a question.
There is no politics, there is no electoral politics in your GST plan. Because again, what has Priyanka Bharti said? She has said Gujarati khakra par GST 0% कर दिया है, बिहार के मखाने पर GST 5% कर दिया है. लालू जी is saying कि भाई victory चाहिए आपको बिहार के अंदर, फैक्ट्री आप गुजरात के अंदर लगा रहे हैं.
पद्मजा जी, this is why I want to come more often on your show, because आप हमें मौका देती है सब ध्वस्त करने का. करण वर्मा के पास पॉइंट नहीं बचेगा कुछ बोलने का. ऐसा है, देखिए मैं आपको बताता हूँ. लूज मखाना है.
अब पाशा जी बहुत क्वाइटली बैठे हुए हैं, so I am the spokesperson for Mr. Anwar Pasha.
वो सुनते रहे.
Mr. Pasha, you should be raising all of these points. You are sitting very quietly and patiently.
पर फिर भी पद्मजा जी आपको गोदी मीडिया ही बोला जाएगा. पद्मजा जी गोदी मीडिया ही बोलेंगे आपको.
Okay,
on this point.
10 seconds only. 10 seconds only. I need to go back to Anwar Pasha.
That's right, but you have asked a question from Bharti said. Let me answer the question.
Okay, Mr. Pasha, I am coming to you. Okay, you're talking about the bias. You're talking about the bias. I have asked the specific question about bias against Bihar. I'll come to you, Karan Verma. Just take 10 seconds. Then I'll go to
Loose makhana is at 0%. Dairy, which Bihar is going to get benefit from, is at 0%. Agriculture, tractors, fertilizers, 0%. Litti choka, 0%. Madhubani paintings has come down. Makhana board has been created. Handicrafts has come down from GST. Healthcare products, insurance products, textiles, including Bhagalpur silk, all are lesser GST. Patna metro किसने दिया? Patna ring road किसने दिया? पटना एयरपोर्ट का एक्सपेंशन किसने किया? 57 रूरल रेल प्रोजेक्ट्स किसने दिया? 8,000 करोड़ का प्रोजेक्ट्स बिहार में चल रहा है आज की तारीख में. रेलवे का टैक्स जो है 1.6 करोड़ दिए. कहां से आप ये बात कर रहे हैं भाई?
Mr. Pasha, let him respond.
This cooked, Padmaja ji, this cooked data presented by the spokesperson of BJP is not going to change the destiny of Bihar. People know the fact. There is no employment. There is no employment in Bihar. There is no avenues of employment in Bihar.
अनवर पाशा जी, आपने क्या बोला? लालू जी ने बोला कि आप विक्ट्री चाहते हैं, बिहार से फैक्ट्री लगाते हैं गुजरात में. आपकी प्रवक्ता है वो कह रही हैं कि बिहार के जितने प्रोडक्ट्स हैं उनके ऊपर जीएसटी थोपा जा रहा है और बाकी जगह पर हटाया जा रहा है. अभी जो लिस्ट गिनाई गई है कि बिहार की चीजों पर कैसे जीएसटी घटाया गया है, आप कैसे कह सकते हैं कि जीएसटी में भी बिहार के खिलाफ बायस हो रहा है?
Padmaja ji, in 20 years, what Bihar has got from the central government for the last 11 years, from 20 years there is government.
Okay, let's open this up and let Karan Verma come in. Again, we are back to 20. Last 20 years, what has Bihar got? And more specifically, because this is done again and again, and it's not just limited to Bihar, by the way. Maharashtra says it, Uddhav Thackeray says it in Maharashtra. Now, you have Lalu ji saying it in Bihar. Victory आपको चाहिए बिहार में, फैक्ट्री आप लगा रहे हैं सारे गुजरात में. Why?
So Padmaja, let's just come down to the basics of it. The number one beneficiary of the GST is always a consumer state. You know, the top 3 states where unfortunately manufacturing hasn't taken off because GST is a destination based tax. As a Professor Pasha should know that. So the number one beneficiary in the country, and I say this with utmost conviction, is Bihar. In fact, in the 2017 paper, when GST was tabled, it was mentioned that the states which are consuming are going to benefit the maximum, which is why there was a GST compensation which was done to the production based states like Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. So that's number one. Bihar has benefited immensely out of GST. Shahzad rightly pointed out the dairy farming sector. Now that's something that's flourishing in Bihar. So when GST comes down on milk, when GST comes down on agricultural inputs, because Bihar is an agriculture friendly state, it is Bihar that benefits the maximum out of it. I think as a professor he does great intellectual dishonesty when he says Bihar is discriminated against when actually Bihar is the single biggest beneficiary of this. And Padmaja, in the last 20 years what has happened? Just one statistic. 2% tap water connections in rural areas, 2% after 65-70 years of independence, we had 2%. That has come down to 90+% and approaching 100% soon. That itself is the single biggest achievement that one can think of in terms of welfare delivery. So that's there for you, Mr. Pasha.
20 साल का हिसाब मिल गया आपको, Professor Pasha.
All these schemes are for Bihar.
I'm coming to you,
Why Bihar is lagging behind? Why Bihar is lagging behind today? Why is the economic condition of Bihar is worse? It is worsening day by day. Why the unemployment is there? Why
that is a very good question, Professor Pasha. You know, actually, your question is a very, very good question. And for that, we have to look at a period before 2005. So between 1995 and 2005, why was Bihar completely stagnant? Why is it that you had industrial towns? You had Bihar being called the Manchester of the East. There are hundreds of factories in Bihar which shut down in those 10 years. Why did they shut down, sir? You should be answering for that. Why is it that today there is no employment for people in Bihar because they had to all migrate? There were no factories, there was no employment. Why, Professor Pasha?
Is Bihar not, if Bihar is not treated as a stepchild by the central government, why there is no special package? Why there is no special
Only 10 seconds on stepmotherly treatment, then I really must bring in Tehseen Poonawalla. Sir, I wish you would have come with some data. Professor Pasha, I really wish you would have come with some data.
Let me have a conversation with Tehseen because at least he's trying to, at least attempting to make sense. Tehseen, if the accusation
Shehzad Poonawalla and Tehseen on screen, please.
By the way, Padmaja, this accusation is so headless, the one made by Priyanka Bharti. The decision in the GST is taken by GST Council where the chief ministers and the finance ministers or the officials of the opposition states sit. So is there implication that the people sitting there were anti-Bihar? So was Revanth Reddy taking anti-Bihar decision? Was Karnataka CM and FM taking anti-Bihar decision? It's not taken, this is not taken by Narendra Modi in the GST Council or Nirmala Sitharaman. It is taken by the collective. It's all unanimous decisions. Point number one. Point number two, I'm grateful that Mahatma Gandhi is not there. Mahatma Gandhi launched his Satyagraha from which state? And I'm glad that the first government which was formed after disposing Indira Gandhi was made by JP, and who was the Prime Minister? A Gujarati called Morarji Desai. Tehseen Poonawalla, ये इनको बोलो, ये आपका पाशा जो है, इनको बताओ कि why there is loose makhana 0%. He has no data. By the way, Garib Awas 0 by UPA, 37 lakhs by Narendra Modi, who hates Bihar. Huh? Private sector and public sector jobs, less than 20,000 during Lalu tenure. Today, 24 lakh private sector jobs, 9 lakh sarkari jobs. Poverty, 75% rate in Bihar under Laluji's great Masiha, and today it is down by 55%. Per capita income, 10,000 rupees. Today it is 60,000 rupees, 6 times higher. House with electricity, less than 25 lakhs. Today it is 1.6 crores. Pasha has no facts. And they don't have an answer कि बिहार को बीडी से क्यों तुलना की?
Tehseen Poonawalla.
Look, the fact of the matter is, Karan is right on one thing, that that GST would benefit states that were not producers. So to that extent, the BJP spokesperson and Karan are right. However, in the 20 years that has seen the Nitish Kumarji and BJP government, the benefits that in Bihar have not gone down to the level it went. And to supplement my point, let me just put in front of you the Niti Aayog multi-dimensional poverty report. Now, one factor is you're comparing Nitishji's government with Laluji's government. But compare Nitishji's government to the 20 years of other states and see that Bihar hasn't progressed at the same rate. Bihar continues to languish below in the multi-dimensional poverty report. It has the highest migration out of state. So when you took the benefits of the GST that came in 2017, you haven't been able to create industry the way other states have been able to create industry. Therefore, migration continues to be the highest during COVID first wave. We saw what happened. You couldn't even create elsewhere. Now, let me. There is no reverse migration in Bihar. In fact, people are still leaving Bihar. That is the whole 65 lakh people going out. But that's an issue I don't want to divert into. Even on the state, on the law and order, Bihar continues to be the second worst in the country. Worst being Uttar Pradesh, and on justice, at least Uttar Pradesh delivers. Bihar delivers nothing on justice. That is the problem. And if you remove the per capita income of Patna out and the rest of Bihar, Bihar languishes way below most African nations.
Just one second. Tehseen, just 1 second. Can you please tell me the conviction rate, national average, conviction rate of Uttar Pradesh and conviction rate of Bihar for crimes?
I'll give that to you.
Yeah,
but
give.
Yeah, I'll give that to you.
Yeah.
But make your other point.
Are you Googling or using Grok, or you're calling Supriya Srinath? Which one are you?
You can't encounter that. He'll come up with the data.
That's
What's your point?
Obviously, I'm opening the government side.
By the way, in Bihar and Uttar Pradesh has the highest conviction rate, by the way, 71%.
I said that.
Bihar,
I just said that.
You said Uttar Pradesh was the worst performing law and order and there was no justice. You just said that. And then you said that Bihar is also on the same path. One second, Tehseen, either I speak or you speak.
I said.
Tehseen, either I speak or you speak. Let me complete.
Okay.
Tehseen, it takes a different kind of confidence for a party that's backed by Lalu Prasad Yadav, convicted 5 times, who has all the goons along with him, to come and say that you all are doing better or you all cared more about law and order. Just look at the number of riots that were there during your tenure.
I'll give you the data.
It is 11,700. It's now down by 70%. So please, Tehseen Poonawalla, rather than now coming up with make-believe figures, which I don't know which source you'll take out from, please, Tehseen Poonawalla, at least on law and order, Lalu Prasad party should not be the one lecturing.
Karan
Nobody
Verma,
believes
20 years NDA
Can I
government,
give the
20 years
numbers?
British government. Why has Bihar continued to languish and now GST is being shown as some major magic bullet?
It's not being shown as some major magic bullet, but it's a natural progression. And when we talk of natural progression of Bihar, we must understand where we are coming from. We are coming from a place, and we still are, as far as the opposition is concerned. We have a person, Tejasvi Yadav, who says Shahabuddin Amar Rahe, and they have the guts to talk about law and order. Shahabuddin Amar Rahe, a man convicted, a man who burnt down another man for a piece of land, is being eulogized in Bihar. I mean, I don't know what Professor Pasha has to say about that. A man who just few days back, Padmaja, and that video is pretty viral, says, Bihar mein hum kheni ke saath chaba ke thuk denge Narendra Modi ko. This is the language that their CM candidate speaks. A person who could not clear class 9th exam,
but
he talks about education.
GST and business and the status.
No, he spoke about law and order. I told you about GST. The single biggest beneficiary in our entire country is Bihar of GST. This is not a small statement, Padmaja. When we talk of GST reforms, we talk of reforms in Bihar. And pick up any index. Pick up any single index. Beech mein mat boliye. Pasha ji, please don't speak in between. Please, I was not speaking when you was talking. You don't have a single fact, a single statistic. Talk about law and order. How much has it improved? Tap water connections, electricity connections, investment in Bihar. It has all grown leaps and bounds. आपके time पे CM office तक बंद था. The CM used to strike and broker deals between Maoists and between the land thug owners. That is what you used to do. I mean, talk about Jungle Raj, Padmaja. Coming from Jungle Raj today, Bihar has a semblance of not just sanity, it has grown multifold. They reduced it to a place which had become riddled with Jungle Raj and corruption. A CM which was convicted, who was thrown out, literally. That is their legacy. And they have the guts to talk about it. That is the alternative roadmap they have.
More than dozens crimes, murders are taking place in Bihar. More than 12 murders are taking place every day.
He's a professor and he's speaking like this.
So don't lecture from Delhi.
Don't lecture. Yeah. A 5-time convicted person and a person who says मैं गुटखा की तरह चबा जाऊंगा, Shahabuddin Amar Rahe, he is going to pontificate to us.
Biharis want their due share. They want their due right.
अरे सर फ्यूचर जेनेरिक बातें करना आसान है. Okay, Professor Pasha, you know, if there is, you know, your party and the Congress party talk about one, and because there are many different segments which are affected by the GST rehaul that has been done, I will talk about only one particular segment, and which is also very important in Bihar. Let's talk about farmers and how this GST rehaul is going to affect farmers. आप बार-बार कहते हैं कि भाई किसानों के लिए कुछ नहीं होता, किसानों की आय नहीं बढ़ी है, किसानों के हाथ में पैसा नहीं जाता है. Simply for these farmers, and you are not going to say that these farmers belong to Gujarat or these farmers belong to anywhere else and Bihar is being discriminated against. Let me show you the data of just a few things that have been given to farmers and how this is going to end in more money in their hands. Raw materials for fertilizer production earlier was taxed at 18%, now it is at 5%. When it comes to actual materials that they use on the fields, biopesticides and micronutrients earlier had 12%, now it is at 5%. Let's move on quickly through this graphic, please. Fixed speed diesel engines under 5 HP earlier at 12%, now it is at 5%. Similarly, for harvesting and threshing machinery, it was at 12% earlier and now it is at 5%. यानी कि ट्रैक्टर भी आपके करीब 50 से 70 हजार रुपए सस्ते होने वाले हैं और ये ट्रैक्टर मैन्युफैक्चरर्स बोल रहे हैं. अब आप ये कैसे कह सकते हैं कि भाई वी हैव बीन गिवन अ लॉलीपॉप इन दिस न्यू जीएसटी रिजीम एंड बिहार के साथ कुछ नहीं हुआ है, सब कुछ गुजरात को दिया जा रहा है. दैट्स द सिंपल पॉइंट सर. We can talk on facts or we can keep saying कुछ नहीं दिया, हमारे साथ फतेला व्यवहार हो रहा है. Let's talk about facts.
Padmaja ji, tell me honestly, who was responsible for putting this 12% GST?
I'll answer.
Did we put it? Did we fix it? Who was responsible for that? Who looted? It means more than 5% GST, that was 12%. You were looting the Biharis. Were looting the.
In 2017, why did you put 12% on all this?
He has to pipe down so that my answer can be heard.
ठीक है इतने साल लूटा, 8 साल तक लूटा, 12%
he has a habit of repeating the same thing over and over.
Mr. Pasha, you asked your question. If this was unreasonable tax on the farmers, why did you let it continue from 2017 till now?
In the pre-GST regime, we were in state taxes and VAT regime which was 24 to 25%. Let me give you one very basic example. Sanitary pads were 24%. Today it is 0%. Who's wearing these sanitary pads? Forget just GST reform. The income tax, till 2 lakhs first you have to pay the income tax. Now till 12 lakhs you don't have to pay. Who will benefit the maximum? Please tell me this. अरे भाई चुप रहो भाई, आपके पास कोई डेटा नहीं है, कहाँ से प्रोफेसर बन के आए आप? Please ma'am, Padmaja ji, let me complete. He does not give data during his time, he interrupts during others' time. Padmaja, this is not. Padmaja, let us speak one by one. Padmaja, the viewers are very discerning.
We are opposing it since beginning.
Padmaja, let me.
Can we please have Mr. Pasha? Mr.
Pasha, let's have
for
courtesy on the panel.
lowering the rates.
Can I please reduce the audio? Professor Pasha, you asked a question. Why was 12% levied in 2017? The answer to that is that before 2017 and in fact before 2014, there was a much higher tax. Because there was no GST in the pre-GST era, there was a much higher tax on all of these items. It was rationalized as step 1 in 2017 and it was rationalized further in 2025.
But Padmaja, whatever he has to say, he has to be patient.
Okay, 30 seconds, finish your answer. Then
Bihar is land of Buddh, but he is only doing Yudh. He's not doing Buddh. तो बुद्ध का थोड़ा प्रैक्टिस करो, ये शाहबुद्दीन का नहीं. सुनिए, shampoo and FMCG goods, soap, oil, all of them 22 to 25%. Today at 5%. Garments less than 1,000 rupees. And the average inflation was 15%, 12%, 10%. Today it is down to 1 to 2%. Now just 10 seconds, I'm sorry Karan, 10 seconds more. 57 railway projects, 98 railway stations, 100% electrification, 5,000 crore worth highway projects, 11,000 crore worth dams and canal projects, 37 lakh pakka homes, 1,500 megawatt thermal plant in Aurangabad of Bihar, 3,300 megawatt NTPC plant, central funds worth 9.8 lakh crore, Patna airport being expanded, other airports also being worked upon, 4 crore people lifted out of poverty. Please tell me what you've done. Makhana board, Karpuri Thakur, Bharat Ratna, aap 5 kaam gina.
What is the financial support from Central Gujarat? Okay. Compare with Gujarat. Compare Bihar with Gujarat.
It is much more. It is much more for Bihar. It is much more for Bihar. This man has no knowledge.
Financial support is much more for Bihar as compared to Gujarat. Professor Pasha.
I'll give you figures. Wait.
Why Gujarat is number 1 priority?
This man has lost his.
Can I put one fact across? Please, you'll have to lower his fader. I can't put a fact across, otherwise he'll keep speaking. He'll keep butting in. Very important for your viewers to know something.
Okay. Yes.
So Padmaja, the one metric to find out what was the general taxation is the revenue neutral rate, which we call the RNR. The RNR before GST was 27%. For agricultural products, it was 21%. Today, as in before the reforms have kicked in, it is 11.8%. That is the leapfrog, I would say, a paradigm shift that happened between the pre-GST era and now. So when Professor Pasha says, ये कैसे हो गया? ये क्यों हो गया? This was a natural progression which cut down the taxation from 21 to 11%. It's quite a quantum jump. And now what we are seeing, it should come down in single digits. So that is where we stand today. We need a context for it. We need a perspective. I don't know how Professor Pasha teaches his students when he doesn't understand anything as to where we've started from.
So that the people of country get relief.
That is what they've got.
Demanding for the last 8 years.
They got it after 2017. They'll get further relief now, sir.
Today?
It's a progression that happens.
We welcome it because it was a consensus in the country. We support it. We are not against this two slab. We are not against it. We support it.
Okay, great. Wonderful. If everyone is in agreement, I think we can end this debate.
Just one very quick point.
Okay, but Tehseen Poonawala also
I
wants to
understand and Tehseen can answer this. The irony of ironies is that they have to import their brains for the election from Haryana. And Rahul Gandhi kahan se bhai? Ye Rahul Gandhi Bihar mein paida hua kya?
Okay. You know, I think the irony in all of this is that the response of RJD is perhaps best exemplified by what Professor Pasha has been saying over the last 35 minutes. You started by saying that there was an inherent bias in the way in which the entire GST structure had been decided. Then you said that this is a great relief and you welcome it. So, sir, yes, it is a step that is going to have significant impact, and the confusion can be seen in the way that you are reacting in very, very different ways. Last word, Tehseen Poonawala, how does the opposition possibly counter it? One, and two, it is really quite concerning. And, it stands out that the leader of opposition, who was in Bihar, just a few days ago, hasn't said a single word, neither about Bihar, neither about GST. There's been no word from him.
If I can please make my point.
Yes, Tehseen Poonawalla. No word from the LOP.
Professor, please. Look, today all the credit that the BJP is taking, if the rates were that high, that was the decision of the GST Council. And if it's come down, then that credit should go to the opposition as well. Yes. Why does the BJP alone want to take credit for it? No. But it is the entire perception is being, oh, BJP has got it done. No, that is what we're speaking about. That's the point. She did a press conference.
She gave the credit to GST Council.
1 second, please. Look, I barely interrupted. You've continued to interrupt me. And as please. I'm not. This is unfair. Secondly, thank you. I stand by my data on the murders in Bihar and kidnapping are higher than the national average in Bihar, and law and order is progressively worse. Not just that, on the multi-dimensional poverty index, Bihar ranks bottom of the pyramid amongst all the big states. This is the NITI Aayog report. So yes, there has been benefit of GST that's gone to Bihar. I don't deny that, but that benefit has only gone to the corrupt BJP. It hasn't percolated down. Therefore, Bihar continues to languish. So that's the politics that the BJP is facing, and therefore they are uncomfortable with the questions of development. Hence, they want to divert to tweets, and hence they want to divert to people who are placed to abuse the Prime Minister's mother, which was a very wrong thing to do, and we opposed.
Okay.
One second. First of all, it was clear that you all were saying a lie that it was a BJP. Secondly, Tehseen, Shahabuddin Amar Rahe.
Who?
Shahabuddin Amar Rahe. That's what Tejasvi said. आप तो law and order पे 15 minute का discourse दिया. Shahabuddin Amar Rahe. This Shahabuddin burnt people alive with acid.
Bihar amar rahega. Bihar ke log amar
Shahabuddin is Bihar.
That's all that is
They picked up cars from showrooms for Misa Bharti's and other people's weddings. You know this. Bura Bal saaf karo kya tha? What was Bura Bal? Bhumihar, Rajput, Brahman and Lala. And just now the RJD president has said that this was the meaning.
All right, you know.
You ask BJP why there are no jobs today. They'll go to Shahabuddin, who went for Misa Bharti's wedding.
You know, I think we have put out enough data. People can decide for themselves pre-2005 and now. What the situation of Bihar has been like is quite apparent to everyone. Are things perfect? Of course not. Can things be better? Yes. But have they incrementally become better? I leave you to be the best judge of that. Thanks very much, all gentlemen, for joining me on the Buck Stops here. It's the biggest pushback to the Dharmsthala defamation attempt. Seers and community leaders from Karnataka met Home Minister Amit Shah in the capital city of Karnataka yesterday. Their demand was that the case of mass burial conspiracy be handed over to the NIA. The Seers submitted a memorandum to the Home Minister claiming that Dharmsthala was being targeted in the same manner as other Hindu temples such as Tirupati and Sabrimala. They also described this entire controversy as painful and intolerable to all Hindus. They said it was an assault on the very tenets of Sanatan Dharma. It was well thought out and all of this was tied with each other. The memorandum also said that constant defamation was taking place on digital platforms unchecked, and the funding for this, the intention for this, should now be subjected to a thorough investigation. The question then is there eventually going to be a central investigation now that the Home Minister has also been apprised about what these seers think is a well-calculated plot against places of worship and men in saffron? Is there a bigger law around the corner? Joining us now is Jagat Guru Shri Vachananda Swami Ji. Also with us, we have Shri Rajashekharanand Swami Ji. I want to start with you, Vachanand Ji. Swami Ji, धर्मस्थला में जो कुछ हुआ, उसके बाद आप चाहते हैं कि एक नया कानून लाया जाए. किस तरह का कानून है जिसके बारे में आपने गृह मंत्री से मिलकर अपने ज्ञापन में जिसकी आपने बात की है?
ये पहली बार नहीं हो रहा है. एक धर्मस्थल एक पहली घटना नहीं है. इससे पहले बहुत सारे मंदिर को टारगेट किया गया है और बहुत सारे स्वामियों को भी टारगेट किया है. पिछले 1-2 साल पिछले एक जैन स्वामी जी को भी हत्या किया गया है कर्नाटक बेलगांव जिला में. ऐसी अलग अलग स्थानों में कोई आकर के सन्यासियों को पर आरोप लगाता है और उनको कहीं ना कहीं षड्यंत्र रचना कर रहा है. इसलिए धर्मस्थला में वहां पे कुछ भी नहीं मिला है उनको। वो राज्य सरकार ने एसआईटी फॉर्म किया है, कोई आकर के एक मुखवाड लेकर के आया और एसआईटी फॉर्म किया। लगभग 16 प्लेस में वो खुदाई किया है, वहां पे कुछ नहीं मिला है। और इतना नहीं, ये चीज सिर्फ कर्नाटक या देश के चैनल में नहीं चलाया, पूरा अल जजीरा चैनल में, बीबीसी चैनलों में भी ये चल रहा है कि कहीं ना कहीं भारत में जितने भी धर्म गुरु है और आध्यात्मिक मंदिर है, देवस्थान है, उसको टारगेट की जा रही है। इसलिए बिना कोई सबूत नहीं है उनके पास, लेकिन एक बार सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से, यूट्यूब के माध्यम से हमारे हेगड़े जी है, इतने अच्छे काम कर रहे हैं पिछले 50 सालों से। जितने भी पुराना मंदिर है उसको पुनरुत्थान किया है और एक बहुत अच्छा इंसान है, अहिंसा परमो धर्म मानने वाला आध्यात्म व्यक्ति है। और उनको ऊपर यूट्यूब में आकर के इतनी बुरी बुरी से गाली देना और इतनी नीच अक्षरों से, बातों से उनको बारे में बात करना, और वो टेलीकास्ट हो रहा है और लाखों लोग, करोड़ों लोग उसको व्यू कर रहा है, देख रहा है। इससे क्या होता है कि मतलब ये अच्छे आदमी सुनते हैं, उसका रिप्लाई नहीं दे रहा है, इसलिए लगता है कि उनको 100% इसके कुछ ना कुछ है, ऐसा सोच रहा है।
राजशेखरन जी, क्या आपको भी लगता है कि ये एक ज्यादा बड़ी कंस्पिरेसी है जिसको लेकर के आपको लगा कि आपको गृह मंत्री से मिलने की जरूरत है? अब एक केंद्रीय, एक सेंट्रल प्रोब होना चाहिए, सिर्फ स्टेट लेवल पर इसको नहीं रखा जा सकता?
हमको क्या है, अभी जो एसआईटी इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है उसकी वजह से हमको कुछ डाउट नहीं है, तो ये सही कक्षे में चल रहा है। तो हमारी डाउट क्या है, इसका ऊपर कोई हाथ डाला है बाहर से, जो उनको संपत्तियां आ रहा है। तो यूट्यूबर दूध की नाम से बहुत हलचल चलाया, पूरी धर्मस्थल का बारे में उन्होंने हलचल फैलाया, उसकी वजह से इसका न्याय, इसको हमने दंडित करने के लिए, हमको न्याय लेने के लिए हमने एनआई को पूछा। तो एसआईटी के इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बारे में हमारा संशय कुछ नहीं
जी। तो आपको एसआईटी की जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है उससे कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, लेकिन जो अभी तक हुआ है उसको लेकर के क्या आपको लगता है कि ज्यादा बड़ी कंस्पिरेसी है, राजशेखरानंद जी?
हमको क्या है, अभी जो एसआईटी इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है उसकी वजह से हमको कुछ डाउट नहीं है, तो ये सही कक्षे में चल रहा है। तो हमारी डाउट क्या है, इसका ऊपर कोई हाथ डाला है बाहर से, जो उनको संपत्तियां आ रहा है। तो यूट्यूबर दूध की नाम से बहुत हलचल चलाया, पूरी धर्मस्थल का बारे में उन्होंने हलचल फैलाया, उसकी वजह से इसका न्याय, इसको हमने दंडित करने के लिए, हमको न्याय लेने के लिए हमने एनआई को पूछा। तो एसआईटी के इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बारे में हमारा संशय कुछ नहीं।
वचनन जी, ये जो आपने बात की है कि जो वीरेंद्र हेगड़े हैं उनको बार बार टारगेट किया गया है, क्या वो इसलिए है क्योंकि वो मंदिर के लिए या सनातन के लिए काम करते हैं?
जरूर कर रहा है। पिछले 50 सालों से उन्होंने पूरा डेडिकेटेड किया है। पूरा आप नॉर्थ कर्नाटक जाइए, लाखों महिलाओं के लिए उन्होंने जीव दिया, नया लाइफ दिया है। जैसे आज नरेंद्र मोदी जी बात करें कि आत्मनिर्भर भारत, वहां इतना महिला का सबल किया उन्होंने। सरकार, एक बड़े सरकार चला रहे हो, एक्चुअली उनका एक सेमी सरकार है। इतने गांव के हर महिला को अभी सरकार ने गारंटी के माध्यम से 2000 दे रहा है, लेकिन उन्होंने ऐसा नहीं किया, स्वयं उनको उद्योग देने की काम कर रहा है वीरेंद्र हेगड़े जी ने। और इतने तालाब बनाया, गांव गांव में आप जाइए। 2000 से पहले कर्नाटक में बहुत बार सुकाल आया था, बहुत वहां पे कुछ भी नहीं था। उस समय उन्होंने बहुत सारे तालाब को शुरू किया है। जो सरकार करना था वो सरकार नहीं कर पाया, लेकिन सिर्फ सरकार ने घोषणा किया है, लेकिन वीरेंद्र हेगड़े ने किया है।
बिल्कुल। इसीलिए मैं ये पूछना चाहती थी आपसे वचनन जी कि जो राज्य सरकार है वो कह रही है कि वीरेंद्र हेगड़े भी उन्होंने एसआईटी को वेलकम किया है, पर कुछ लोग कह रहे हैं कि एसआईटी भी साजिश का हिस्सा है। आपको क्या लगता है?
तो मैडम, हमको जो षड्यंत्र दिखाता है, जो यूट्यूबर इसका एआई करके इन्होंने वीडियो बनाया, तो ये वीडियो का बारे में हमको बहुत डाउट आ रहा है, क्योंकि जो धर्माधिकारी का नाम से इन्होंने हलचल फैलाया, तो फैलाने के बाद तो पूरी षड्यंत्र का पीछे फॉरेन फंड आया जैसा हमको डाउट आ गया। तो अलग अलग रूट से हम सोचेंगे तो इसका डाउट एकदम पक्का हो जाता है, क्योंकि एक एआई वीडियो करने के लिए उसको कितना पैसा लग गया, तो वो पैसा कौन दिया, तो इसके बारे में हमको डाउट आ गया। और दिल्ली तक ये खोपड़ी गया, तो खोपड़ी आने के बाद पूरी हलचल फैलाया, इसकी वजह से पूरी धर्मस्थल को नाश करने के लिए इसका षड्यंत्र है। आप सोच लीजिए मैडम, पूरी वीक्षक लोग को हम बताएंगे, धर्मस्थल का पहले शबरीमला का हादसा हुआ, शबरीमला में ऐसा षड्यंत्र बनाया, और हमारी कोयमुत्तूर का एक सदगुरु जग्गीवास से उसका पीछे हलचल चलाया। तो उसके बाद शनि सिंगनापुर बोल के महाराष्ट्र में एक बहुत बढ़िया हमारा धर्म क्षेत्र है, उधर भी ऐसे ही षड्यंत्र बनाया। तो आने के बाद अभी धर्मस्थल का नाम आया। हम जो बोलते हैं वो जो खोपड़ी वाला आया सही है, उन्होंने ऐसा किया तो क्यों किया, तो इन्होंने न्यायाधिकरण का पास गया, न्यायाधिकरण में इन्होंने साक्षी जो उसका पास खोपड़ी का निशानी था वो साथ में जाके उन्होंने न्यायाधीश कोर्ट में इन्होंने विचारधारा रखा। तो विचारधारा रखने के बाद न्यायालय को भी उन्होंने फुलिश किया, मीन्स उसको भी गलत समझ दिया। तो इसकी वजह से जो इतने साल से जो लोग न्यायालय का ऊपर विश्वास रखा है, वो विश्वास को भी घातक किया। तो इसकी वजह से ये षड्यंत्र जो चल रहा है, अभी एसआईटी इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है, तो ये आगे भी हो। तो भी एनआई को हमने क्यों पूछा, इतना देर से, इतना टाइम से इन्होंने धर्मस्थल में पहला बोला 1000 लोग बोला, बाद में 100 लोग बोला, और सोशल मीडिया में आप सोच लीजिए 150 सोशल मीडिया लोगों ने मीटिंग किया। तो एक वाला बोलता है इतना बढ़िया षड्यंत्र है, हम जो कंटेंट डालता है तो उन लोग क्या बोलता है, वही कंटेंट हम लेना है, वही कंटेंट उसमें डालना है बोल के बोलता है। उसको कितना पैसा चाहिए, पूरा पैसा हम देता है बोलता है। तो ये पैसा किधर से आता है, न्यायाधिकरण हमको बोलना चाहिए।
वचनन जी, ये क्या ज्यादा बड़ी एक आपको साजिश दिखाई दे रही है, और क्या आपने गृह मंत्री को इसके बारे में बताया?
ना, डेफिनेटली गृह मंत्री जी बहुत प्यार से हमको बुलाया और हमारा बात बहुत देर तक उन्होंने सुनाया, और हमको विश्वास है गृह मंत्री की ओर, क्योंकि जब मोदी जी प्रधानमंत्री बने हैं, क्योंकि हमने पूरा देश दुनिया भर घूमते रहते, योग ध्यान ये सब सिखाते हैं, और जब 2015 के बाद जिस तरह से हम विदेश जाते, पहले हमको जिस तरह से देखते हैं, अभी हमको देखना वहाँ के लोग इतने प्यार से, जितने भी हजारों योगा स्कूल ओपन हुआ है, मंदिर नया मंदिर खुल रहा है, लाखों लोग हिंदू के जो परंपरा है वो स्वीकार कर रहा है। हम तो धर्मांतर नहीं कर रहा है, हम तो ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन कर रहा है योग के माध्यम से। और कहीं ना कहीं इन लोगों को वो आपत्ति हो रहा है, इतने हिंदू कैसे बन रहा है।
पर क्या आपको लगता है कि जो कुछ धर्मशाला में हुआ है उसमें विदेशी फंडिंग का भी हाथ है?
डेफिनेटली हमने अमित शाह जी को यही भी बात उनको रखा है, ये भी इसके बारे में। और अभी एसआईटी फार्म हो रहा है, वो फार्म हो गया है, वो पूरा जांच चल रहा है, उसका जो भी रिपोर्ट आता है उसके बाद कुछ करेंगे। पहले वो पूरा क्या क्या है, वो कैसे करेंगे, इसके कौन कौन आदमी इन्वॉल्व है, सब पता लगेगा। एसआईटी जो फाइनल रिपोर्ट आएगा उसके बाद अमित शाह जी हर उसको ठीक से नजर रखे हैं। अभी उन्होंने सब कुछ उनको पता चल रहा है क्या क्या हो रहा है वहाँ।
अभी कुछ यूट्यूबर्स के साथ भी उनके खिलाफ केस किया गया है, कल उनको दोबारा पूछताछ के लिए बुलाया गया था। क्या सच में यूट्यूबर्स को ऐसा कहा जा सकता है कि वो कोई कंस्पिरेसी का ऐसा, वो तो बस इतना कह रहे हैं कि हमने जो उस वक्त चल रहा था वो दिखाया है, जब सच सामने आएगा वो भी दिखाएंगे?
डेफिनेटली जिस तरह से उन्होंने वीरेंद्र हेगड़े के बारे में बात किया है वो सुनने भी लायक नहीं है। ऐसे लोगों को कठिन से कठिन सजा मिलना चाहिए और पूरा इनके बारे में जांच होना चाहिए। ये मुस्लिम आदमी है, इनको हिंदू को क्या संबंध है? इनका क्या धर्मस्थल के इनका क्या है? उसके लिए ये इन्होंने एक पैसा भी वहां पे दान किया, न धर्म किया। फिर यूं इस व्यक्ति ने हिंदू और जैन के बारे में बात कर रहा है और हिंदू अलग है जैन अलग है ऐसा बोल रहा है। तो कभी हम सोचा नहीं है, ये हमारे थॉट ही नहीं आया कि हिंदू अलग है जैन अलग है, सब हम एक ही है, दूध शक्कर जैसे हैं हम। और इनको डिवाइड कर रहे हैं क्योंकि वो जैन कम्युनिटी कम है, वो अहिंसा परमो धर्म पालन करता है, इनके ऊपर कुछ ना कुछ करेंगे तो कोई इनका रक्षा नहीं करेंगे, ऐसे सोचा है वो लोग। और कहीं ना कहीं घर में बैठ करके अपने यूट्यूब शुरू करके गाली बकने के लिए शुरू कर दिया। उनको ऊपर बहुत बुरा कथा शुरू किया है। देखिए एक माता ने, एक व्यक्ति नहीं है अनन्या भट्ट, उन्होंने शुरू क्रिएट किया है और हर दिन उनका बयान अलग अलग आ रहा है। एक यूट्यूब चैनल में बोलती है वो मेरा बेटी ही नहीं है। मतलब इसके अंदर, इसके पीछे बहुत सारे लोगों का काम, थॉट प्रोसेस है। हिंदू लोग भी है, अलग अलग मत संप्रदाय के लोग भी इसमें जुड़े हैं क्योंकि वो सहन नहीं कर पा रहा है हिंदू धर्म इतना क्यों बढ़ रहा है। इसलिए अपने लोग भी, कुछ लोग जुड़े हैं इसमें, इनको भी पूरा जांच होना चाहिए।
राजशेखरन जी, आपको भी ये एक साजिश लगती है जिसमें जो सोशल मीडिया में है या फिर यूट्यूब के लोग हैं उसमें जुड़े हुए हैं?
तो मैडम, हमको जो षड्यंत्र दिखाता है, जो यूट्यूबर इसका ये करके इन्होंने वीडियो बनाया, तो ये वीडियो का बारे में हमको बहुत डाउट आ रहा है क्योंकि जो धर्माधिकारी का नाम से इन्होंने हलचल फैलाया, तो फैलाने के बाद तो पूरी षड्यंत्र का पीछे फॉरेन फंड आया जैसा हमको डाउट आ गया। तो अलग अलग रूट से हम सोचेंगे तो इसका डाउट एकदम पक्का हो जाता है क्योंकि एक एआई वीडियो करने के लिए उसको कितना पैसा लग गया, तो वो पैसा कौन दिया, तो इसके बारे में हमको डाउट आ गया। और दिल्ली तक ये खोपड़ी गया, तो खोपड़ी आने के बाद पूरी हलचल फैलाया। इसकी वजह से पूरी धर्मस्थल को नाश करने के लिए इसका षड्यंत्र है। आप सोच लीजिए मैडम, पूरी वीक्षक लोग को हम बताएंगे, धर्मस्थल का पहले शबरीमला का हादसा हुआ, शबरीमला में ऐसा षड्यंत्र बनाया और हमारी कोयमुत्तूर का एक सदगुरु जग्गीवास से उसका पीछे हलचल चलाया। तो उसके बाद शनि सिंगनापुर बोल के महाराष्ट्र में एक बहुत बढ़िया हमारा धर्म क्षेत्र है, उधर भी ऐसे ही षड्यंत्र बनाया। तो आने के बाद अभी धर्मस्थल का नाम आया। हम जो बोलते हैं वो जो खोपड़ी वाला आया सही है, उन्होंने ऐसा किया तो क्यों किया, तो इन्होंने न्यायाधिकरण का पास गया, न्यायाधिकरण में इन्होंने साक्षी जो उसका पास खोपड़ी का निशानी था वो साथ में जाके उन्होंने न्यायाधीश कोर्ट में इन्होंने विचारधारा रखा। तो विचारधारा रखने के बाद न्यायालय को भी उन्होंने फुलिश किया, मीन्स उसको भी गलत समझ दिया। तो इसकी वजह से जो इतने साल से जो लोग न्यायालय का ऊपर विश्वास रखा है वो विश्वास को भी घातक किया। तो इसकी वजह से ये षड्यंत्र जो चल रहा है, अभी एसआईटी इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है, तो ये आगे भी हो जाएगा। तो भी एनआई को हमने क्यों पूछा, इतना देर से, इतना टाइम से इन्होंने धर्मस्थल में पहला बोला 1000 लोग बोला, बाद में 100 लोग बोला, और सोशल मीडिया में आप सोच लीजिए 150-250 सोशल मीडिया लोगों ने मीटिंग किया, तो एक वाला बोलता है इतना बढ़िया षड्यंत्र है, हम जो कंटेंट डालता है तो उन लोग क्या बोलता है, वही कंटेंट हम लेना है, वही कंटेंट उसमें डालना है बोल के बोलता है। उसको कितना पैसा चाहिए, पूरा पैसा हम देता है बोलता है। तो ये पैसा किधर से आता है, न्यायाधिकरण हमको बोलना चाहिए।
जी, आखिरी सवाल आपसे पूछना चाहती हूँ कि जो आपने कानून की मांग की है उस पर क्या आश्वासन आपको दिया गया है?
अभी हमने गृह मंत्री का पास गया, इन्होंने 1 बजे हमको टाइम दे के हमारा जो समस्या है, हमको क्या क्या डाउट है, उसकी वजह से उन्होंने भरी शांति से हमसे पूछा। बाद में गृह मंत्री जी ने हमको एक विश्वास दिया। तो अभी एसआईटी इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रहा है। इन्वेस्टिगेशन का बारे में हमने एकदम सूक्ष्म रीति से सूक्ष्म तरीका से हम देखते रहते हैं। तो आने दो, आने के बाद धर्मस्थल की जो धर्माधिकारी है उसको भी हम बुलाएंगे दिल्ली में, उसको बिठा के क्या क्या विचारधारा है वो भी हम पूछेंगे बोल के गृह मंत्री जी ने बोला। और आगे हमको बोला आगे क्या होना चाहिए, हम उसका बारे में देख के आगे का रास्ता हम खोल जाएंगे बोल के गृह मंत्री जी ने हमको आश्वासन दिया।
जी, राजशेखरानंद स्वामी जी और वचनानंद स्वामी जी, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। दिस promises to be a longer fight. Of course, there is an investigation happening at the level of the state now. An enforcement directorate preliminary inquiry is happening into the possible foreign funding that may have gone into the smear campaign against Dharmsthala. But does it go far, far beyond Dharmsthala as well, will remain the key question. Thanks for watching. Remember, when it's issues like this, the buck stops here.
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है, सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं। लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं। एनडीटीवी इंडिया पर।
माय बर्थडे गिफ्ट टू पापा, ये उनके पापा की पहली गाड़ी एक गराज में पड़ी थी दार्जिलिंग में। फिर 3 मैकेनिक, पेंटिंग, पॉलिशिंग। जब इसे फाइनली घर लाया ना, तब लगा लाइफ में ग्रो किया है।
SIP करो, इन्वेस्ट करो, लाइफ में ग्रो करो। प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
फिनेस्टा विंडोज, ब्यूटीफुल एंड ड्यूरेबल डिजाइन्स, इंस्टॉलेशन से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनेस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
फाइनर फिनेस्टा।
We see the problems, but you as a social entrepreneur see the solutions. You are not just creating solution, you are creating a future where everyone has a chance to thrive. For the change makers, the innovators, the ones building a better world, one solution at a time. The Adani Green Talk Social Impact Awards are created for you. Green Talk Social Impact Awards 2025, coming soon.
The defender of Ladakh, India's high-altitude warrior. Meet the Zorawar.
We are on a piece of incredible Indian engineering.
This compares with the best in the world. It's probably better than any light tank that's ever been built. Vishnu and I are on the Zorawar right before it goes into the hands of the Indian Army.
the first journalists on board India's new light tank, built in India for the world, and NDTV exclusive.
जब मुंबई से वापस कोल्हापुर शिफ्ट हुआ तो सबने कहा कि ड्रीम सिटी को छोड़ रहा है। ड्रीम सिटी, तो मैंने कहा ड्रीम में तो यही गलियाँ आती हैं। तो जब ये रियलाइज़ हुआ कि कुछ बड़ा करने के लिए बड़े शहर में रहने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, तब लगा कि लाइफ में ग्रो किया। कशी ताई, ऐसे बॉय मिलते मुंबई में? चांस ही नहीं।
SIP करो, इन्वेस्ट करो, लाइफ में ग्रो करो। प्रतिभूति बाजार में निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। निवेश करने से पहले सभी संबंधित दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have
Good evening and welcome to a very special episode of Left, Right and Centre. Tonight we dive into a story of innovation, resilience and strategic brilliance from India's defence sector. The Zorawar light tank, a marvel of indigenous engineering, has taken centre stage as India bolsters our military might in the face of growing regional challenges. This isn't just a tank, it's a symbol of our determination to secure our borders and self-reliance in defence. Shod and I had world-class access to the Zorawar, the first journalists to fully check out the tank. Let's explore in this special program why the Zorawar was developed, its cutting-edge features, and what it means for the future of our army. This is the Zorawar, India's very own light tank. Built for a very specific requirement, to defend our forces and attack when necessary in high-altitude areas. Conceived of in the post-Galwan context and in direct response to the emergence of the Chinese Type 15 light tank, the Zorawar is meant to plug holes in India's armoured defences. At the moment, India uses heavy tanks, the T-90 and T-72, way up in the Ladakh heights. These are far too heavy and unwieldy for operations in the rarefied atmosphere. And so, Zorawar was designed and developed in 21 months straight. Weighing in at 25 tons, close to half the weight of the older tanks, the Zorawar can be easily airlifted and is built with the future in mind. Upgradability. Designed to operate with drones, it'll also feature an active protection system, a system which intercepts incoming missiles and rockets to protect the tank. But these upgrades will come later. At the moment, the Army appears committed to the tank, which is being trialled not just in high altitude areas, but also the desert. The Zorawar weighs 25 tons. It has a power-to-weight ratio of 30 horsepower per ton. That's key in the mountains. It has a 1,000 horsepower engine. It's amphibious. It can ford rivers and lakes. It can fire missiles, has a 105mm main gun, a 12.7mm remote-controlled weapon station, and a 7.62mm coaxial machine gun. In trials in September last year at the Mahajan firing range near Bikaner, the Zorawar hit its targets with pinpoint accuracy using its Belgian-designed gun, proving its lethality. Zorawar's development is a triumph of collaboration and indigenization. Led by the Defense Research and Development Organization and Larsen & Toubro, with contributions from micro, small and medium enterprises, the tank boasts over 70% indigenous content. From its hull to advanced systems, Indian industries have risen to the challenge, reducing reliance on foreign technology. Unlike the Arjun main battle tank, which faced delays and cost overruns because of an overemphasis on full indigenization, the Zorawar takes a pragmatic approach, incorporating foreign components like the Cummins engine and the Cockerell gun turret while pushing for local manufacturing. The army may eventually end up operating 700 Zorawar tanks. With Shivarur, Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Well, we're on an incredible piece of Indian engineering. Shiv and I are absolutely privileged to be here with Larsen & Toubro in Hazira near Surat. This is a tank. It's called the Zorawar. It takes the battle to the Chinese in altitudes upwards of 15,000 feet.
You know, Vishnu, it's actually incredible that for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude, a country didn't know until it had another war on its hands that it needed a tank like the Zorawar.
No, you're
that's
quite
the
right.
kind of tank we're sitting on.
You're absolutely right. Now, India does have a history of light tanks.
Yeah.
We've had the Sherman tank, pushed up the Zojila Pass in 1948. We've had the AMX light tank. We've had the PT-76, but they weren't Indian.
Yeah.
This is an Indian tank for a new modern Indian requirement, and it stands out as the best tank of its class, possibly in the world.
There are tanks like the T-15, which the Chinese deployed in Ladakh during the standoff. There is the Sprut, which is a Russian tank, which the Russians have been offering us, hoping that India will buy it along with all the other Russian weapons. But the Indian Army and the Indian government took a decision that this was a requirement that needed to be met here in India. And that's the reason why, we use the phrase mission mode, Vishnu, which is building a weapon system like the Zorawar in response to a live threat or a live combat situation, which is what Eastern Ladakh really is. And that's the reason why Vishnu and I sitting here on the Zorawar means so much, Vishnu. This is the actual tank that was there in the mountains.
And this was a tank which was designed and developed and prototyped and rolled out in 21 months. This has already done trials quite successfully by LNG, not yet user trials, up in Ladakh, out in the desert as well. They are fixing it to make it even better, and very soon it's going to be handed over to the Indian Army to put it through some incredibly rigorous trials, because acquisition of these tanks in very large numbers takes place only once that's done.
Well, let's just talk a little bit about why mountain tanks are necessary, Vishnu. In places like Ladakh, where you've got very steep slopes, access is difficult. The closest a tank can get to a roadhead can be many hundreds of meters because of snow, etc. How does a tank like this really help? And what is it like fighting in those altitudes?
A tank like this is crucial, and it's better in many senses than the existing tank we have, got a very high power to weight ratio, and it's light. It weighs approximately 25 tons. You know, the main battle tanks in the class of the T-90 are more than twice the weight of this tank. And in the rarefied atmosphere of Ladakh, in temperatures which go down to minus 30, you know, minus 35, you need a light tank with a very high power to weight ratio to be able to operate. Forget about the gun for a moment, forget about the systems. If you don't have mobility, then you're nothing. And this tank is much more mobile at those altitudes than what we operate with.
So you've got a main gun, you've got this weapon over here, you've got missiles housed in that canister over there. So this is a hugely armed light tank. It's not just built for mobility, it's built you know, to really deliver a punch and really deliver hurt to any adversary that comes anywhere within range of it. It has an incredible suite of electronics, targeting systems. There's crew comfort that's been built into the Zorawar. And Vishnu, one of the interesting things we've learned while we were here at Hazira is that, you know, for a country that imports so much of its military hardware, every effort is being made, even though there are many systems on this that are foreign, for all of those systems to be built eventually here.
You're quite right. Just the gun itself, the John Cockerell gun, it's a Belgian design, it's a Belgian company. But if there are orders for this gun, then they would possibly set shop here in India. And remember, Larsen & Toubro is already exporting a lot of their weapon systems outside to friendly neighborhood nations, perhaps nations outside the immediate neighborhood as well. This has immense possibilities, not just in terms of exports, but also in terms of evolving as a piece of technology. This can possibly be made into an unmanned platform in the future. It can work with drones. It's designed to have systems in the future which actually take out enemy drones. It might have an APS or an active protection system to intercept incoming kinetic shells. That's not going to happen immediately, but it has to happen down the road for this to keep up with contemporary threats.
Vishnu, let's talk a little bit about the protection systems on this drone. You were in Ukraine. You have, with your own eyes, seen how tank warfare has completely changed. You know, you were literally there in the field. Tell us about how the Zorawar, with its armor, with its protection systems, with its situational awareness, sort of re-emphasizes the idiom that the tanks are not going anywhere. You know, you might have drones, tanks may be vulnerable, but you still need a Zorawar.
You need a Zorawar, but you need a Zorawar kitted out with electronic jamming systems, with an active protection system, with a drone of its own to loiter and give reconnaissance as well, and to operate in a formation of tanks which are protected, perhaps even with integral air defense. So the tank comes under a large number of new threats, particularly from the air. And that is where tanks like the Zorawar need to evolve. And we've learned that and we've seen that up there in Ukraine. And this needs to go into place in the mountains of Ladakh as well, because the Chinese are massive operators of all types of drones.
It's incredible. To think that Vishnu and I are actually riding in the very same Zorawar. This particular prototype was in Ladakh, was in the hills, was in the deserts. It's soon going to be in the hands of the Indian Army for final user trials before it enters operational service, which means that this is a fighting vehicle that is ready to be in the customer's hands. And I think that's really important because, like Vishnu said, it's taken 21 months to get this from scratch to being absolutely fight-worthy. So this is the Zorawar, and Vishnu and I are wishing it the very best as it heads into service.
In a major national security news break, the Modi government has unveiled India's biggest defense upgrade plan since independence. The Defense Ministry has unveiled a 15-year, multi-billion-dollar plan to transform India's armed forces. The roadmap, a copy of which is with NDTV, includes nuclear-powered warships, next-generation battle tanks, hypersonic missiles, stealth bomber drones, AI-powered weapons, and space-age warfare tech. According to this path-breaking short-term capability vision document, the Army will induct nearly 1,800 future tanks to replace the T-72 fleet, 400 light tanks for mountain warfare, 50,000 tank-mounted anti-tank guided missiles, over 700 robotic counter IED systems, improvised explosive device systems. The Navy will get a new aircraft carrier, 10 next-generation frigates, 7 advanced corvettes, and 4 landing dock platforms. Nuclear propulsion for warships has been greenlit, that's huge, as well as electromagnetic aircraft launch systems. The Air Force will acquire 75 high-altitude pseudo-satellites, 150 stealth bomber drones, hundreds of precision-guided munitions, over 100 remotely piloted aircraft. Now, this is a blueprint for a future-ready force, emphasizing artificial intelligence, autonomy, and space warfare, India's answer to 21st century threats. Joining us now for his views to this, Air Marshal RGK Kapoor. Air Marshal, thanks very much for being with us. It's come late, but there seems to be a system which is now waking up to the fact that a lot of what they have identified in this 15-year window is technology being developed actively or has already been deployed elsewhere in the world. Therefore, as a 15-year plan, how important is this?
I think it's a great plan. It's very important. I think we should look at it in the context of the technology perspective and roadmap which Headquarter IDS has been publishing. The first one was published in 2013 and the second one in 2018. Before the latest one, which was published released during Exercise Ran Samvad in Mao, with the defense minister being present there. And so if we see, all these are 15-year roadmaps. But the frequency which we see is from 2013 to 18. It's taken 5 years to revise the roadmap. And from 2018 to 25, it's taken 7 years to revise the roadmap. It just highlights the importance of the technological evolution. The rate at which the technology is changing and the kind of systems that our industry and our scientists are able to produce is a reflection on why it changes so fast.
Yeah.
But I think this document, which has been released by MOD, is derived from the technology perspective and roadmap of 2025. When I went through both, I realized that everything is common. It's just the same thing. It is perhaps not the complete reproduction of the document, but I think it has touched the important areas.
Sure.
And what it also highlights is that it's a reflection of changing character of war, how technological evolution is affecting warfare, and the innovations that are taking place in recent conflicts. So it has an imprint of everything. And I would also say that the recent Chinese military day parade, though the document was written earlier, you see so many commonalities. So it is just a reflection of where the world is going in warfare and warfighting.
No, but Air Marshal, we have to spend hundreds of billions of dollars, and we have to develop presumably most of these systems in a finite period of time. When I look at a document like this, the first thing that comes to my mind, as being a cynic of Indian arms acquisition over a period of 30 years, is that this is nothing more than a dream.
Yes, to some extent, but not to the entire extent. Why I say so, I think there is little optimism, while there is guarded, I wouldn't say pessimism, but concern in the way we have been developing our systems and the way we have been producing. And so it is the timeline from the development to production to operationalization which has been the biggest concern for the armed forces, and the budget. Our budget is less than 2% of our GDP. China's budget is 7.2% of its GDP. And yet it is 1/3 of the US budget. And so if we want all of this, and mind you, Vishnu, it does not take into consideration AMCA, LCA Mark II, various other programs which are already there, and Sudarshan Chakra, so to say, ballistic missile defense, which are really expensive.
So
plans.
this would mean us having to increase our defense budget as a percentage of our GDP to well above 7-8%. I mean, that just seems difficult to fathom that they would actually do that. Number one. Number two, sir, in as much as this is great, a lot of these technologies have to be made in India, built in India. This is all very much at a prototype stage, if that. that being the case, to translate this dream into a manufacturing reality is another battle.
It is certainly going to be a major battle. But I think if we prioritize in relation to what conflicts have taught us, especially also if we see in context of Op Sindoor, there are certain advantages and there are certain challenges. If we identify the challenges correctly and we focus on them and probably give them to specific industries, then I think it is doable. May not be everything, but in my opinion, I think if we do space, cyber, electronic warfare, and ISR, followed by parallelly the weapons should go. I think we should be able to make good a lot of it. There are a lot of people in India who are wanting to do many things, but it is certain amount of push that the government and the Ministry of Defense have to give to the private industry, incentivize. Only then will it work. Otherwise, we will keep chasing a dream.
Let's just go through some of the technologies, and there's a lot over here. But scramjet propulsion for hypersonic missiles. What we've seen in the recent conflict between Iran and Israel is the limited use of hypersonic weapons. That's actually changed the nature of the threat that India also potentially faces, both from Pakistan and China. We have the technology now in prototype infancy. We've been testing our hypersonic technologies. That has to be weaponized and really fast, right?
So if we see, there are two kinds of hypersonic missiles or weapons. One is the glide vehicle and the other is powered by a scramjet or a hypersonic cruise missile. Hypersonic glide vehicle would be much easier to get, primarily because we have already tested it, and it requires a ballistic missile to propel it into into space and then get it. So I think that would be a lower hanging fruit which is achievable. Scramjet, we have already done a 1,000-second trial, and so if we go into a mission mode, we should be able to do it in about 5 to 7 years. So these are both possible because the body of the HSTDV has already been tested onto various types of, it's gone through the wind tunnel testing and other testing. And so there is a fair amount of maturity that can come. And so it is possible. The only country which has actually used hypersonic weapons in the recent conflicts has been Russia. Even Iran, I would not call them classical hypersonic weapons, because they used a very, very high trajectory. So the terminal velocity was high, but it was not at hypersonic velocities when it struck. And so to say that they are hypersonic weapons, I would say we need to take it with a pinch of salt.
Okay. There's been mention of persistent surveillance for the Indian Armed Forces. It finds mention over here, high altitude pseudo satellites. In other words, essentially, I call them hanging planes. They rely on solar energy, they travel very slowly, but they're up there possibly for even weeks, if not longer. How is that critical as a relatively low-cost solution to satellites and other sensors?
So satellites have a very, very limited lifetime, especially when you put them in the low Earth orbits. Their lifetime reduces to about 5 to 7 years. Plus, they are limited by the fuel that they carry for orbital sustenance and stabilization. And so HAPS offers you persistent surveillance and communication capability. So there are two aspects to it. And when we do this, it's not a simple technology. Not many countries in the world are using HAPS at this point in time for ISR. Most countries are relying on satellites. We are going the HAPS way. And to have a solar-powered HAPS is even a bigger challenge, because to generate that kind of power, to power all your systems, payloads, and keep the aircraft or the airship aloft is a major challenge. And I think it's going to take at least 3 to 5 years, 2 to 3 years at least, for this technology to mature anywhere close to it. The advantage it offers is that it persistently remains within your own airspace and provides you a lot of look-in capability. And plus, it remains outside the envelope of the most of the surface-to-air weapons.
Well, that's something that's changing fast. But thanks, sir, very much for your thoughts on this. If indeed this does come through, it'll be a revolution for India's armed forces and in terms of our capabilities. It does come in the face of very significant threats in the region. Thank you, sir, very much for being with us. We're running out of time on Left, Right and Centre. From all of us here, good night.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash. Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
Finesta Windows, beautiful and durable designs. इंस्टॉलेशन से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनेस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
Fine, finer, Finesta.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम, डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा।
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसे हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है।
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire Dabba trading scam.
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है। सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं। लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं। एनडीटीवी इंडिया पर
We see the problems, but you as a social entrepreneur see the solutions. You are not just creating solution, you are creating a future where everyone has a chance to thrive. For the change makers, the innovators, the ones building a better world, one solution at a time. The Adani Green Talk Social Impact Awards are created for you. Green Talk Social Impact Awards 2025, coming soon.
Other opposition parties. They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. Stop. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years. Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily lives. We aren't talking about time travel yet.
Gadgets tested under extreme conditions.
But why? I review tech for people like you and me. You know what? Let me take it from here.
All right.
Tech isn't that complicated. In fact, it's about making our lives simpler, better, and more fun. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech.
Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann unwell for the last 2 days. He is currently undergoing treatment. NDTV's Save Abhijot campaign resonates after actor Sonu Sood, the Chief Minister of Punjab, Bhagwant Mann, he has extended his support. Mumbai police issued lookout notice against Shilpa Shetty and Raj Kundra. A fraud case has been filed against actor Shilpa Shetty and her husband. The duo have been accused of embezzling rupees 60 crores. US President Donald Trump snipes after Modi, Xi and Putin meeting. Donald Trump says that we have lost India to deep, dark China. The biggest defense boost for India after Operation Sindoor. Big defense upgrade. India now eyes a hypersonic weapons. NDTV accesses 15-year roadmap. Well, breaking news coming in at this point of time, and this is related to the Bengal Files movie. A political storm has erupted in West Bengal. The BJP has attacked the West Bengal government as well as the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. They say that the film was released everywhere except West Bengal. The BJP also said that the Chief Minister should wear this as a badge of honor. That Chief Minister has insulted the sacrifice of the Hindus from West Bengal, and history will remember who stood with the oppressors, is what Amit Malviya of the BJP has posted on his social media handle. Meanwhile, the TMC has hit back at the BJP. The TMC has said that there is no ban on the Bengal films from releasing in West Bengal. It is the filmmakers who have decided to avoid West Bengal.
कोई बैंड नहीं है. अगर ये पूरा डेमोक्रेटिक स्टेट है, ये जो डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर और हॉल ओनर्स का डिसीजन है, तो अगर कोई डिसीजन ले कि प्रोवोकेटिव, डिस्टॉर्टेड, बेसलेस कुछ कैंपेन में शामिल नहीं होंगे, ये उसका डिसीजन है. इसका साथ गवर्नमेंट और पार्टी का कोई रिलेशन ही नहीं है. और ये उसका नाम क्या है? विवेक अग्निहोत्री. तो वो ये विवेक जी तो उसका विवेक तो सिलेक्टिव विवेक होता है ना.
All right, my colleague Ritik Mondal joins us on the phone line to get us more on this. Ritik, take us through what exactly is happening in West Bengal. The movie has released everywhere except for West Bengal.
Well, but we do understand that Vivek Agnihotri's The Bengal Files movie has been released today in other parts of the country except Kolkata. What we know that movie theaters are screening this movie, and that has sparked a massive political controversy in Bengal, Osama, as it's allegedly portrayed the Hindu genocide in the backdrop of 1966 Calcutta riot. Vivek Agnihotri had earlier claimed that theatre owners in Bengal are refusing to screen this movie. Now, what we do understand that amid this situation, when TMC is saying that nobody is stopping this movie or screening of this movie, what we do understand that BJP IT cell and leader Amit Malviya has lashed out at Mamata-led government, and he has blamed Mamata Banerjee particularly for this thing. And what we know, he posted on social media saying that that Mamata Banerjee should take the onus of this thing, that she is not allowing the movie to be released in the state of West Bengal. And we do understand that it is going to boil the political scenario in days to come. Back
all
to
right, Ritik Mondal there. Thank you very much for getting us all those details. And a shocking jailbreak from Andhra Pradesh. 2 prisoners escaped after attacking the staff at the Chodavaram sub-jail. A dramatic incident that unfolded at this particular jail, where it has now caused a stir after 2 remand prisoners. They escaped police custody. The police revealed that the prisoners, they attacked the jail staff during kitchen duties and they managed to flee. According to reports, remand prisoner Naka Ravi Kumar, who was working in the jail kitchen, suddenly attacked the head warden with a hammer, snatched his keys and then escaped. And taking advantage of the chaos, another prisoner, Bezawada Ramu, who was assisting in the kitchen, he also fled. Ravi Kumar, he was, remanded in a case of misappropriation, while Ramu, he was in jail for theft charges. And following this incident, the jail authorities, they have now launched an extensive search operation in nearby areas. And Uma Sudhir joins us on the phone line to get us more on this. Uma, this entire story, this entire incident, it looks like something that is out of a Bollywood movie.
Absolutely. Very dramatic, very cinematic, because the entire jailbreak and escape has been recorded on CCTV camera from inside the Chodavaram sub-jail, where, as you mentioned, Naka Ravi Kumar and Bezawada Ramu actually attacked the jail staffer, Veera Raju, with a hammer. And he actually very bravely is facing them and, kind of trying to stop them, trying to grab the hammer away. But subsequently, you realize that he has actually been hit on the head multiple times. And then he falls and they grab the keys from his body and they open the jail and they run away. 3 things that are now raising questions. Where did the hammer come from? The second one is that they obviously did not have a vehicle and therefore they are on foot, and now police teams are looking for where they could have been. And the third thing is that, according to Veeraraju, there should have been at least about 7 people in the prison at that time. He says there was very little time. He tried to move towards the SP's office inside the jail when the break happened, and that's how he was trying to prevent it. But how come no one was able to stop or catch them while they were going when they opened the main gate and ran away? That's a question that's now being asked. But yes, very dramatic kind of visuals that we are seeing from inside the prison where the jailbreak has happened. These are remand prisoners, one remanded in the 4th month and the other in the 7th month, and they saw an opportunity and escaped, so they are not yet convicted, they are under trial.
All right, Huma Sudhir there. Thank you very much for getting us all those details. And worshippers at the Hazrat Bal shrine defaced a national emblem put on a plaque placed recently after renovation of the main prayer room of this particular shrine. The Jammu and Kashmir police sources, they say that they are looking into the matter. The BJP, it blames the National Conference MLA for this act of vandalism, while the National Conference MLA calls the emblem un-Islamic. Listen in to the reactions.
नेशनल एम्बलम को तोड़ना खुद के ये तो एक दहशतगर्दाना हमला है और एक सियासी पार्टी के गुंडे हैं जिन्होंने ये किया है। इन्हीं गुंडों ने पहले भी कश्मीर को तबाही की थी और आज भी वो खुल के दरगाह शरीफ में आ गए और हमारा जो ये एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर है ये मरते मरते बच गया। इनको भी उन्होंने हमला किया।
को शर्म आनी चाहिए कि रिलीजियस सेंटिमेंट्स वो समझ नहीं रही हैं। अपने आप को ताजपोशी करना हज़रत बल के अंदर, उसके बाद हमारे जो तौहीद है उसके ऊपर हम किसी भी रिलीजियस प्लेसेस पे कोई भी स्कल्पचर नहीं रख सकते हैं। इतनी तो उनको समझ होनी चाहिए। इसके बरक्स कि वो माफ़ी मांगे लोगों से, लोगों के सामने लाके माफ़ी, वो FIR करवाना चाहती हैं उन बच्चों पे। ये रिलीजियस सेंटिमेंट है और किसी भी रिलीजियस सेंटिमेंट्स को अगर हर्ट करना है वो गलत बात है। जो चीज़ दरगाह आस्थान में नहीं होनी चाहिए, कोई भी स्कल्पचर नहीं होना चाहिए। एक दरगाह आस्थान है ये कोई गवर्नमेंट बिल्डिंग नहीं है।
Well, today was Friday and it is the day before the Eid Milad-ul-Nabi. Lot of devotees were at the shrine. And we say there was a plaque was placed there for the inauguration of the renovation of the shrine, main hall of the shrine. So you have a national emblem there, and people objected there, and you see angry worshippers. They are defiling that emblem. So J&K chairperson of the Waqf board, who is also senior BJP leader, Darsha Indradi, has demanded action. She has termed it as an act of terrorism and even blamed National Conference MLA and asked that she should be booked under PSA. In fact, National Conference MLA Tanveer Sadiq had said that this is un-Islamic, putting something like this inside a shrine or a mosque in Kashmir. So it has become a major controversy. We'll have to see what action police are going to take. I spoke to senior police officer. He said they are observing and monitoring the situation and they are looking into it. We'll have to see if they file any FIR or if there would be any arrests in this case.
Well, the flood situation in Delhi, it remains grim. The Yamuna is flowing well above the danger mark, submerging large parts of the national capital region. Waist-deep water has been reported from several residential areas, with East Delhi and parts of Noida bearing the brunt of the inundation. Take a look at all these reports.
We are present here at Civil Lines, and these are the visuals that you'll be seeing even today. You can see that shops, half of the shops continue to be submerged in this water. In fact, we like to show you that people have vacated this place and they have been moved to relief camps, nearby. And this is the condition that continues to persist. Now, the government says that they have been deploying pumps. The authorities is on high alert, and the water will slowly be pumped out from all of these locations. But this is one of the posh localities of Delhi, and here also the situation till now continues to be grim. So certainly people are in fact very much worried. There is a lot of concern because as you can see in the visual, this tells you the story itself. You can see the shops in fact, they are submerged. If you look at the houses also nearby, all of them in fact, swallowed by these Yamuna water that continues to be there on the streets. So certainly the question remains that by what time, in fact, will the government be able to pump out water from all of these stretches of the national capital? यहाँ पर जो आप लोग हैं, आप लोग कब आई थी रिलीफ कैंप?
एक
तारीख को आई थी। तो यहाँ पर जो है आपको रिलीफ कैंप में सारी सुविधाएं मिल रही हैं?
कोई ऐसे ही सब सुविधा, खाना पाना सब आ रहा है।
खाना कितने बार मिल रहा है?
2 बार।
हाँ?
चावल बहुत आते हैं।
दवाई मिल रही है?
दवा मिल रही है।
अच्छा, यहाँ पर बाथरूम की सुविधा है?
नहीं है, सुविधा नहीं है।
तो फिर आप लोग को कहाँ जाना पड़ रहा है?
रोड पे जाते हैं ऐसे खाली इधर को।
काफ़ी दूर जाते?
हाँ, काफ़ी दूर जा रहे, रोड पे जाते हैं।
और फिर रात में जाते होंगे या बहुत सुबह जाने पड़े?
हाँ, सुबह भी जाते हैं, रात में भी।
डर लगता हो?
और डर लगता है।
तो सब फिर एक ही साथ जिम में जाती होंगी?
हाँ।
यहाँ पर इन्हें जितने सिविल वॉलंटियर्स हैं, उनको बताया आपने ये प्रॉब्लम? उन्होंने कुछ किया इसमें?
कुछ नहीं किया उन्होंने।
आपने बताया कि अभी बाथरूम की सुविधा
नहीं, बोला नहीं था हमने।
वो कुछ कर रहे हैं इसके लिए? एक भी बात
नहीं है, एक भी नहीं है।
Well, breaking news coming in, and sources suggest that the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he is set to visit the flood-affected states. He will be reviewing the flood situation. The Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he is reportedly concerned about the devastating floods in Punjab and other states. He had earlier instructed the Union Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan to visit the flood-affected areas. In fact, Mr. Chauhan, he had since visited Punjab, assessed the situation, is set to submit a detailed report to the Prime Minister of India on the damage that has been caused by the floods. Now, sources suggest that the Prime Minister is going to be visiting the flood-affected states. My colleague Vasudha Venugopal joins us on the phone line to get us more on this. Vasudha, what is the expected timeline that we are looking at?
Well, the Prime Minister is expected to visit flood-affected areas of India very soon, Osama, and we don't know the states that he will be visiting, but I remember on Independence Day, in fact, just after beginning his speech, he did mention about the Apda that had come in different parts of the country, from Uttarakhand to Himachal Pradesh to Punjab, which is seeing its worst floods since last 3 decades, clearly, and also in Telangana, Andhra Pradesh. Several states of the country have seen unprecedented floods, landslides, and also cloudbursts. The Prime Minister is going to visit many of these areas, is what we understand. And like you rightly pointed out, Shivraj Chauhan has already gone to some of these states. In fact, what I understand is also that the PMO has been monitoring the situation, asking for regular feedback and been taking stock of the situation. Remember, the Prime Minister came back from the SCO summit, and immediately after coming back, he spoke to Bhagwant Mann, who is the Chief Minister of Punjab as well. But yes, this has been an unprecedented situation for the country, specifically in Punjab. And we'll have to wait and see which other states the Prime Minister visits. But of course, this also shows that the top office wants to expedite rescue work and also ensure that not just farmers get compensated, but also that the rehabilitation work and disaster management work gets done at the earliest.
Right. In fact, Vasudha, the Agriculture Minister, he has already affected some of the flood-affected areas, especially in Punjab. He has gone on to assess the situation. We understand that he is also set to submit a detailed report to the Prime Minister. When is that expected? What should be the timeline for that as well?
Well, the report is expected soon, is what we understand. What I gather from my sources is also that the government is very watchful of the weather in the coming days, because Osama, the IMD has said that September, the next few weeks, is also going to see likely above normal rainfall. Landslides and flash floods are also expected in some states like Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh. In fact, the monthly average in September is going to be, more than 100% of the period average, is what the IMD has said, which is why the government, the centre, has asked all states to be watchful specifically the states which have been disaster prone. When it comes to Punjab, all 23 districts of Punjab have been declared disaster hit. The state of Himachal Pradesh has been declared disaster hit. This is an unprecedented situation for the country, and here is the top office, in fact, taking its step and follow-up action a step further, and the Prime Minister is going to visit many of these states soon, is what we understand.
All right, Vasudha Gopal, thank you very much for getting us all those details. And moving on to our other big story that we are looking at, and this is related to the Operation Sindoor book launch, the untold story of India's striking deep inside Pakistan. The book is by retired Lieutenant General KJS Dillon, the Chief of Army Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi. He in fact launched this book titled Operation Sindoor, the untold story of India's deep strikes inside Pakistan. Speaking on the occasion, the Chief of Army Staff, he said that this book is not just a narrative of a military operation, but a tribute to the courage, professionalism and unyielding spirit of the Indian Army and the nation itself. He said that during Operation Sindoor, the Indian Army moved like a rhythmic wave and every army personnel was synergized and knew their orders. General Dwivedi, in fact, added that the book is foundational in nature and can be a reference material for academia and research scholars as well.
Sindoor has been launched by Indian Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi, and this is the book which is in my hands. It says Operation Sindoor, the untold story of India's deep strikes inside Pakistan. This has been written by General KJS Tiny Dillon, who is well-known officer who was in Jammu and Kashmir during the nullification of Article 370 and played a critical role in Jammu and Kashmir. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Congratulations on the book. Why do you think was it necessary and most important to write this book just immediately after the success we met in Operation Sindoor?
Thank you, Aditya, and a very pertinent question. Operation Sindoor, as it is there in the book also, the second last chapter, is on the battle of narratives. We won the war, but a lot of narratives which are being spread around, a lot of lies are being spread around, a lot of agendas are being driven. So it was very important to come out with a factual account of what happened, where it happened and how it did. So this book, as you said, it has been released by the Chief of Army Staff. It has been vetted by the Army Headquarters, Military Operation, Military Intelligence, Strategy Communication. This book gives a factual account of the battle. From the background, Pahalgam, build-up, intelligence, selection of targets, weapon targets, matching, delivery, and then thereafterwards Pakistan's riposte or retaliation, then our strike on 10th, ceasefire, who called the ceasefire, and who won, who lost, the battle of line of control, most important, because this probably got missed out during the media briefings and media playing out. So battle of line of control was most important, and one best chapter in this is the battle of narratives. To defeat the narratives which are being spread, it was very important to this book to come out.
Well, a sharp reaction from Donald Trump, rattled by the Troika meet at the SCO. As Prime Minister Modi sat down with Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin, Donald Trump, he lashed out, declaring that the United States has lost India and Russia to deep, dark China. The US President, he went further, sarcastically wishing the trio a long future together. Trump's swipe, it comes right after that Modi, Xi Jinping and Putin handshake at the summit, raising big questions on geopolitics, alliances and the future of India-US ties.
Regarding the post, I have no comments to offer on this post at this point.
Time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Welcome to my unit. So I'll just brief you through the mechanized platform of the Indian Army that we have here.
Sure.
So in mechanized, basically we have armored mechanized infantry, these two things. So I'll just take you around the equipment also and I'll tell you what is the difference between both also.
Okay. So what is the difference between the tank? What is one is the tank and one is a
BMP.
What is the full form?
It's Boyovoy Machino Picote. It's a Russian term.
Acha, Russian term. Acha.
Yeah. So infantry yeah, it's an infantry combat vehicle.
Okay. Similar to tank.
It's similar to tank. The main difference in this is in tank we have a crew of 3.
Okay.
But in this we also have the stick also. Stick are people, infantry people who can get down, dismount and fight.
Ah, acha.
So that capability also we have in a BMP.
Okay.
So basically here now, this is our training area.
Okay.
In which we'll be showing you how a new driver is being trained. We'll show you the obstacle courses that we have, and we'll show you completely the way it's happening. So first we just, from here you can see we have the number plates over there, 1, 2.
Right.
These are various obstacles.
Okay.
Which the BMP and the tank will also be negotiating.
Okay.
So we have the tank head which will be leading.
Yeah.
Then we have 2 BMPs.
Okay. So does the tank have a steering wheel or levers, or how does it work?
For a tank, it's basically 2 levers we have.
2 levers.
And whereas when it comes to BMP, it is like a steering wheel, but cut steering wheel, like a sports car steering wheel.
Achha.
It's that kind of a steering wheel. It's amphibious. So I'll be showing you that.
Oh, I see.
तो ये अभी हम यहाँ
देखेंगे.
अच्छा. Oh, wow. क्या बात है.
From here now, would you like to go on a ride?
Oh, I'd love that. Come.